Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Hive by James Byron Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into the story.
The hive sprawled across the dead plain, a low, armored shape anchored to the rock like a landed insect that had never learned how to fly. Towers, cranes, and jointed arms jutted from its back in ordered lines, each one moving with mechanical precision. Lights ran along its flanks in steady bands, marking walkways, docking points, and ore intake mouths. From a distance, the whole structure looked static, a dark island under a pale, washed-out sky. Up close, it never stopped moving. Kalo stood on the edge of a pit deck as one of the big bite rigs chewed into the planet. He was compact and thick through the shoulders, his skin a deep brown under the scuffed plates of his suit. The armor around his chest carried a stenciled code, but the others on this line called him Kennel when they needed his attention. The clear plate of his visor showed a wide nose, close-cut black hair, and eyes that stayed fixed on the machines below. The rig in front of him crawled along a cut of exposed rock, on heavy treads, its long neck ending in a cluster of spinning heads and hammer bits. As it advanced, the rock face crumbled and flowed into a waiting chute. A belt at the base of the chute swallowed the broken ore and carried it up toward the main spine of the hive. The drill head whined at a pitch that sat just below the threshold of pain, a constant, high mechanical scream that the suit dampers flattened to a tolerable buzz. "Cut rate at mark," Kel said. His voice was calm, even. The words went out on the local channel. A reply came at once. "Load stable. No stall and feed." The voice belonged to Zyra in the first processing bay. Zyra was lean and light-framed, with pale skin and dark eyes that rarely left her displays. She worked inside the sealed stack of the hive, surrounded by heat, noise, and melt furnaces, but her voice on the channel never picked up a hint of strain. When she spoke, Kel could see her in his mind, hair shaved close for safety, sleeves pushed up, face lit by the orange glow of poured metal. "Log it," Kel said. The system logged it. The hive tracked every breath and every gram of ore. Flow meters along the belt measured how much crushed rock moved each second. Sensors at the rig head read torque on the bits and the speed of penetration into the face. Strain gauges in the deck under Kel's boots watched for shifts that might mean the pit walls were giving way. All of it fed to core processors buried in the heart of the platform. Beyond the pit, the world offered nothing. The sky was thin and colorless, a smear of faint light behind a haze of toxic dust. The ground beyond the hive's landing scar was a broken field of gray stone and fused glass, cracked and pitted. No plants grew there. No water showed on the surface. The air outside the shields could not hold human life. It was a mix of corrosive gases and trace compounds that would strip lungs and eyes in seconds. The temperature swung from killing heat to cutting cold in wide, brutal arcs. Only the hive's sealed modules made survival possible. Kel's suit told him none of that is fear and way. It gave him numbers: external pressure, gas mix, radiation count, field strength for the local shields. His imprinting had folded those numbers into his sense of the work. If any crossed a set line, he would act. Until then, the pit was a place to feed the drills. "Wall scan," he said. A short tone sounded in his ear as Tiv answered from above. "Scan clean," Tiv said. "No voids on this face. No new faults." Tiv rode in one of the small survey pods that moved on rails along the pit lip. Done. He was lighter than Kel, with long arms and a narrow face that always seemed a little drawn under the clear panel of his helmet. The pod carried a cluster of sensors on a swing arm, sweeping beams through the rock to map density and stress. As the pod crawled along its path, Tiv watched the live map draw itself on his visor. "Hold this line," Kel said. "No change until next. Depth mark." "Copy." "Hold," Tiv replied. The hive-like things held the pattern. The drills went in at set angles and depths. The belts ran at known rates. The survey sweeps looped in exact paths. Kel's training had set those paths in his mind long before he ever stepped into a suit. He moved within them without having to think about each piece. His thoughts went to the places where the pattern might break. A small chime sounded in his ear, followed by a flat, neutral voice. "Shift tick," it said. "Segment change. Maintain current assignment." Kel saw the indicator band along the edge of his view pulse once in blue. One work segment had ended. The next had begun. No machine slowed. No clone left the line yet. The tick did not mean rest. It meant that some other part of the hive had shifted a schedule, power routing, belt priority, furnace timing. He checked the status of the other rigs in his loop. Cut 2 held its rate on an older face, grinding through less rich rock on a wide sweep. Cut 3 worked at a lower level, its feed note rougher as it bit into a mixed seam that would need heavier sorting in Zyra's bay. All 3 rigs showed green bands on his overlay. All 3 belts fed steady. On the far side of the pit, a line of shield pylons cast a faint shimmer over the work zone. The shields bent radiation away in a soft arc, keeping the worst of the planet's flux from the open cut. Beyond that curtain, the haze in the air glittered with charged dust. The suit showed Kel a line graph of the count levels. They rose and dipped with the same slow, broad swing they had held for cycles. "Kel," Tiv said. "North lip drone is in place. I can see the new scan pass for the next grid." "Not our cut," Kel said. "Not now," Tiv agreed. He did not sound hopeful or disappointed. It was a fact. The next move of the Hive would come from higher up. Inside the spine of the platform, above the pits, and far from the open air, Ryan sat at a console, in a long, narrow room lined with displays. Ryan was small, almost slight, with a round face and short dark hair that curled at the edges where it met his collar. His eyes moved quickly over lines of text and blocks of color. Where Kel had the pit in his view, Ryan had the whole Hive. He watched output rates from each cut and each bay, bands of color on one wall, shifting as the numbers climbed or fell within allowed ranges. On another, he saw the status of all survey assets, drones in high orbit, low-skim units like Tiv's pod, ground crawlers out beyond the main hull. Another display showed life support metrics, pressure, mix, temperature, humidity, flow-through filters. "Pit 3 holds at target," Ryan said into his link. "Time. Process 1 confirms stable feed." Mark logged. He tagged the entry with a small gesture. Head. The Hive stored the record and slotted it into a larger report that would go out on the next scheduled send toward the Overlord's routes. Ryan did not need to know where those routes led. His work was to keep the record unbroken. Down in Process 1, Zyra moved between her own set of stations. She was tall and wiry, skin the color of old ivory, hands quick and precise. The bay around her was loud and hot, though the ear and skin seal of her light armor kept most of it at a dull, tolerable level. The furnaces along the line glowed with a steady orange light as molten metal flowed into molds and slag ran off along a separate track. "Cut 3 feed shows higher waste," one of the line techs said. His name tag read Han09, but everyone called him Han. He stood at a console near the sorter, his fingers poised over a set of manual controls that were rarely needed. Zyra checked the incoming feed on a nearby screen. The graph showed a small rise in mixed stone, the lighter, useless fraction that had to be pulled out before smelting. "Adjust field," she said. "Zone. Take sort band 3 up a notch." Han tapped the control. In the sort chamber, ahead, invisible forces shifted. The crushed stream jumped and separated more cleanly. The heavier, ore-rich fragments fell into one channel, and the lighter waste slid away into another. Sensors downstream reported a cleaner composition rate within a few seconds. "Back in band," Zyra said. "Mark change." The Hive took the mark. In Ryan's room, a small line of text appeared and slid into place in the log. Out in the pit, nothing seemed different. The belts kept moving, the rigs kept biting. But if Kel had watched the raw numbers the way Zyra did, he would have seen the small improvement in ore yield. Above everything, the survey drones moved on silent thrusters through the gray air. Tiv's pod followed a track on its rail along the lip, but the free drones roamed farther, swinging wide arcs around the Hive, then out and back again over the scarred ground. Their sensor arrays probed the rock from above, sending maps of density and trace signatures back to the core. Tiv watched one of those maps unfold inside his visor. It showed his current pit as a block of layered color, thin bands of richer ore sandwiched between thicker shelves of dull rock. To the north, near the flagged grid, a deeper patch glowed brighter where the tools had seen promise. That would be for later. His task now was to make sure that the face Kel worked did not hide any sudden gaps. "Wall status?" Kel asked. "Still clean," Tiv said. "No void, no new fault. Hard shelf at 10 meters behind current cut, then drop in density. You've got room to run." "Good," Kel said. He shifted his weight on the deck and swept his view across the pit one more time. Every rig ran at its assigned depth. Every belt moved without a hitch. The shield field at the edge glowed at the same faint level. The only motion beyond the machines came from the soft drift of dust at the edge of the barrier. At his back, more of the hive rose in heavy blocks and rounded domes. Airlocks pocked the outer skin, each one marked by bands of light showing status. Within those walls, thousands of other clones moved on their own cycles. In long, narrow sleep blocks, rows of bunks held off-shift workers under dimmed lights. In food modules, Nira and others like her tended nutrient vats and hydro trays, drawing measured portions into dispensers for each shift. In med bays, Sula and the medical line clones waited with clean instruments and basic kits, ready for cuts, strains, and burns. Every part of that interior life depended on the flow that Kel watched. Ogre went up. Data went in. Power went out. Tech-sec. Supplies from the overlords came down in cycles that Rhine's logs tracked to the second. The hive's work made sense only as a whole. Segment marker, the neutral voice said again. No change to pit assignment. No change to bay assignment. No change to survey loops. Kel could feel the deck hum under his boots, a low vibration that ran through the hull from buried reactors deep beneath the platform. That hum fed through the legs of the rigs, the supports of the pits, the frame of the conveyors. It powered the shields, the drones, the air scrubbers, the hydroponic lines, the lights. It was as regular as the ticks in his ear and as unremarkable to him as his own heartbeat. Rig 1 at new depth, Zyra said. Feed shows richer band. That's run. Hold this run if wall stays clean. Kel watched the cut. The drill head sank another meter into the rock face. The tone of its whine shifted in a way his training told him to expect when metal content rose. Dust plumes increased, then leveled as the scrub ports along the face ramped up. Tiv? Kel asked. Reading a tight lens ahead, Tiv said. No empty pocket. Wall solid at 2 meters beyond current drive. You're clear. Then we hold, Kel had said. This is our run. Inside, Rhine tagged the richer feed and noted the sequence. Later, when the shift ended, the core would compress the data into a transmission burst that would leap away from the hive and vanish into the thin sky. Somewhere past that sky, the overlords, ships, would catch it, read it, and decide. Kel did not need to know when they would come. His world ran on shorter measures, pit rates, belt speeds, shield bands, shift ticks. Within those frames, the hive did exactly what it had been built to do. Inside the hive's shell, the air tasted clean and faintly metallic, a bland mix that carried no trace of the harsh world outside. The corridors were bright and straight, panels marked with simple bands of color that guided clones from one module to the next. Doors stood open along the main spines, showing glimpses of the systems that kept the workday running: food lines, hydro bays, storage racks, pump rooms. Here, the noise of drills and conveyors dropped to a distant hum, replaced by the softer, layered sounds of an enclosed, ordered life. Nira moved along the main food module aisle with a tablet in her hand and a faint sheen of moisture on her skin from the warm, humid air. She was of medium height with a soft, round face, warm brown eyes, and hair cropped short and neat. Her white work smock hung over a gray base suit, sleeves pushed to the elbow as she checked the status of each hydro tray in turn. The trays stretched in stacked rows along both sides of the aisle, each one a shallow bed of growth medium under strips of white light. Leafy plants with broad, pale green fronds grew in regular spacing, their roots suspended in nutrient solution that flowed in a steady loop. Small pumps hummed beneath the trays, pushing liquid from tank to tray and back again. Tray A6, growth at mark, Nira said, tapping a note into her tablet. No sign of mold. Flow rate stable. A younger clone beside her, slim and just a little taller, held a second tablet and watched her movements closely. His name tag read Len, and he had the fresh, untouched look of a first-term worker. His dark hair was clipped short, his skin a light tan. So if the leaves droop like that, it means low flow? Len asked. Nira glanced at the tray he pointed to. The plants there stood straight and even, the leaves full. They are not drooping, she said. If they droop, you check flow first, then mix, and you log it before you adjust. Oh, Len said. Right. Log first. Every change is logged, Nikra said. The hive runs on record. No gaps. She moved on to the next rack. Sensors at the base of each tray fed data into the system: temperature in the root zone, nutrient concentration, pH, flow rate. The overhead lights shifted intensity with the cycle time, simulating a simplified day and night. Nira's work was to cross-check what the tablet told her with what her eyes saw. If the plants looked wrong even when the numbers were in band, she flagged it. At the far end of the module, large transparent tanks held thick, green nutrient cultures. Bubbles rose through the fluid as gas diffusers worked at the bottom. Automated arms dipped, pulled, and dispensed measured quantities of the cultured mass into mixing vats where it would be blended with trace compounds. From there, pipes led toward the main food dispensers in the dining modules. "How much of the food comes from the trays and how much from the tanks?" Len asked. "Ratios change by shift," Nigra said. "Current pattern is 60% tray product, 40% tank. The Hive sets it based on needs. We keep both in optimal range so it has the choice." Len nodded and dutifully entered the answer into a note field on his tablet, even though the system already had that information stored in dozens of places. His training imprint had been heavy on procedure, lighter on instinct. Nitra's role was to build the latter by showing him what to watch. A soft tone sounded overhead. "Food module check-in," the system voice said. "Status request," and "Food module at normal," Nira replied, looking up briefly. "Hydro, stable. Culture tanks, stable. All flows in band." "Status recorded," the voice said, and fell silent. Beyond the food module, storage bays lined the mid-level of the Hive. Tall shelves reached from floor to ceiling, stacked with sealed crates and labeled containers that held everything from packaged nutrient bricks to spare filters. The temperature in these bays ran a little cooler than the hydro rooms, and the air felt drier, too. Two maintenance clones moved along one row, pulling a crate from a marked slot. The first was Vorn, heavy-set and broad, with a shaved head and a pale scar across his left cheek. His hands were large and calloused, more from tools than from lifting. The second, a narrower figure with light skin and sharp features, walked a half-step behind, carrying a handheld scanner. "Pull 4 filter packs from Lot 7, Vorn said. His voice carried the weight of habit. The scanner chimed as the second clone, Ro, ran it across the crate's tag. "Lot 7, confirmed," Ro said. 4 units picked. Inventory count drops to 3 packs. "Log," Vorn said. "Logged," Ro answered. The data jumped from his scanner into the Hive's central records, updating the available stock list. Vorn set the crate down and opened it. Inside, rows of neatly packed filters sat in foam. He counted out 4, checked each by eye for damage even though the system had already cleared them, and loaded them into a small transport bin. "These go to Air 2, Vorn said. "They have a scheduled swap on their cycle. We stay ahead of failure." Ro nodded and tagged the bin with a route code. A small indicator light on the side blinked blue, then green as it accepted the assignment. Moments later, a low, flat transport cart rolled up beside them, guided by an unseen system. Vorn slid the bin onto the cart's surface. Rest. The cart backed away and turned toward the corridor that led to the air scrub module. "Next," Vorn said. They moved to the next shelf where crates of gasket rings and sealant tubes waited for the maintenance crews. Every piece had a place. Every pull and replacement traveled through the same clean chain. Request, pick, verify, log. Not far from the storage bays, the med module sat behind 2 sets of sliding doors. Inside, the lights were bright and white, and the surfaces gleamed. Sula stood at a central station with her hands folded behind her back, watching 2 other med clones run checks on their supplies. She was of medium build, with light brown skin, dark eyes, and hair braided close to her scalp. Her uniform was a pale blue suit with darker bands at the sleeves, different from the gray of the miners and the white of the food techs. "Count the analgesic vials again," Sula said. "Then cross-check against the system counts." "We already did 1 pass," said the younger clone at the cabinet, a woman with short sandy hair and a narrow chin. "Do it again, Pia," Sula said. "We match hands to system. That is how we keep trust in the numbers." Pia nodded and started over, pulling out trays and counting each vial in turn. At another station, a taller med clone with a long face and deep-set eyes ran a scanner over a stack of sterile packs, watching for any hint of compromise in the seals. Most of the work here was simple, treating minor cuts, muscle strains, eye irritation from dust that made it past suit seals. They performed routine checks on lungs, hearts, and joints. They recorded every visit, every diagnosis, every dose of medicines. Long-term or complex care sat outside their imprint but still inside their protocols. If they saw a pattern in injuries or illness, they flagged it and passed it on to admin. "Med module status," the system voice said, the same neutral tone used in the food bay. Med module at normal, Sula said. Supplies at expected use levels. No anomalies in visit patterns. No active critical cases. Status recorded, the voice replied. In Ryan's admin room, a small indicator changed from pending to clear next to the med module's entry. Ryan took note of it without breaking the flow of his other checks. The Hive liked to hear itself speak back. Every module reported in, and the logs knitted those reports together into a full picture. Around and between these functional spaces, maintenance crews moved with their own quiet precision. Vorn, finished its storage for the hour, walked a narrow corridor toward one of the machinery trunks. Pipes and conduit ran along the walls and ceiling, marked with colored bands that told him at a glance their contents and roles: power, coolant, air, data. The hum here was deeper than in the open modules, a layered vibration from the pumps and fans beyond the walls. At a junction panel, Vorn stopped and opened a metal hatch. Inside, a bank of gauges and diagnostic ports waited. He clipped a small meter to the first contact point and watched the readout. Flow at mark, he said softly to himself. No drops since last check. He moved the meter to the next port and the next, testing pressure, temperature, and draw. Every reading matched the expected band. He entered his confirmation into a small wrist console. The values streamed back to Ryan's logs and into the Hive's deeper storage. Vorn, this is Air 2, a voice came through his earlink. We have your filter packs. Swap complete. Old units staged for reclaim. Good, Vorn said. Any change in draw? None, the voice replied. Air 2 stable. Log it and send the old packs to waste prep, Vorn said. We keep the chain closed. Logged and sent, the voice said. The path from old to new was as clean as any ore circuit bay. Used filters went to a reclaim bay, where they would be broken down and whatever material could be reused would be extracted. Nothing went untracked. In the central admin hall, Ryan sat at his console and watched modules check in on his screens. Each major system had a small window on his main display. Food, med, storage, air, water, power, pits, process, survey them. They were color-coded, green for normal, yellow for flagged, red for fault. Right now, every icon glowed green. Food module reports stable, he said quietly, tagging Nera's latest status report. Med module reports stable. Air 2 filter change complete, no variance. At the adjacent station, Mallory, a thin woman with light skin and a high forehead, monitored movement logs. She watched dots crawl along corridor maps. Maintenance teams, food workers, med staff, miners off shift. Each dot carried an ID that matched a clone and a schedule. Maintenance Crew 3 is ahead of route, Mallory said. They cleared 2 extra checkpoints this segment. Mark it, Ryan said. Higher coverage? No conflict with other teams? No conflict, Mallory replied. No congestion. All paths within safe density. Then note it as positive, variance, Ryan said. The Hive may fold it into standard if it repeats. Mallory tagged the entries. The system would watch to see if that level of coverage remained sustainable. If so, it might adjust the base pattern for that type of maintenance route. The Hive changed slowly, but it changed by looking at its own data. In a dining module, Naira stood by one of the nutrient dispensers, as miners from the last pit segment filed in. The room was long and narrow, with bench tables and straight lines. The walls carried simple diagrams showing how to use the dispensers, even though every clone already knew the movements by imprint. The machines along the wall extruded measured portions of thick nutrient paste into shallow dishes, sometimes adding cuts of plant matter from the hydro trays for textures. Clones stepped up in turn, pressed their ID tags to the reader, and received their allotment. Every portion tied back to the records Nera managed in the food bay. Any trouble with flow? Warren asked as he came in from his maintenance route. He carried the smell of lubricant and metal in the folds of his suit. None, Nikra said, at and from. Dispenser 3 had a slow response last segment. We cycled it. It logs clean now. Then we do not touch it again, Vorn said. If it repeats, log and call for a strip down. No point in pulling parts for a single tick. That is what I told Len, Nebris said, Halfrey. He wants to fix everything he sees once. He will learn to watch before he fixes, Vorn said. The Hive likes patterns. We only break one when we are sure it is wrong. At a corner table, Sula sat with a tray and a tablet, finishing a meal while she reviewed med logs. She had a few minutes before her next scheduled check on the health of the air scrub workers. Her eyes moved over charts showing visit counts filtered by module, age mark, and role. Nothing spiked. Nothing dipped unexpectedly. Anything new? Niera asked, pausing by the table. Muscle strain in Hall Line 2, Sulla said. Minor. One case of eye irritation from dust. Filters caught most of it. We flushed and cleared the rest. All routine. No shift in patterns? Vorn asked. If I saw any, I would have already flagged them, Sulla said. Her tone stayed soft, but the point was clear. All within bounds. She entered a final note and closed the logs. The Hive recorded her summary and filed it with the other module reports. Back in the admin hall, Ryan watched the combined view of all this activity. He saw the food modules report on nutrient use, the storage bays report on stock levels and pulls, the med module report on visits and treatments, the maintenance crews report on checks and part swaps. His console did not show every detail, but it showed enough to form a coherent picture. Total internal operations normal, he said into the main log channel. All core support modules report in band. No conflicts. No faults. Status recorded, the system voice answered. The Hive functioned as a whole, each module leaning on the others. Food modules depended on water flow and nutrient supply, which depended on pumps and reclaim systems that Vorn's teams kept at mark. Med modules relied on steady air and consistent work routines to keep clones in predictable ranges. Admin sat in the middle, taking the constant stream of small reports and stitching them into ordered record. As long as each part kept its own cycle, the whole structure ran smoothly. Inside the steel skin of the platform, clones like Niera, Vorn, Sulla, Rhine, and their lines moved through their assigned spaces, performing tasks that linked, overlapped, and fed one another. The Hive's support systems did not draw attention to themselves. They did their work, quiet and constant, so the drills at the edge of the world could keep chewing into the rock. The Hive's spine settled into the planet's dead soil with the slow, precise movement of a massive beast shifting its weight. The rig was not built for speed, but for stability and endurance. Its segmented legs, thick with hydraulic joints and reinforced plates, locked into the ground with a series of deep, metallic groans. Each connection point pressed into the barren surface with the calculated pressure of a surgeon's hand, leaving deep impressions in the cracked crust. When the survey drones flagged a new mining zone, the platform would lift itself, reposition, and set down again. A process repeated countless times over the years, each cycle recorded in endless lines of data, cataloged and cross-referenced in the Hive's memory banks. Mirko stood at the command hub for module relocation, a compact man with a broad chest and a sharp, angular face. His hair was clipped close, and his hands moved with practiced ease over a set of controls that lined the console. He monitored the data feeds from the survey units as they mapped the next target area, confirming the stability of the ground and the absence of unexpected hazards. Every readout was a story in itself. Microfractures running beneath the surface, minor vibrations in the planetary crust, the subtle shift in gravity across the new zone. Clear for lift, Meko said, voice low and steady, carrying the calm authority of a man who had done this thousands of times. Confirmed, replied the system, a synthesized tone that resonated through the module. Deep within the platform's core, pumps and compressors roared to life, feeding pressure into the segmented legs. The rig shuddered slightly, the sound like metal bones straining as they lifted the mass of the platform from the ground. Survey drones hovered overhead, sending constant updates to Mirko's console as the Hive moved, their sensors tracking the alignment and balance of the structure. Legs at mark, Miko said, eyes flicking between screens. No strain above threshold. Hold position for final check, as freens. A green light blinked across the console. The Hive was stable, ready to be set down on the new site. Each movement was routine, precise. Every hydraulic pulse, every servo adjustment, was logged and double-checked by the system. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty, just the unbroken, deliberate precision of a machine executing its purpose. Outside, the planet offered nothing but a barren, airless expanse. The sky was a dull, lifeless gray, and the ground beneath the Hive was cracked and fused from previous landing thrusters. The smellless dust swirled faintly around the rig's legs, as if acknowledging its presence. There was no sign of life, no trace of water or atmosphere. The Hive's modules were sealed, their walls thick enough to keep the hostile environment at bay. Every clone inside relied on the platform's systems for air, warmth, and protection. The rig was their entire world, their only safe space. Inside, the daily routines continued without pause. Shifts changed as they always did. clones moving from one module to the next in precise, well-ordered lines. Energy systems hummed steadily, powering lights, machinery, and life support units. Ore storage bays filled and emptied in regular cycles, their contents marked and logged by the administrative systems. Mechanical cycles ran smoothly, each part of the hive functioning in perfect harmony with the rest. A pair of clones moved through the transport corridor, speaking in clipped, almost formal tones. "Batch 23 reports a deviation in core density," said one, her voice carrying the monotone cadence expected on the hive. "Already flagged. Sensor recalibration in process." "You'll see a corrected reading in 62 seconds, replied the other, pausing briefly to adjust the locking clamps on the conveyor. "Acknowledged." Task completion queued. The first clone paused for a fraction of a second, glancing toward a side panel that housed auxiliary monitoring units. Even in their precise, controlled lives, there were tiny moments like this, brief flickers of observation, nothing more. The panel displayed fluctuating readouts from modules the clones rarely approached, but the habit remained a routine curiosity. Mako's console chimed softly. He scanned the readouts. Hydraulic pressure variance within nominal limits. No intervention required. He leaned back slightly, stretching his shoulders. "Every cycle, every leg, every module still perfect," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. His eyes, sharp and quick, scanned the feed again. Dust lifted around the hive's legs as they touched the ground. A faint tremor ran through the platform, almost imperceptible, but Mako noted it. Minor vibrations, minor, but recorded. Elsewhere in the hive, the miners worked with the steady rhythm of their assigned task. Ore cutters hummed, their blades spinning with mechanical precision. A clone paused for a heartbeat. "Batch 36, the vein's deeper than forecasted." "Confirm extraction sequence," the clone said over the comm link. "Confirmed." "Maintain current cut parameters." "Adjust pressure incrementally," replied another from the processing base. The hive moved as a single organism, each module a vital organ. Survey drones passed between sections, flashing data in streams that Mirko monitored constantly. "Keep patterns synchronized," he said to the system. "No misalignment." A small alarm sounded in the storage bay. One of the ore containers had locked slightly off-center. Another clone responded immediately. "Container secure. Logging complete." "Good," Miko replied. "Keep the cycle steady." The energy network hummed along the rig's spine, conduits feeding every module with the necessary power. Even the smallest fluctuation could cascade into failure, yet every reading was nominal. Miko allowed himself a quiet moment, listening to the low resonance of the machinery, feeling the subtle vibrations of a living industrial organism. The clones moved seamlessly, from module to module, each one performing tasks drilled into them through countless cycles. No clone paused for rest, none complained, none faltered. Even the simplest gestures, the placement of a storage crate, the locking of a hatch, the calibration of a sensor, were executed with almost ritualistic exactness. And yet, within the precision, small traces of awareness lingered. A glance at an unexpected shadow, a fleeting sense of imbalance in the recycled air, a momentary pause at a monitor flashing a strange data pattern. None of it mattered. Nothing mattered outside the hive. Life existed only in the rhythm of work, in the beat of machinery, in the pulse of hydraulics and energy conduits. Meko adjusted a control dial, sending micro-calibrations through the legs. "Recheck final alignment. We descend in 10 seconds. The system responded instantly. "Alignment within 1/100th of a degree. Pressure normal. Descent approved." Then it began. The hive began to lower itself, the massive structure settling with a metallic groan that echoed across the barren plains. Dust lifted around each leg, cascading in miniature clouds that settled slowly back onto the cracked ground. Meko watched, noting every tilt, every minor shift, every response. Inside, the clones moved uninterrupted. Ore shifted, processors hummed, survey drones relayed readings. The rig continued to breathe as one synchronized, unrelenting organism, unstoppable in its precision, unyielding in its purpose. And Meko remained at the hub, guiding, observing, ensuring that the hive's endless dance continued without fault. The barren world outside remained still, silent, unfeeling. The hive alone moved, alive in its own right, with thousands of clones carrying out endless routines under the steady gaze of the man at the command hub. And in the stillness of that desolate planet, the rig and its operators existed in perfect harmony, a mechanical heartbeat in a lifeless world. The low hum of the hive platform stretched across the barren expanse like a muted heartbeat. Dawn, if it could be called that, on a planet where the sun barely rose over the horizon, cast pale streaks across the modules. In the processing bay, Nira, a first-timer, moved with careful precision, her hands tracing the worn grooves of the conveyor rails. She had memorized the motions in training, but the real work, real handling of the raw, jagged mineral cores was entirely new. She hesitated at each junction, eyes scanning the flickering lights above her, alert to the silent eyes of second-timers observing her. Lathan, a second-timer with an angular jawline and a scar running across his temple, drifted beside her, almost a shadow. His movements were fluid, economical, every adjustment of his hands or feet seemingly anticipated by the rhythm of the machinery itself. When Nira stalled, frowning at a stubborn container latch, he leaned over and tapped it lightly, almost imperceptibly, and it clicked open. "You'll get the feel soon enough," Lathan said, voice low, carrying the faint metallic resonance that all clones had. "It isn't about remembering steps, it's about letting the platform guide you." Nira nodded, swallowing. She didn't want to show the tremor in her hands, but the vibration from the conveyor belt seemed to magnify her nerves. First-timers were always nervous, it was expected. The Hive did not reprimand hesitation, but it catalogued it. In the adjacent survey bay, a small new figure emerged from the shadows, a third-timer, though that classification did not exist officially. He had arrived mid-cycle, and the Hive's automated systems were still sorting him, giving him the designation 1.7 drone. The figure's eyes darted nervously across the module banks, his posture hunched, and his movements tentative. His presence caused a ripple of quiet acknowledgement among the second-timers, though they did not break the cadence of their work. Lathan noticed him out of the corner of his eye. "Ignore the outlier," Lathan murmured to Nira, his voice barely a vibration over the hum. "The Hive doesn't care about anomalies. It just keeps running." But the anomaly mattered, somehow. Nira felt it, an undercurrent tugging at her careful observations. She had spent her training cycles imagining what it would be like to act independently, to make choices beyond what was programmed in them. The thought brought a rush of fear and a flicker of exhilaration. Across the mining deck, heavy machinery groaned under the weight of extracted cores. First-timers like her were assigned to observe extraction points, noting variations in mineral density, reporting back for processing adjustments. Yet today, there was something different. A subtle tremor had vibrated through the deck a moment ago, so faint that only the most attentive second-timers like Lathan would have noted it. "Did you feel that?" Nira asked, almost whispering, not wanting to draw the attention of the module cameras. "It happens," Lathan said, brushing it off, but his eyes lingered on the far end of the deck. "Nothing to worry about," but Nira watched him. For a clone, his instinctual pause was unusual. Second-timers were programmed for efficiency, for smooth execution. The fact that Lathan had hesitated, ever so slightly, sent a spike of curiosity and unease through her. A soft alarm began in the communications bay, a high-pitched hum that signaled a minor deviation in one of the peripheral modules. Nira had read about these in manuals but had never experienced one in real time. She glanced toward the bay and saw another second-timer, a clone named Siri, crouched over a console. Siri had a small metallic implant visible just behind her ear, a signal amplifier that the Hive used to track subtle communications. Her face was composed but tense, eyes flicking over the readings faster than any first-timer could follow. The alarm resolved itself within moments. A brief fluctuation in the energy output from the mining arms, but it left a lingering tension. Nikrai felt it coil in her chest, the awareness of how fragile even the rigid routines could be. The Hive was designed for perfection, but it depended entirely on the clones, adherence, on the minute distinctions between careful observation and instinctive action. As the day wore on, the first-timers began to settle into a rhythm. Nira's movements grew less hesitant, though she still paused to double-check her observations, a habit ingrained by her initial caution. She caught herself watching the second-timers more than she monitored her instruments, noting the subtle cues they gave one another. A handbrush, a tilt of the head, a barely audible word over the mechanical drone, small signals that carried weight. One of the newcomers, a first-timer named Joran, fumbled with a data pod. He dropped it, and the clatter echoed across the module floor. Everyone froze for a heartbeat, including the second-timers. Lathan's head snapped toward the sound, but he said nothing. The Hive did not punish mistakes, it simply recorded them. But in that pause, Nira saw something rare, the fleeting human reaction beneath the clone's surface. A ripple of hesitation, a micro-expression of concern, a subtle awareness of consequence that had not yet been programmed fully into Joran. Lathan stepped over calmly, picking up the pod. "Check the connections. Don't just reset it," he instructed, his voice steady, though. "The Hive logs procedure, but it's your observation that matters here." The remark caught Nira off guard. "Observation?" Not efficiency? Not repetition? Her mind raced again. Perhaps there was more room for interpretation than she had imagined, a margin where individuality could emerge, if only subtly. Across the communications bay, Siri's fingers danced over the holographic interface, isolating minor anomalies in the module outputs. She called them out quietly. The data adjusted across all stations in real time. Shift 2, check the northern conduit, she instructed, her tone neutral. But the phrasing suggested a latent personality beneath the procedural mask. Her voice carried no impatience, only precision. But Nira felt it resonate, the echo of someone thinking for themselves within the rigid Hive hierarchy. The tremor returned, faint but persistent, and this time the origin was unmistakable. The outer mining arm, working in isolation, had struck an unexpected formation beneath the surface. Nira's pulse quickened. A deviation, a disruption in the cycle, a crack in the perfection the Hive demanded. She glanced at Lathan, who had already anticipated her reaction, and saw a subtle nod.
Adapt, he said, almost under his breath.
It was not a command. It was a suggestion, an acknowledgement that the first-timers could act within limits, that the rigid cycle had cracks. Nikra approached the arm, guided by the second-timers. Unspoken signals. She adjusted the angle slightly, testing the output. The machinery groaned, rattled, but continued its task. Data streamed back to the processing bays, raw numbers transformed into manageable increments. The Hive continued to function, but Nikra felt a small thrill at having influenced its operations, however minimally. In the adjacent survey module, 1.7 drone continued his nervous rotations, still uncertain where he fit. Nira caught his gaze briefly. He blinked rapidly, a micro-expression of unease and curiosity. Unlike other first-timers, he did not seek reassurance immediately. He was observing, noting, integrating. Nira realized that the first-timers were not all identical. Small divergences existed even within the programmatic framework of their roles. By the mid-cycle period, the subtle distinctions between first-timers and second-timers had evolved into a quiet dance. First-timers moved with increasing confidence, their hesitation diminished but not entirely erased. Second-timers maintained the flow, correcting only when necessary, guiding with imperceptible gestures rather than overt commands. The anomalies, the tremors, the unexpected formations, the micro-errors, were absorbed into the routine, becoming part of the narrative the clones would recount in their internal logs, invisible to the Hive at large, but profoundly shaping the individuals who experienced them. As the artificial day progressed, a new layer emerged. A second-timer, Riken, who had been mostly silent until now, approached Nikra. He was shorter than the others, with pale, almost translucent skin and eyes that reflected the dim light of the platform like glass. "You noticed it too," he said quietly, almost conspiratorially. Nira froze. No second-timer had ever spoken to a first-timer like that before. The tremor, Ryan continued, glancing toward the mining deck. It's not supposed to happen. Not for weeks. But the Hive, Nira started, then stopped. Ren shook his head. Sometimes even the Hive doesn't see everything. Watch carefully. There's a pattern here. Not yet obvious, but it's there. The words hung in the recycled air, a subtle challenge, an invitation. Nagara felt the stirrings of something unfamiliar, anticipation, curiosity, even a twinge of fear. Patterns were the lifeblood of the Hive, but the suggestion that something could disrupt them, even slightly, was dangerous and intoxicating. The first-timers adjusted, instinctively responding to the tension. Joran steadied his hands on the datapod. 1.7 drone shifted closer to a peripheral console, and Nira felt herself settle into a new rhythm, not just following instructions, but actively observing, interpreting, testing. The Hive continued its mechanical chorus, but underneath, a quiet undercurrent of awareness was growing. By the end of the cycle, the tremor had subsided, the mining arm stabilized, and the data streams returned to nominal levels. To the Hive, nothing had happened. To the clones, everything had shifted. First-timers had glimpsed the limits of their roles, second-timers had acknowledged them, and the anomalies, the unprogrammed variables, had introduced a new layer to the ongoing cycles. And somewhere, in the quiet hum of the platform, Nira understood that life in the Hive was not only repetition. It was observation, adaptation, and the fragile emergence of individuality, hidden beneath the unyielding surface of order. The platform's machinery groaned in low, consistent hums, the sound of decades of constant use vibrating through the alloyed floors. Nira moved along the processing bay, her eyes tracing the worn edges of the conveyor rails, pitted and scratched from years of hauling mineral cores. Each module bore the scars of its past faded labels, chips in the paint, small dents where tools had slipped or been dropped. Even the hydraulic arms of the mining deck, which carried thousands of tons in repeated cycles, creaked with a reluctant rhythm, as though reminding the clones that they were not indestructible. Lathan approached one of the older survey consoles, its holographic projector flickering with occasional lag. The surface of the console was worn smooth where fingers had passed countless times, the edges rounded from constant pressure. A small panel had been replaced last cycle, the metal shinier than the surrounding module, a mismatch that highlighted the platform's piecemeal maintenance. Nikra noted the effort required to keep even this piece functional, the silent diligence behind each adjustment. A mechanical arm on the mining deck jerked unexpectedly, halting mid-cycle. Sparks flickered faintly along the joint, and the monitors flashed a warning sequence. First-timers might have panicked. Instead, Nidra watched the procedure unfold, her fingers poised over the interface. Lathan tapped a sequence into the console, his movements precise, almost habitual. The arm whirred back to life after a few tense seconds, its motion slightly slower than before, but steady. "These joints are over 20 cycles old," Lathan murmured, not at her, but aloud in the quiet hum of the bay. "Replacements are standard, but the supply drones lag. We work with what we have." And Nira nodded, absorbing the information, noting the imperfection but also the resilience built into the routines. The older technology imposed limitations, but the clones, protocols, allowed them to compensate. Every sequence had contingencies, every module had a step-by-step repair routine etched into the collective memory of the Hive. Across the platform, a first-timer named Joran adjusted a calibration lever on a processing unit, grimacing as it resisted. The lever had warped slightly over years of repeated use, the metal edges rough against the smooth alloy of his gloves. Siri passed silently behind him, eyes scanning the readouts. She didn't offer guidance. First-timers were expected to test their problem-solving within the constraints, but the subtle pressure of her presence seemed to sharpen Joran's attention. The air hummed with activity, but the imperfections of the Hive were visible in every motion. Panels failed to seal perfectly, a lens in one of the survey pods displayed a minor distortion, the data conduits emitted a faint, static hum. Each flaw required a small intervention, a tap, a recalibration, a temporary reroute of data flows. The clones worked efficiently, but always aware that the system's age demanded vigilance. Nikra approached a module that had been acting sluggishly for several cycles. She ran her hands along its surface, feeling the slight vibration of a misaligned motor. It wasn't enough to halt production, but it introduced a subtle delay in processing. Lathan noticed her inspections. "Don't overcorrect," he said, voice even, almost reflective. "The Hive is designed to compensate for minor defects. Sometimes, forcing perfection causes bigger failures." She stepped back, realizing the truth in the observation. The platform's systems had grown old, yes, but the clones, adherence to protocol, transformed flaws into manageable variables. The imperfections were not failures, they were part of the pattern. The Hive's longevity depended on adaptation as much as maintenance. In the supply bay, modules stacked with replacement components awaited installation. Most were older models, recycled from previous cycles, patched together to extend their lifespan. The packaging bore the marks of repeated handling, and a faint odor of ozone lingered from years of storage. A small drone hovered above, ready to deliver a component, but its rotors buzzed with the pitch of a motor slightly worn from overuse. First-timers watched, learning the subtle cues that indicated when intervention was necessary and when the system could self-correct. The contrast between the Hive's present machinery and the records of newer models was stark. Archived schematics projected onto the central display showed sleek lines, optimized armatures, smoother conveyors, and self-repairing modules. Nira studied the comparison, tracing the differences with her eyes. The current platform was rugged, cobbled, aged, but functional. The Hive had long since abandoned the pursuit of perfection. Survival depended on adaptation, on the clones, careful attention, and unflinching obedience. Even minor malfunctions carried weight. During one survey rotation, a lens cover on a distant module jammed halfway. Siri noted it immediately, her fingers flying over the console. The system issued a silent protocol alert, a subtle shimmer across the display, and a minor recalibration sequence began. No alarms blared, no chaos erupted. The clones simply adjusted. Lathan stepped up, adding a tiny tweak that improved the alignment. By the time the next cycle began, the module was functioning almost as though the jam had never occurred. Nira moved toward another corner of the platform where the oldest mining arms operated. These arms had been in continuous use for hundreds of cycles, their joints squeaking faintly under the strain. First-timers handled them cautiously, measuring every torque adjustment, while second-timers moved with smooth efficiency. Lathan demonstrated one repair technique. removing a worn sleeve, replacing a pin, realigning the hydraulic pistons. Nira noticed how the older equipment required improvisation. A shim here, a gentle tap there, subtle compensation for wear that newer models would have corrected automatically. This is what the records don't show, Lathan said. He gestured at the arm. The Hive has always run on workarounds. Perfect machines are fragile. Imperfect machines last. Nira understood, absorbing the lesson not just intellectually but physically. The rhythm of maintenance, the sequence of adjustments, the tactile feedback from metal and circuits, all of it was part of the daily life on the platform. The clones were not merely operators, they were guardians of function, keepers of continuity. Even the administrative modules bore evidence of age. The cataloging systems, responsible for tracking every extraction and survey, had screens flickering with intermittent latency. A minor glitch caused a brief misalignment of data tables, corrected within seconds by series interventions. First-timers noted the corrections, internalizing the sequence. The older technology demanded patience, understanding, and the ability to anticipate flaws before they propagated into failure. Nira paused at a maintenance console, studying a schematic of a recently repaired mining arm. She traced the patched sections, metal replaced with slightly mismatched alloys, connectors soldered in improvised configurations, wires rerouted to bypass corroded channels. The system was a living archive of its own age, layers of repair stacked upon layers of repair. The Hive survived not because of pristine machinery, but because the clones upheld its integrity, cycle after cycle. A minor alarm sounded on the peripheral sensors. The second timers reacted instantly, their movements precise and practiced. Nira followed the protocols she had memorized, performing checks, adjusting settings, documenting deviations. The arm in question was only slightly off-center, the flow of raw materials slowed imperceptibly. The issue was resolved in seconds. No one spoke, no one panicked. The Hive tolerated imperfection, but it required constant vigilance. Lathan observed the resolution quietly. Age doesn't kill function, he said. It just makes you notice. Every cycle, every wear mark tells a story. Ignore it, and the Hive falters. Respect it, and it endures. Nira reflected on the words. She realized that life in the Hive was not merely about repetition, it was about recognition. Every flaw, every misaligned panel or faltering arm was a lesson, a subtle challenge to the clones. Attentiveness. The first-timers learned to detect inconsistencies. The second-timers maintained order, and the platform itself continued to function, not through perfection, but through careful observation, adaptation, and enduring diligence. Even the smallest tools told a story. Screwdrivers, calibration wrenches, data pads, all bore scratches, worn edges, and mismatched handles. They had been repaired, recycled, sometimes cannibalized from older sets. Nira handled each with care, aware that the slightest misstep could compromise efficiency. The imperfections were not just cosmetic, they were functional markers, a history of adaptation etched into every surface. By the end of the cycle, the pattern of wear, repair, and attention formed a subtle rhythm across the platform. First-timers like Nira had internalized the lesson. The Hive ran not on newness, but on continuity. Machines aged, modules faltered, systems glitched, but the clones, diligence, their adherence to protocol, and their ability to compensate for imperfection ensured survival. It was a fragile equilibrium, delicate but enduring, and every clone contributed to its maintenance, one cycle at a time. The platform hummed, lights flickered, and the machinery groaned softly in harmony. To an observer, it might have appeared mundane, repetitive, but for those working within, it was a living ecosystem of endurance, adaptation, and resilience. Nira watched, hands steady, and realized that life in the Hive was not just about following instructions. It was about knowing the limits of imperfect tools, understanding the quirks of aged machinery, and respecting the silent history embedded in every nut, bolt, and panel. The administration deck hummed with quiet efficiency, a lattice of consoles, terminals, and data streams extending across the platform like the neural network of a living organism. Every screen flickered with activity, directives, status updates, task allocations, logistical feedback. To a first-timer, the sheer density of information was almost overwhelming. Each flicker, each alert, each scrolling line of data demanded attention, though they did not yet know which details mattered most. Lena, a second-timer in the administrative wing, moved between terminals with smooth precision. Her eyes followed streams of data without pause, adjusting priorities, issuing directives, and confirming compliance with Hive protocols. A first-timer named Marek hesitated beside her, watching as she toggled between modules, rerouting output from a mining sector to balance processing loads. His neural programming was complete, but experience dictated timing, judgment, and anticipatory action skills only second-timers had internalized. Sector 17 is exceeding extraction thresholds, Lena said, her voice calm but exact. Divert 20% of output to storage bay 6. Confirm acknowledgement. Marek typed, paused, then verified the directive. The system responded with a faint beep, a small green indicator lighting his terminal. He had executed the command correctly, but the ease with which Lena anticipated fluctuations made him aware of the gap between following procedures and mastering them. Across the deck, survey modules transmitted constant streams of geological and environmental data. Hundreds of sensors across the barren terrain monitored mineral density, structural integrity of mining supports, and atmospheric fluctuations. The modules communicated directly with the administrative network, feeding data into centralized analysis systems that flagged anomalies for attention. First-timers were trained to monitor these feeds, responding to alerts as instructed. Second-timers, however, could recognize patterns and subtle deviations, preemptively correcting minor errors before they escalated. An alert blinked on Marek's screen, a minor discrepancy in mineral readings from Sector 12. He hesitated, consulting procedural documentation to ensure proper protocol. Lena, observing from across the deck, intervened. Check the calibration history, she instructed. It's likely a temporary sensor drift. Log the anomaly and override the redundant module. Update the system immediately. Marek followed the instructions, noting the fluidity of Lena's movements. The first-timer's mind approached the task as a sequence of programmed steps. Lena's mind operated on an intuitive understanding of procedure, anticipating needs and outcomes. It was the difference between obedience and orchestration. Meanwhile, administrative directives flowed outward to the rest of the platform. Maintenance schedules, mining quotas, survey assignments, all communicated through internal channels, automated prompts, and confirmation protocols. Each directive was precise, time-stamped, and recorded, creating a continuous archive of operational decisions. First-timers executed commands as required, second-timers monitored, adjusted, and intervened when efficiency could be improved. A minor hesitation appeared in the reporting feed. One of the peripheral survey drones had missed a data checkpoint. Marek's neural programming flagged it as an error, and he prepared the corrective sequence. Lena, anticipating the glitch, had already overlaid the necessary adjustments. By the time Marek initiated the procedure, the deviation was corrected automatically. Always monitor the feed before committing to action, Lena said quietly, almost to herself, as she rebalanced several active sectors. Procedures are guidance. Context is control. The repetitive cadence of communication created an almost hypnotic rhythm across the hive. Alerts blinked in cycles, directives flowed predictably, and confirmation beeps echoed softly through the administration deck. For first-timers, the repetition was a framework. For second-timers, it was a canvas on which subtle manipulations ensured efficiency. Tasks that took a first-timer several cycles to verify could be executed instinctively by a second-timer in half the time, with fewer errors and anticipatory corrections that maintained continuity. Marek noticed the pattern as he continued to observe. Each alert was part of a broader network, and each directive flowed into multiple subsystems. A single mining fluctuation triggered recalibrations in processing, storage, and survey modules. Every drone, arm, and sensor was integrated into this network. Errors were rare but expected, and second-timers managed them quietly, rarely allowing anomalies to disrupt the platform's steady rhythm. A first-timer in another section, Rina, responded to a communication regarding a minor inventory discrepancy. She followed protocol meticulously, cross-referencing logs and confirming with redundant modules. By the time her procedure concluded, Lena had already adjusted related outputs, rerouted data streams, and updated the archival logs. The correction appeared aimless, but to Marek it was evidence of a deeper understanding, care and ability to operate not just within rules, but above them, anticipating how actions in one sector affected the entire network. Even procedural errors revealed the subtle hierarchy of experience. A minor delay in reporting, hesitation in confirming directives, or slight misreading of sensor data created ripples in the administrative systems. First-timers experienced these ripples as stress, while second-timers treated them as signals, using them to fine-tune operations and maintain equilibrium. The network responded not just to commands, but to the judgments of those capable of perceiving deviations in the expected cadence. Across the deck, logs of every action, every input, and every anomaly were stored meticulously. These records formed the Hive's memory, a living archive that allowed continuous improvement and accountability. First-timers referenced these records to verify their actions. Second-timers used them to predict potential complications, ensuring that the system operated smoothly even under irregular circumstances. Merrick watched Lena as she manipulated multiple feeds at once, issuing minor corrections without hesitation. She adjusted mining output, balanced survey priorities, and corrected data anomalies, all in real time, without pausing to consult manuals or prompts. The neural programming allowed her to perform these actions automatically, but her second-timer experience provided nuance, knowing when to act, when to observe, and when to let the system self-correct. "Remember," Lena said, noticing his gaze, "protocols are guidelines. Observation is responsibility. Don't just follow steps, understand the flow." The flow of communication extended beyond immediate tasks. Administrative directives ensured that supplies were ordered, energy allocations balanced, and maintenance rotations scheduled. Every action triggered feedback, confirmation, and archival storage. Minor, procedural errors, misrouted data, delayed confirmation, or hesitated commands were absorbed by the network, corrected quietly, and used to inform subsequent cycles. Even the most mundane communications carried weight. A status update from a mining drone indicated minor wear in a conveyor belt. An alert from a survey pod suggested a subtle change in soil density. The clones processed each signal according to strict guidelines, but second-timers anticipated broader impacts. Lena reallocated resources. Marek followed her instructions, and the network adjusted seamlessly. What seemed like repetition was, in practice, a continuous dance of observation, interpretation, and intervention. By the end of the cycle, the Hive's administrative systems had cataloged every movement, every adjustment, and every anomaly. The flow of communication maintained operational stability, reinforcing the hierarchy between first-timers, who followed protocols meticulously, and second-timers, who guided, corrected, and optimized her. First-timers gained proficiency by participating in this network, internalizing patterns, and observing the subtle corrections performed by their more experienced counterparts. The distinction between experience levels was subtle but crucial. A second-timer could detect an impending misalignment in a mining sector, or a potential overload in the processing module before the system itself flagged the issue. First-timers executed reactive corrections, second-timers applied anticipatory control. The difference was efficiency, stability, and continuity, essential qualities for life within the Hive. As the platform rotated through another cycle, Marek noted the invisible threads connecting every action. The administrative directives were not just instructions, they were signals in a living system, interpreted differently depending on experience. First-timers learned the patterns, second-timers shaped them. The Hive, in its silent coordination, depended on both obedience and perception, repetition and understanding, programmed action, and cultivated intuition. Lena moved past Marek, adjusting a sequence in the energy allocation grid. She paused briefly, observing the network's response. The changes rippled outward, minor corrections cascading through mining, survey, and maintenance modules. Marek followed, inputting the same adjustments under her guidance. The difference between his movements and hers was subtle: hesitation, timing, and confidence. But the result was identical. The Hive continued its steady rhythm, uninterrupted, efficient, and precise. Even in procedural communication, then, the platform revealed the hierarchy of experience. First-timers provided faithful execution, second-timers provided insight and coordination. Every message, every confirmation, every corrective action contributed to the overall rhythm. Subtle deviations, hesitations, minor procedural errors, or unusual observations served as markers of individual awareness. But the Hive absorbed them seamlessly, maintaining stability while guiding the inexperienced toward mastery. By the end of the operational cycle, Marek reflected on the lesson. Protocols were not merely steps to follow, they were a framework for perception. Observation and understanding transformed repetition into guidance, and experience converted guidance into oversight. The network of communication, constant and precise, bound the platform together. Without it, the Hive would falter. With it, even flawed equipment and imperfect modules could function in harmony. The administrative hum persisted, uninterrupted. Directives flowed, data streamed, and every action, minor or major, was cataloged. The clones, first-timers and second-timers alike, maintained the flow. And through it all, the Hive remained coherent, stable, and unyielding, a testament to the rhythm of experience, the subtle distinctions between repetition and mastery, and the unbroken cadence of procedural life. The platform rotated slowly in its orbit, a colossal structure suspended over the barren planet. From the administrative deck, screens flickered with status updates, drone feeds, mining outputs, and survey readings. The hum of activity was constant, a mechanical symphony that pulsed with the heartbeat of the Hive. "Sector 14 reporting full extraction," Lena said, her voice precise but calm. broadcasting across the internal comm network. Processing Module 7. Confirm intake levels. A low mechanical hum followed her message, then the reply, intake stable. No backlog detected. Rerouting excess to storage bay 3.
Marek, still learning the cadence, repeated the confirmation, carefully typing each acknowledgement into the system. He paused as another message blinked across his console. A minor sensor drift reported in Survey Module 5. Survey Module 5? Status? Lena's voice carried over the comm again, steady and commanding. Reading minor variance in mineral density, the module reported. Adjustment within acceptable limits. Calibration cycle complete. Copy that. Continue standard sweep, Lena responded. She didn't look away from the central monitor, where multiple feeds streamed simultaneously. Marek noted the efficiency. She didn't just issue orders. She integrated responses in real time, adjusting priorities across mining, survey, and maintenance. A first-timer in the maintenance wing, Joel, piped over the network. Conveyor belt 12 showing friction increase. Lubrication cycle required. Estimated delay 5 minutes. Understood, Lena replied. Marek, cue lubrication procedure, Tillich. Notify adjacent sectors of potential minor delay. Queued and notifying sectors 14 and 15, Marek confirmed. Rich. From deep within the mining section, another voice interrupted. Sector 16, automated extraction paused for minor tool recalibration. ETA to resume 3 minutes. Adjust intake from Sector 17 to compensate, Lena directed, her voice cutting clearly through the network. Confirm when automated recalibration is complete. Recalibration complete, the mining sector replied 2 minutes later. Extraction resuming at nominal levels. The pattern was constant. Reports, confirmations, minor adjustments, and acknowledgments. For the first-timers, each communication required careful observation and strict adherence to protocol. For second-timers like Lena, each message was part of a living rhythm, anticipation, response, and subtle orchestration in real time. Storage Bay 6 reporting capacity at 98%, a logistics drone reported. Divert overflow to Storage Bay 8. Confirm rerouting, Lena replied. Rerouting complete, the drone confirmed, its mechanical tone steady, almost human in its cadence. Energy grid update, Marek called out as he observed fluctuations in power usage across mining sectors. Sector 12 spike noted. Reallocation recommended. Divert energy from Sector 14 temporarily. Monitor stability, Lena directed. Energy rerouted. Stability nominal, Sector 14 reported to Lascade. The Hive functioned like this in every sector, a continuous web of communication, minor deviations corrected immediately, no single error allowed to cascade. The dialogue itself became the mechanism that maintained equilibrium. A survey module alerted. Sector 9, high-density rock formation detected. Extraction efficiency reduced by 12%. Notify mining Sector 9, Lena instructed. Adjust tool parameters for optimal output. Notification sent, came the automated response. Tool parameters adjusting. Efficiency restored to 99%. Even minor communication lapses were noticeable. A first-timer, Senra, delayed acknowledging a minor report about a maintenance cycle in Conveyor Belt 8. Lena noticed immediately. Sarah, confirm status of Conveyor Belt 8. Lena's voice was calm but carried weight. Confirming lubrication complete. Delay compensated, Sarah replied, her tone carrying slight hesitation. Timing noted. Proceed with next cycle, Lena responded, seamlessly reintegrating the minor delay into the overall rhythm. At the far end of the platform, external sensors reported subtle environmental shifts, dust storms, wind changes, minor surface vibrations. The survey modules transmitted continuous updates. Surface stability nominal. No risk to operations. Confirm pattern continuity, Lena instructed. All mining and survey sectors report current status. Sector 13, extraction ongoing. Output stable. Sector 15, survey complete. No anomalies detected. Sector 16, maintenance cycle complete. Equipment nominal. Marek observed how efficiently Lena wove these reports into her operational decisions. It was not just about acknowledging data. It was about anticipating consequences, adjusting multiple sectors preemptively, and maintaining the Hive's flawless rhythm. A logistics update arrived. Supply modules report minor delay in reagent delivery. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. Adjust inventory allocation. Notify dependent sectors, Lena replied, her eyes scanning multiple screens simultaneously. Inventory adjusted. Sectors notified. The logistics drone responded.
Even in these routine exchanges, the distinction between first-timers and second-timers was clear. First-timers executed commands. Second-timers perceived the network, understanding how a single message might ripple across multiple subsystems. Sector 7, output spike detected. Threshold approaching limit, the mining console reported. Reduce extraction rate by 15%. Notify Storage Bay 9, Lena instructed. Adjustment complete. Storage Bay 9 updated, came the automated reply. Marek keyed in the confirmation, noting the speed and confidence with which Lena made her decisions. External modules reported minor wear on several tools. Maintenance sectors responded with status updates. Module 12, lubrication complete. Module 15, replacement tool installed. Confirm operational integration, Lena said. All modules online and functional, the maintenance wing replied. Excellent, Lena said, her voice barely above a hum. Monitor for anomalies and continue standard cycle. From the surface, the mining modules continued their extraction with rhythmic precision. Survey drones swept the barren landscape, relaying geospatial data, mineral composition, and structural integrity. Maintenance bots patrolled equipment, performing lubrication, calibration, and minor repairs as directed. Logistics modules ensured storage and reagent levels remained within optimal ranges. Each system transmitted regular reports, each correction, adjustment, or delay noted and logged. The dialogue between sectors created the platform's pulse. A mining report led to a procedural adjustment. A survey note initiated recalibration. A logistics delay prompted preemptive energy reallocation. First-timers repeated these communications faithfully, learning the cadence of the Hive. Second-timers anticipated, corrected, and fine-tuned, maintaining cohesion and ensuring no single error disrupted operations. Sector 18, output nominals. No discrepancies, a mining drone reported. Copy that. Maintain current rate. Notify administration if deviation exceeds 5%, Lena instructed. Acknowledged, the drone responded. Merrick observed the flow of communication, noting how reports were layered, cross-referenced, and acted upon. He realized that the Hive's operation was more than mechanical precision. It was a living network of dialogue, subtle judgment, and anticipatory coordination. Maintenance wing confirmed completion of scheduled cycles, Lena called. Cycles complete. All sectors functional, came the reply. Survey modules confirm coverage, Lena continued. Coverage complete. No anomalies detected, the survey wing responded. Mining sectors report extraction efficiency, Lena's voice carried evenly across the network. Extraction efficiency 99%. Minor variance noted in Sector 12, a mining module reported. Adjust parameters accordingly. By. Notify administration if variance exceeds threshold, Lena instructed. As the cycle continued, the dialogue became second nature, a constant loop of observation, reporting, confirmation, and correction. First-timers internalized the flow, second-timers orchestrated it, and the Hive maintained a steady, controlled pattern. Even when minor disruptions occurred, a tool requiring emergency recalibration, a temporary sensor drift, a logistics delay, the network absorbed the anomaly seamlessly. Communication acted as the mechanism that integrated deviation without disruption. Reports were logged, directives issued, and corrections applied. By the end of the cycle, Marek realized the system's depth. Every action, every message, every confirmation contributed to a rhythm that was precise, yet adaptable. The Hive's success did not rely solely on machinery or programming, but on the communication that guided, corrected, and maintained the entire network. Cycle complete, Lena announced, her voice calm yet authoritative. All sectors stable. Logs updated. Proceed with next operational loop. Marek followed her lead, issuing confirmations, logging reports, and noting the patterns. First-timers gained proficiency with each cycle. Second-timers maintained cohesion. Modules continued their tasks across the planet. Tools aged but functional. Systems repetitive but reliable. Within this structure, the Hive operated flawlessly, a controlled, mechanical, and cyclical environment where communication was not merely procedural but the very heartbeat that sustained life on the platform. And across the barren landscape, from mining pit to survey grid, from storage bay to administrative deck, the dialogue persisted. Reports of extraction, status updates, minor anomalies, confirmations, and adjustments. Each message, each acknowledgement, each instruction reinforced the Hive's pattern, ordered, predictable, and unbroken. The clones listened, responded, and adapted. First-timers learned. Second-timers guided. The system, procedural yet living, moved forward without pause, a rhythm of stability across the emptiness. And in that rhythm, the mechanical cadence of life continued, controlled, repetitive, and flawlessly maintained. The platform rotated through its usual rhythms, every movement predictable and precise. Miners operated their drills with the same mechanical diligence, extracting ore in measured increments, while processors monitored the flow, refining material with the efficiency of a routine repeated countless times. Survey units swept the barren landscape, their sensors recording elevation, mineral density, and thermal variations without deviation. Beside the filled containers, the loading crew paused in unison as the pickup window closed.
The platform's logs confirmed the timing.
Yet the expected carriers did not appear.
Status check. Container Bay 7. 1 second timer called, voice clipped and procedural. Affirmative. Another responded, fingers brushing over the terminal. All readings normal. Containers sealed. No issues detected on site. Administrators initiated transmissions into the void, each signal a clear, coded request for confirmation. The messages were sent again and again, stacked in redundancy, queued in the logs for automatic verification. Each response returned null. No acknowledgement. Not even the minimal return code the system generated under standard operation. Repeated attempts, a third voice noted, calm but measured. Transmission logs confirmed successful delivery. No return received. A first-timer's hands hovered over the panel, uncertainty reflected in posture rather than speech. The second-timer beside them guided a single adjustment, rerunning the output diagnostics, ensuring no internal error had corrupted the transmission. Checks complete, the second-timer reported. No system faults identified. Carrier expected but absent. Continue protocol. The instruction carried weight, though tension threaded the statement. The absence of reply was noted, cataloged, logged for potential follow-up, but it did not yet warrant deviation from assigned tasks. Survey units shifted scanning arcs, broadening the horizon sweep in incremental degrees. Antenna adjusted elevation, signal strength monitored for incoming carriers on predicted vectors. The data merged with prior pickup records, timing windows cross-referenced for anomalies. No movement registered. Sky Sector Delta.
Clear. A module broadcast mechanically. No inbound signal. All readings within expected environmental parameters. The miners continued their extraction. Drill heads bit into ore, conveyors moved refuse and byproducts, and processors refined material at the predetermined rate. Operational rhythm remained uninterrupted, yet the anomaly lingered in system memory. It was noted, flagged, and queued for procedural reporting. Administrators exchanged brief, functional communications.
Container Bay 7, status verification, 1 second timer transmitted. All parameters nominal, came the reply. Pickup overdue. No response to communication attempts. Affirmative. Affirmative, the administrator acknowledged. Continue holding cycle. Log all transmissions. Maintain operational protocol. Owned. Reattempt at 15-minute interval. Every clone, first-timer and second-timer alike, adjusted their focus only slightly. The platform's standard routine persisted: extraction, processing, survey, monitoring. Containers remained sealed and ready. Miners did not pause drills. Processors continued calibration, sustained. Survey modules maintained scanning patterns. In the administrative hub, terminals blinked in unison. Transmission attempts queued automatically, each successive message a repetition of the previous. The logs marked timestamps, tracking the absence of response. The missed pickup became a point of record, a procedural anomaly catalogued for future analysis. One first-timer hesitated, fingers brushing the keys. "Shall we?" they began. "Continue as programmed," a second-timer interrupted, voice even, no edge of panic. "Deviation not authorized. Help keen. Record anomaly. Maintain operational flow." The first-timer nodded, compliance immediate. Procedures were clear: record, report, maintain. Observation, not action. Awareness, not intervention. The tension, subtle but present, existed only in the cataloged anomaly, an entry in logs and neural memory. Communications continued at scheduled intervals. Administrators sent transmissions. Loading crews ran repeated checks. Survey units scanned incrementally wider patterns. Each attempt returned the same null result. Acknowledgement was absent, as of two, yet the platform carried on, impervious to the anomaly, operating in the strict cadence of routine. Second attempt, an administrator reported. Transmission successful. Awaiting response. No return received.
Miners adjusted drill angles fractionally. At the ingenuity, conveyors shifted with a hiss. Processors fine-tuned flows. Every action, though methodical, reflected awareness embedded in neural programming. Record all attempts. Flag pickup window as incomplete, another administrator added, voice steady. A first-timer's gaze lingered on the empty horizon, noting the absence of movement. The second-timer's hand rested lightly on the console, monitoring the same sector, reading the same signals. Both continued their tasks without alteration, the awareness present only as data points to be processed, logged, and referenced. Time passed. Transmission attempts cycled. Sensor sweeps expanded. Containers remained sealed. The absence of the expected carrier persisted, cataloged but not disruptive. The platform remained in precise motion, drills extracting, processors refining, survey modules scanning, and administrators logging. Each clone operated within procedural certainty. Each action, measured and deliberate, reinforced the continuity of the Hive. Even the anomaly, the missed pickup, became a part of operational rhythm, noted, logged, referenced, yet not allowed to alter immediate actions. Next transmission interval approaching, an administrator reported. All units maintain position. Status unchanged. Drills continued to hum, conveyor belts shuttled material, processors refined as programmed. Survey units traced horizon arcs with minimal adjustments. Containers, fully loaded and awaiting transfer, remained in place. The missed pickup was now a formal entry in logs, a procedural anomaly acknowledged and catalogued. Signals were sent at exact intervals. Responses continued to fail. Communication threads ran uninterrupted, each attempt recorded with precision, each failure noted for system memory. Throughout, tension existed as potential, not action. No alarms sounded. No directives deviated. The Hive maintained operation, awareness embedded as neural record rather than behavioral change. The platform's systems functioned seamlessly. Miners extracted. Processors refined. Survey units scanned. Administrators monitored and logged. The anomaly existed only in records, procedural awareness cataloged but operational flow preserved. Log all intervals, one administrator confirmed. Continue as per protocol. No deviation. Affirmative, the response came. And so the day progressed, mechanical and deliberate, of transmission attempts continued. Containers remained ready. Survey arcs swept the barren horizon. Miners drilled. Processors refined. Administrators logged. The missed pickup existed as a tension threaded through data, a procedural footnote in the Hive's continuous rhythm. Acknowledged but not alarming, observed but not acted upon beyond protocol. Within the platform, every clone maintained position. Every system functioned. Awareness existed, minimal and controlled, alongside operational continuity. The absence of the carrier marked a point of record, a first anomaly catalogued, yet the date proceeded, measured, methodical, precise. The missed pickup was real, and it was noted. It did not yet disrupt the rhythm of the Hive. Survey modules shifted their routines, extending sensor sweeps over previously designated flight paths, and recalibrating elevation parameters to account for any approaching carriers. Each sweep generated constant data streams, which the administrative consoles collected, processed, and cross-referenced against historical pickup schedules. Patterns were compared automatically, highlighting slight variations in timing or trajectory, anything that might indicate the location or approach of the absent transport. Administrators monitored the outputs silently, checking timestamp logs for anomalies, comparing each module's readout to predictive models stored in local memory banks. Even as these assessments were running, minor errors in transmission arose, delayed packets, slightly distorted signatures, but the systems flagged them instantly, prompting second timers to intervene, rerouting modules and recalibrating sensors without delay. Mining units maintained their cycles with mechanical precision, drills vibrating at calibrated intervals, sensors ensuring ore extraction proceeded at the expected output levels. First-timers watched with careful attention, noting how second-timers managed deviations when equipment slowed or registers lagged. Each adjustment, whether a change in drill speed, the slight alteration of hydraulic pressure, or the realignment of containment bins, was accompanied by quiet, measured communication. Hydraulic variance detected in Section C, a second timer reported over the internal channel. Acknowledgement followed instantly. Recalibrating. Expected delay, 14 seconds. Continue extraction cycle. The first timers recorded the interaction, absorbing both the procedural content and the tone of assurance, understanding that these interventions were routine but necessary. Even in the absence of the pickup, normal operations could not halt. Processing units continued their work uninterrupted. Ore flowed into refining chambers with predictable rhythm, temperature sensors adjusted in real time, and extraction of secondary compounds proceeded according to programmed sequencing. Modules flagged minor inconsistencies, a slightly higher impurity reading in a batch, a marginal drop in conveyor speed, and second timers responded with immediate corrective action. Adjusting catalytic flow. Delay under 10 seconds. Recalculation in progress. First timers observed quietly, internalizing the way experienced clones anticipated and corrected deviations before they could accumulate into significant errors. Procedures were repeated for every batch, for every conveyor, for every sensor node across the platform. Nothing stopped. No action was omitted. The Hive ran as a cohesive organism, the absence of the pickup noted only as a variable in the larger equation, acknowledged but not permitted to disrupt the ongoing work. Survey modules continued to expand their sweeps, integrating vertical scans with lateral patterns, overlapping to ensure no sector went unobserved. Sensor data was collated with historical carrier speeds, including seasonal and diurnal variations recorded over previous operational cycles. Administrators ran simulations in real time, predicting likely hold-up scenarios and adjusting alerts accordingly. Each scenario was logged, each possibility measured against probabilities derived from decades of Hive experience. Potential delay factor, atmospheric interference, a second timer noted calmly. Confirming. Cross-referencing sensor logs from last cycle. While the administrators managed these simulations, loading teams at the designated pickup zones maintained their positions beside filled containers. They rotated periodically to reduce the risk of operational fatigue, adjusting mechanical arms and reinforcing containment lids as necessary. Every movement was recorded, every measurement confirmed against the expected parameters. First-timers replicated these actions with careful attention, noting both the sequence and the subtle variations introduced by experienced clones when small obstacles presented themselves. Processing adjustments continued in tandem. Refining chambers required constant attention, temperature spikes, minor pressure fluctuations, unexpected compound reactions. Second timers addressed each anomaly with a quiet efficiency that suggested both deep procedural memory and adaptive instinct. First timers followed instructions, learning both the corrections themselves and the rationale behind them, understanding that experience allowed the more senior clones to maintain output without unnecessary halts. Survey modules detected a faint electromagnetic disturbance along one expected trajectory. Administrators cross-referenced historical records, noting that similar fluctuations had been caused by dust storms and micrometeorite debris in the upper atmosphere. The disturbance was minor, easily within tolerance limits, but flagged nonetheless. Second timers adjusted scanning frequency to increase resolution and verify the reading. Signal distortion localized. No active carrier detected. Affirm. Confirm. Continue sweeps on all vectors. The loading teams responded automatically to these communications, checking their containers and system interfaces. Conveyor belts continued to feed modules with processed ore, while sensors recorded minute vibrations and weight metrics, ensuring readiness for eventual pickup. Every check was verified twice, first by the operating clone, then by a second timer, ensuring procedural compliance. First-timers observed the methodology, learning that oversight and redundancy were as critical as the tasks themselves. Mining continued its rhythm without hesitation, drills running at constant intervals, sensors monitoring vibrations and structural integrity, as second timers intervened only when measurements drifted outside acceptable ranges. Corrections were executed with silent precision, slight adjustments to pressure valves, incremental modifications to rotational speed, recalibration of containment fields. Each action was logged, time-stamped, and fed back into the system for review. Section D drill alignment off by 0.3 degrees, a second timer reported. Adjusting. Realigning. Realignment complete, another clone replied. First timers noted the calm, procedural tone of these exchanges. There was no panic, no unnecessary commentary, only functional communication designed to ensure continuous operation. Administrators maintained continuous updates, sending status requests to the absent carriers, documenting the lack of response, and preparing reports for eventual review. These reports were methodical, precise, and detached, every second of delay recorded, every missed acknowledgement noted. While there was awareness that the pickup had failed to arrive, there was no disruption in operational priorities. Every task continued, every protocol observed. Survey modules shifted to a secondary pattern, integrating predictive modeling with active observation. The sky was scanned in quadrants, each sweep feeding data to the central console for analysis. Minor variations in cloud density, electromagnetic interference, and atmospheric anomalies were logged, correlated, and assessed against prior operational cycles. Administrators ran simulations of potential pickup delays caused by mechanical failure, atmospheric conditions, or navigational errors. First-timers monitored these operations closely, absorbing both the technical adjustments and the subtle cues of experienced clones interpreting complex data streams. They noted the calm, precise cadence of instructions, the subtle prioritization of tasks, and the methodical response to deviations. Every action, every adjustment, every calculation reinforced the rigid procedural structure that defined the Hive's operations. Loading teams continued their observation of containers, maintaining their rotation schedule, verifying seals, checking weight and balance sensors. Second-timers managed deviations without altering the overall operational flow, introducing minor corrective measures when mechanical irregularities arose. First-timers followed these corrections attentively, noting the reasoning behind each adjustment, learning that procedural knowledge combined with situational awareness ensured uninterrupted productivity. Processing units continued to refine, blending ores and secondary compounds with mechanical consistency. Minor alarms were raised automatically when readings drifted outside tolerance ranges, prompting immediate second-timer intervention. Adjustments were subtle yet precise, recalibrating temperatures, flow rates, and containment pressures. Catalyst input stabilized. Flow normalized, a second-timer reported succinctly. Confirm. Continue refinement, an administrator acknowledged. Even with the missed pickup, the Hive's operational rhythm persisted. Every unit functioned within its designated parameters, all modules synchronized, second-timers guiding first-timers, redundancies verifying every action, and administrators documenting every anomaly. The Hive moved as a cohesive system, simultaneously aware of the irregularity and committed to procedural adherence. By mid-cycle, survey modules had completed multiple extended sweeps with no carrier detected. Data was fed into predictive simulations, confirming the possibility of a mechanical or navigational delay, yet no alarms were raised. Administrators maintained regular status requests, noting the absence of response, while continuing to process incoming logs from mining and processing units. Loading teams rotated positions again, performing routine checks and minor mechanical adjustments, while first-timers recorded each procedure for review and learning. Mining, processing, surveying, and administration continued to function without interruption, demonstrating the Hive's resilience. Every minor deviation was noted, corrected, and logged, reinforcing the principle that operations could continue despite external irregularities. The absence of the pickup, while noted, had yet to provoke alarm. The system relied on the steady adherence to procedure to absorb the uncertainty and maintain efficiencies. Internal communications carried the steady, measured cadence of a system designed for redundancy and verifications. Every module broadcast its status repeatedly, each signal confirmed by multiple receivers to ensure no misinterpretation or corruptions. Survey units transmitted terrain data and sky scans at prescribed intervals, while mining sensors reported current yields, extraction rates, and container fill levels. The administrators monitored all streams, noting discrepancies between predicted and actual outputs, analyzing the minor deviations with program detachment. Even the smallest variance was logged, cross-referenced, and prepared for review, with second-timers overseeing each confirmation to guarantee operational integrity. The mining units, usually operating at full capacity, had slowed in rhythm and output. Drill rotations cycled down marginally, the mechanical arms pausing longer between sweeps, containers filling at a reduced rate. This decrease was subtle but perceptible to the experienced clones. Second-timers recognized the signs immediately. Ore deposits seemed thinner in the surveyed regions. Extraction units encountered pockets of lower density, and the rate of container filling lagged behind typical cycles. While the machinery itself functioned correctly, the incoming material simply lacked the expected volume, creating an unspoken gap in preparation for the scheduled pickup. First-timers noticed the slight hesitations of the second-timers as they made adjustments. Check Section B containment. Less than anticipated? One queried quietly over the communication channel, tone neutral yet carrying procedural weight. Confirmed. Down by 6.7% from expected baseline, another responded, fingers tracing the control interface to verify weight readings. Adjust feed cycles. Maintain extraction but do not overcompensate. Predictive modeling indicates no recovery until next sector rotation. The first-timer recorded the exchange silently, noting not only the technical adjustment, but also the subtle manner in which second-timers mitigated disruption without panicking or altering the broader operational schedule. Loading teams continued their rotations beside partially filled containers, following the standard protocol for weight checks, lid security, and mechanical arm alignment. Normally, these teams would experience a constant flow of fully packed containers, yet now they moved between half-full units, measuring each increment of material with exacting precision. Each container's mass was cataloged in real time, the data transmitted to administrative systems to provide a running tally of current output. Any deviation, however minor, triggered a confirmation request from second timers. Container 47, mass deviation logged. Verify contents before proceeding, one administrator directed, voice calm and precise. Acknowledgement came, quickly, fingers tapping across the interface. Container 47 verified. Contents consistent with current extraction cycle. No error detected. Tamer. The repeated verifications became a ritual, a mechanical dance that reinforced the Hive's inherent focus on accuracy. First-timers cycled through the motions under careful observation, absorbing not only the procedures, but the thought process embedded in them, anticipation of irregularity, measured adjustment, and ongoing documentation. Survey logs were examined with extraordinary scrutiny. Each module's record of terrain scans, atmospheric readings, and projected ore deposits was cross-checked against historical averages. The slight decline in extraction output prompted deeper analysis. Modules recalculated expected yield for upcoming cycles, overlaying historical data to identify possible environmental causes. Subtle variations were noted, minor shifts in ore density, unexpected detritus in the drilling path, and localized electromagnetic interference that could marginally affect sensor accuracy. Second timers coordinated the review with methodical efficiency. Cross-verify Section C readings against previous 12 cycles. Include depth and volume ratios. Note any divergence, and administrator directed. First-timers followed, tracing data points across multiple screens, comparing graphs and spreadsheets. They saw the emerging pattern. The mining yield was consistently below baseline, and though the discrepancy was small, it was sufficient to generate concern within the rigid protocols of the Hive. Each reading was cataloged, and simulations were run to estimate cumulative effects on future container fills. While survey and administrative systems managed data verification, mining and processing units maintained rhythmic operations, albeit with adjustments for the lower throughput. Drills cycled slower, conveyor belts carried lighter loads, and refinement units processed material at adjusted intervals. Second timers applied fine corrections, ensuring that machinery did not overcompensate for the decline, which could introduce mechanical stress or errors. Adjust catalytic input for reduced throughput. Maintain temperature gradients within tolerance, one second timer instructed, referencing the processing chamber displays. Confirmed. Input recalculated. Flow normalized for current yield, another responded. The first timers absorbed these adjustments silently, recognizing that the Hive's operational efficiency depended not only on adherence to routine, but also on subtle, continuous recalibration in response to deviations. The absence of the scheduled pickup amplified the significance of these actions, as the system could not simply rely on external removal of materials to maintain balance. Every minor decrease in output had to be accounted for internally, ensuring that all downstream processes remained synchronized. Internal communications continued their steady rhythm. Signals were repeated multiple times, redundancies checked, and every message logged in triplicate. Administrators maintained constant status inquiries to the absent carriers, while mining and processing modules updated extraction, refinement, and containment data in real time. Despite the decrease in material, all units operated without pause, preserving the operational flow. Loading crews rotated systematically, ensuring that each container remained secure despite lower volume. Mechanical arms performed repeated sweeps over container surfaces, verifying lid engagement and sensor alignment. Weight sensors provided constant feedback, which was transmitted immediately to the central consoles. Any mismatch or anomaly prompted instant verification, confirming compliance with standard protocols. Container 53, 5% under expected mass. Confirm adjustment of transfer schedule, a second timer requested. Confirmed. Transfer schedule recalculated. Proceed without delay. The response came, neutral in tone but precise in executions. Survey units maintained vigilance, running supplementary sweeps to detect potential carriers despite the absence of signals. The sky was scanned repeatedly, with data streamed back to administrators for real-time processing. Historical carrier trajectories were used as a baseline for simulations, and minor deviations were flagged for review. The missing pickup created a shadow across these operations. Although no immediate alarm was raised, the systems recognized the anomaly and adjusted internal processes accordingly, ensuring that every module continued its work efficiently. Mining, processing, and loading maintained their respective rhythms. The reduction in output meant that first-timers encountered less material than usual, requiring careful recalibration of expectations. Second-timers guided them through minor procedural changes, adjusting drill depth, modifying conveyor speeds, and recalibrating containment thresholds. Each adjustment was executed with minimal disruption, maintaining overall cycle integrity while accounting for the decline in mined resources. Administrators documented every detail, producing precise records of the anomaly. Logs included time-stamped extraction rates, container mass, sensor readings, and adjusted processing outputs. Every report cross-referenced previous cycles, ensuring that the deviation could be contextualized and analyzed later. First-timers were instructed to monitor and record each adjustment, observing the subtle interplay between decreased yield, procedural adherence, and internal communications. As hours passed, the pattern of reduced output stabilized. Mining cycles continued at slower rates, processing chambers adjusted inputs to match the lower volume, and loading crews verified each container. Survey modules completed repeated sweeps without detecting carriers, while administrators maintained constant, methodical contact attempts. The Hive operated as a single, cohesive entity, with each sector aware of the anomaly but committed to procedural continuity. Subtle discussions occurred among second-timers. Section D extraction down by 7%. Adjusted feed cycle verified. Transfer readiness remains within tolerance, one reported. Understood. Document for review. Maintain cycle continuity. Ensure first-timers note all adjustments, another replied. These exchanges were strictly procedural, minimal in tone, yet essential for coordination and verification. First-timers observed, internalizing the layered management of anomalies, the way the system adapted to reduced resources without halting operations. Every component of the Hive functioned in synchrony. The reduced mining output integrated seamlessly into ongoing workflows. Loading teams verified material readiness multiple times per cycle. Survey logs were reviewed and double-checked for accuracy, and administrators logged every detail for eventual audit. Even with the missed pickup and decreased extraction, productivity continued uninterrupted, demonstrating the resilience and precision of the Hive's systems. The anomaly, the missed pickup and reduced material volume, created a faint undercurrent of uncertainty, yet the Hive absorbed it efficiently. Mining, processing, surveying, and administration persisted in unbroken rhythm, guided by second-timers who ensured first-timers observed and understood the procedural adjustments. Internal communications maintained their rigorous cadence, redundancies were verified, and logs documented every deviation. Operations continued seamlessly, demonstrating the adaptability of the Hive in the face of incomplete external support. The hours stretched slowly across the barren platform, measured in cycles of extraction, refinement, and survey. Mining drills continued their rotations, each arm sweeping through ore pockets with mechanical precision. Conveyor belts carried their loads to the processing chambers, where refinement units adjusted to the slightly reduced volume with near imperceptible recalibrations. The first-timers worked alongside second-timers, observing, adjusting, and recording as instructed, while the rhythm of operations maintained a semblance of normalcy. Despite the lower throughput and the absence of the scheduled pickup, the operational modules continued their cycles, executing their programming with consistent accuracy. Administrators, however, experienced the disruption differently. The missed pickup created a quiet tension among them, subtle but insistent. Their neural programming allowed for strict adherence to routine, yet it also required assessment of anomalies and verification of system integrity. Every unacknowledged status request, every silent transmission to the absent carriers, registered as an irregularity demanding attention. Repeat transmission sequence delta. Confirm receipt from external carriers, one administrator instructed over the network, voice modulated, and neutral. Confirmed. No response. Logs indicate attempted contact 3 cycles ago. Resending sequence, another replied, fingers moving across the interface with practiced efficiency. Each administrative node maintained multiple lines of communication, sending synchronized signals into the void while simultaneously monitoring internal systems. Transmission logs displayed the repeated attempts, timestamps marking each effort, the absence of acknowledgement adding weight to the anomaly. Administrators cross-referenced schedules, historical pickup windows, and predicted trajectories, seeking any clue that could explain the delay. Their focus was precise, almost obsessive, yet no panic surfaced in their tones. Survey modules adjusted their patterns slightly, extending sweeps beyond the usual vectors. Cameras and sensors scanned for movement along expected approach paths, analyzing shadows, reflections, and atmospheric distortions that could indicate incoming carriers. Data streamed continuously to administrative consoles, where second-timers verified the calculations and first-timers recorded observations. Meanwhile, mining units continued their cycles. The reduced output had begun to stabilize, as the system adjusted to the limited reserves remaining in the operational sectors. Drills paused for slightly longer intervals, containers were filled more slowly, and the processing units adapted flows to match the decreased material. First-timers noted these adjustments carefully, noting how second-timers maintained consistency in procedure without signaling alarm, even when equipment efficiency was marginally impacted. Administrators convened virtually through linked consoles, their discussions procedural, deliberate, and minimal. Cross-check Section F and Section G extraction logs. Any discrepancy beyond 0.5%? One asked. Negative. Extraction rates remain within tolerance. Reduction aligns with predicted yield.
Depletion, came the measured response. Run predictive simulation for next 3 cycles, incorporating current deviation. Prepare contingency for pickup failure beyond expected window, another directed, hands gliding across the interface to input parameters. The discussion remained entirely focused on operational continuity. No emotions beyond protocol-driven concern were present, no speculation or deviation from verified data. Yet through this precise discourse, the administrators monitored not only the anomaly but the potential for compounding effects. Containers half-filled could ripple downstream if unaccounted for, affecting both processing and survey cycles, creating gaps in data and material movement. Loading teams rotated methodically between containers, confirming mass, alignment, and sensor feedback. Each verification was transmitted to the central administrative system, where second-timers monitored and confirmed compliance. First-timers recorded each action with meticulous attention, absorbing the way procedural caution could coexist with uninterrupted workflow. Survey modules continued extended sweeps. Shadows and reflections were cataloged, telemetry cross-checked against previous pickup windows, and atmospheric interference was calculated against known anomalies. Though no carriers appeared, the administrators ensured that all sensors maintained redundancy and verification, recording each sweep in multiple logs for later review. Meanwhile, mining and processing operations functioned with quiet precision. The drills moved predictably through ore pockets, conveyors carried loads with mechanical regularity, and refinement chambers adjusted chemical flows to match the decreased input. Containers cycled through the loading bays, mechanically aligned and verified, and the operators maintained their rhythm, aware that productivity had to continue even in the absence of external interaction. The administrators continued their procedural dialogue, calm yet persistent. Delta transmission sequence still unacknowledged. Confirm error tolerance limits. Limits remain within acceptable parameters. Continue repeated transmission. Log each attempt and timestamps. Simulate potential causes. Carrier malfunction, environmental obstruction, trajectory deviation. Prioritize response contingencies, another added, fingers moving methodically over the interface. Through these minimal exchanges, the Hive's management preserved both the operational flow and the integrity of the logs. Every decision, adjustment, and verification was documented, ensuring that future cycles could be reviewed for accuracy, anomalies, and the impact of missed pickups. First-timers observed the rhythm of this oversight, noting how procedural concern could exist alongside seamless mechanical operation. Mining cycles continued, reduced but uninterrupted. Drills rotated at a slightly diminished speed to conserve energy while avoiding equipment stress. Containers, though only partially filled, were secured according to protocol, and conveyors moved steadily toward processing chambers. Refinement units adjusted to the lower input volume with precise chemical calibrations, maintaining quality and consistency. Second-timers monitored all adjustments, verifying that no deviation exceeded prescribed tolerances. Survey data was analyzed continuously. Every sweep returned new telemetry, which administrators compared against previous cycles and predictive models. Even as no carriers arrived, these modules continued to function fully, producing redundant logs for all sectors. Data points were flagged, cross-referenced, and stored, ready for review once external systems resumed communication. The day's operational flow settled into a careful balance. Mining and processing maintained rhythm, containers cycled properly, survey modules scanned precisely, and administrative oversight remained vigilant. The missing pickup created a subtle undercurrent of uncertainty, but no module deviated from its task. Efficiency was preserved, and the Hive adapted to the anomaly without interruption, the procedural framework ensuring continuity. Update contingency logs for holding period beyond 4 cycles. Confirm stability of all operational sectors, one administrator instructed. Confirmed. Time. No anomalies beyond reduced extraction rate. All modules functioning within operational parameters, a second confirmed. First-timers observed the exchange silently, internalizing the measured response to irregularity. The Hive's programming and their training emphasized adherence to routine, yet the administrators' dialogue revealed the layered approach to anomaly management, repeated verification, cross-referencing of data, predictive simulations, and minimal but precise intervention.
As the sun, or the equivalent planetary marker, shifted across the barren horizon, the platform moved through its cycles with mechanical fidelity. Mining units extracted, processing units refined, and survey modules scanned, all while administrators maintained procedural vigilance. The absence of the pickup was noted, logged, and managed, yet the Hive continued its operations as designed. Loading teams rotated methodically, confirming container security and mass. Conveyor belts transported ore to processing chambers, and the refiners adjusted to accommodate lower throughput. First-timers followed the lead of second-timers, observing how minimal adjustments could compensate for an external disruption without halting any ongoing processes. Administrators continued their careful dialogue, methodical and precise.
Recalculate remaining extraction cycles based on current throughputs.
Adjust load balancing if necessary.
Prepare status report for end-of-cycle review. Confirmed. Simulation complete. Port. All modules remain within operational tolerances. Status report compiled and logged. The Hive's integrated system continued to function in near-perfect coordination. Every sector contributed to overall efficiency, and the slight undercurrent of uncertainty caused by the absent pickup did not interrupt the procedural rhythm. Mining, processing, loading, and survey continued without deviation, and administrators maintained the necessary vigilance, ensuring that no aspect of the anomaly went unrecorded or unmanaged. Even with reduced output and external silence, the platform demonstrated resilience. Operational continuity persisted across all modules. First-timers learned from the careful adjustments, and second-timers ensured consistency. Administrators, though aware of the unusual circumstances, maintained calm, precise oversight, their dialogue limited but effective, guiding the Hive through the subtle irregularity without breaking the cycle of productivity. Every container, sensor, and process was accounted for. Logs documented extraction rates, container weights, survey readings, and attempted communications. The system remained prepared for eventual resolution, yet continued operation ensured that efficiency was never compromised. The missed pickup was a gap, a subtle flaw in an otherwise seamless routine, and the Hive absorbed it quietly, adapting to the anomaly with mechanical diligence. The hours passed. The platform rotated through cycles, extraction continued, refinement adjusted to match the lower volume, and survey modules maintained their extended sweeps. Administrators repeated transmissions, checked redundancies, and reviewed logs. Dialogue was minimal, procedural, and precise, reflecting concern without alarm. The Hive persisted, resilient, disciplined, and unbroken. The supply corridors hummed with mechanical life, but food service units moved in strict formation along the narrow passageways, each step deliberate, wheels rolling silently across the metal grates. Trays of hydroponic greens, luminous under the soft white grow lights, were transferred from production modules to storage units. The clones, arms calibrated for efficiency, their neural programming ensuring no plant was misplaced or mishandled. Each container bore an identification chip, its digital record updated automatically as it passed through the checkpoints. Administration monitored these transfers closely, the small glow of their data terminals reflecting in their lenses as they cross-checked every movement against supply schedules and projected consumption rates. Tray 127, Delta Bay, complete, reported Kalo, the senior food handler, his voice clipped yet calm. He tapped the console, confirming the transfer. The administrator, Sierra, responded with a soft hum of acknowledgement, her fingers tracing the data line to verify the nutritional output of the tray and its contribution to overall caloric projections. Copy. Delta Bay count matches expected output, Sierra replied, her tone procedural. There was no stress in her voice, none of the emotion that might accompany scarcity elsewhere, but the precision in her words reflected the subtle concern that ran through the Hive. The automated notifications had already highlighted that the stockpile in Delta Bay was below optimal levels, an anomaly that required careful accounting. Hydroponic lights shifted rhythmically, moving to maximize exposure across the growing surfaces. Nutrient reservoirs hummed, valves opening and closing with mechanical exactness to redistribute limited solutions to sections showing slower growth. The clones in production moved like shadows over the trays, checking for wilt, discoloration, or contamination. Every leaf removed or repositioned was logged automatically, every adjustment noted in the continuous feed to administration. Humidity in beta sector is rising above set threshold, called a first-timer, her voice tentative as she spoke through the communication relay. She paused before continuing, conscious of her inexperience, knowing that her senior counterpart, Dex, would step in if her actions were insufficient. Adjust vapor output by 3%, then confirm delta readings, Dex replied evenly, already manipulating the controls with practiced familiarity.
His movements were fluid, second nature, a combination of programmed precision and experiential knowledge. As he adjusted the vapor regulators, the network relayed the corrected parameters back to the administrators, who watched the metrics shift on their screens. The internal storage modules presented a stark picture. Every crate, tray, and container was visible in holographic display arrays above the administrator's console, a full inventory updated in real time. While the automated systems highlighted levels, it was the human clones in administration who interpreted the implications. Syrah and her team ran a continuous stream of calculations, projecting hydroponic yields over the next cycles and balancing them against known consumption rates.
Projection at current growth rates indicates 48 hours before Delta Bay reaches half capacity, Syrah said, her voice calm, almost monotone, yet carrying the weight of procedural urgency. Kalo moved closer, scanning the same projection from his mobile console. Extend lighting in gamma sector by 6 cycles, he suggested, methodical and precise, again. It will increase output marginally without impacting nutrient reserves too sharply. Confirmed, Syrah responded. I will update supply schedules and redistribute trays accordingly. Notify beta team of adjusted transfer windows. Every adjustment sent ripples through the operational system. Conveyor units shifted their timing, loading mechanisms delayed slightly to accommodate the new delivery schedule, and the clones in transit moved in perfect unison, guided by the synchronized programming. First-timers shadowed the movements of second-timers, noting the sequence of actions, absorbing the procedural flow without deviation. In the nutrient reservoirs, the older mechanical valves creaked slightly, a reminder of the platform's age. Maintenance bots hovered nearby, waiting to cycle through routine calibrations. Dex noted the minor deviation, but allowed the system to self-correct, trusting the sensors and backups to maintain operational stability. Administration monitored the feed with quiet attention, logging every minor anomaly, every adjustment, and every completed transfer. Beta sector humidity within tolerance now, the first-timer reported again, her voice slightly steadier. The administrator acknowledged it with a nod, sending confirmation through the system, which automatically logged the successful correction and updated the overall environmental metrics. The clones continued their work with methodical efficiency. Trays moved from production bays to storage racks, new seedlings were planted into nutrient matrices, and water recirculation systems hummed steadily. Every micro-adjustment, every timing shift was recorded, ensuring that no resource went unaccounted for. The platform's limitations were clear. Hydroponic output could not indefinitely meet the population's needs, but the system adapted with subtle, controlled modifications, extending the resources as far as the programming and experience of the clones allowed. Kalo paused at the end of the corridor, scanning the final tray transfer before its placement in the central storage. Gamma sector extension complete. Nutrient distribution adjusted.
Acknowledged, Syrah replied, her fingers moving over the interface to log the operation and send updated instructions to the remaining food teams. Supply metrics stable. Continue monitoring for deviations. Report any abnormal readings immediately. The rhythm of the work continued, uninterrupted by emotion, undisturbed by speculation. First-timers moved carefully beside second-timers, repeating the procedures with precise fidelity. Administration watched every parameter, coordinated every adjustment, and ensured that the platform's internal supply system, fragile as it was, remained functional. It was a controlled, calculated dance, a demonstration of the Hive's reliance on order, programming, and meticulous attention to resource management. Even as trays emptied faster than they could be fully replenished, even as projections indicated diminishing reserves, the clones moved without hesitation. The process demanded no pause for concern, only adherence to procedures. Food production and administration interlocked like gears in a well-worn machine, their dialogue minimal, strictly functional, yet essential to maintaining the fragile equilibrium of the platforms. Hydroponic cycles lengthened incrementally, conveyor speeds adjusted to optimize transfer timing, and nutrient allocations were continuously monitored for optimal output. Every tray, every plant, every microgram of nutrient was accounted for.
First-timers observed and learned, second-timers ensured precision, and administrators maintained the overarching control, coordinating the flow of supplies while simultaneously tracking consumption and predicting future shortfalls. Delta Bay half capacity reached. Adjusting gamma sector projections for next cycle, Syrah reported. Kalo acknowledged, moving on to coordinate the next series of transfers. All teams proceed with updated transfer schedules. Confirm nutrient recalibration completed. The work carried on, unbroken, methodical, deliberate, a seamless operation of clones bound by training, programming, and necessity. Scarcity loomed as a measurable fact, not an emotional condition. Every adjustment, every calculation, every completed transfer reinforced the Hive's ability to function under strain, demonstrating the system's rigid efficiency even as resources thinned.
The medical bay glowed with the soft, artificial light of the modular ceiling panels, casting elongated shadows across the array of treatment pods. Each pod was a precisely engineered chamber, lined with monitors and supply racks containing everything a medical clone could need: regenerative compounds, nutrient injectors, emergency supplies, and diagnostic tools. A low hum filled the air as the automated systems cycled air and monitored environmental stability. Inside the bay, the clones in medical service moved with careful attention, their hands steady, their neural programming ensuring each movement conformed to established protocol. Their eyes scanned monitors that displayed the vitals of the miners recently returned from the radioactive sections of the mines. The number of affected individuals had risen steadily over the past cycles, and the supplies allocated for treatments were finite, sufficient for emergencies, but not for sustained demand if exposure continued at this rate. Pod 14, vitals declining, reported Terran, a first-timer in the medical unit. His voice was calm but measured, carrying the procedural urgency of the situation. He adjusted the injector arm over the pod, preparing the necessary compounds. "I see," replied Vera, the second-timer overseeing the station. Dose. Her hands moved confidently, calibrating dosage and monitoring the automated readouts. "Start slow infusion, log time, and update the patient index immediately. Notify me if any anomaly occurs in vitals beyond standard parameters." Terran complied, watching the green-toned compound slowly circulate through the pod's internal tubings. The monitor displayed steady increments of improvement, though he knew the treatments were consuming their limited supply at a measurable rate. Vera glanced at the resource tracker embedded in the station's interface, noting the depletion. "Compound reserves are down to 72% of standard capacity," she said, her tone neutral but precise. "At this rate, we'll need to ration treatments more strictly if the next exposure cycle produces similar casualties." "Should we prioritize mining crew pods over processing?" Terran asked, hesitating only slightly before speaking, conscious that this decision, though procedural, carried real implications for operational efficiency. "Yes," Vera confirmed without pause. "Critical extraction capabilities must remain functional. Processing crews follow, but minor delays are tolerable. Log this in the operational directive." She tapped the console, sending a digital update to the administration network. Every decision, every allocation, every adjustment was documented automatically, ensuring that every clone downstream in the Hive could access the same verified information. In the adjacent treatment lanes, other medical clones moved in similar rhythms. Pods opened and closed with quiet mechanical precision. Emergency injectors, preloaded with basic regenerative compounds, were swapped as necessary, and minor injuries, abrasions, radiation burns, slight tremors, were catalogued meticulously. Each case received identical attention: evaluation, treatment, logging, and monitoring. Radiation exposure in Pod 19 showing slight deviation from baseline, another clone called out, checking the digital display for vital signs. "Confirm readings," Vera said, already moving to adjust the dosage injector. "Document deviation, but maintain standard infusions. Notify administration of cumulative exposure levels. Begin reallocation of excess nutrient reserves to this pod." First-timers shadowed the second-timers, observing every minute adjustment, every procedural decision. They noted how Vera calculated compound distribution to maximize effect while conserving the overall supply, how she balanced urgency against longevity, and how every intervention was aligned with the overarching need to maintain operational capability of the mining teams. The hum of the medical scanners blended with the faint clatter of supply bots, delivering trays of regenerative compounds. Each tray was scanned, verified, and logged before distribution, ensuring that no resource was misplaced. Supplies were finite, and the clones, programming enforced careful management. Nothing could be wasted, nothing could go unmonitored. "Minor contusions in Pod 22, Terran reported, his voice again calm but precise. "Do we treat immediately or maintain observation?" "Police. Observation only," Vera replied. "Resource conservation is priority. Unless vitals indicate deterioration beyond protocol, withhold compound infusion." Implied. "Update logs. Confirm next cycle evaluation." The automated network synchronized across every pod, every clone in the bay, every terminal in administration. Data flowed continuously: radiation exposure, regenerative compound levels, pod occupancy, vitals, projected needs. Administrators cross-checked these metrics with mining output, estimating how long the medical supply reserves could sustain operations under current conditions. Projective analysis indicates supplies sufficient for 72 hours under current exposure. Sira's voice came over the administrative feed. She monitored multiple modules simultaneously, coordinating allocations with the medical team. Beyond that, rationing protocols must increase. Notify me of any anomalies or unexpected deviations immediately. Acknowledged by the medical team, the clones adjusted their workflows. Pod doors opened and closed in smooth, silent rotations. Treatment injectors hummed as compounds were administered. Terran noted a subtle tremor in one of the first-timer miners but saw that it fell within expected parameters. He logged the data and continued treatment elsewhere, his movements following the pattern he had been trained to replicate. Pod 31, low regenerative reserves, Terran noted aloud, his first clear deviation from the automated routine. Do we shift compounds from beta lane reserve? Shift approved, Vera confirmed. Ensure new allocation is logged and projected. Compound depletion recalculated. Notify administrations. The automated inventory system recalculated, factoring in every infusion, every reassignment, every reduction in reserve. Data displayed predicted exhaustion thresholds, and the team recalibrated future treatment cycles accordingly. First-timers observed and learned the delicate balance between immediate treatment and long-term sustainability. They saw how critical procedural judgment was, how even minor deviations could have cascading effects on operational efficiency. Exposure incidents are increasing faster than predicted, Vera said, her voice carrying the faintest trace of procedural tension. She moved quickly to reassign priority pods, adjusting dosing schedules, logging every step. We cannot compromise mining team functionality. Treat critical personnel first. Record non-critical observations for delayed intervention. Terran nodded, executing the adjustments, and the team continued in measured, deliberate rhythm. Pods cycled open and closed. Supplies were shifted, compounds administered, vitals monitored, and data streamed seamlessly to administration. The system operated like a living entity, each clone, each machine, each bit of information feeding into a larger whole that maintained the Hive's operational stability, even under the strain of increasing exposure and diminishing resources. Even as the medical bay faced a slow but persistent drain of supplies, the work progressed with unbroken continuity. Each clone, trained and programmed, executed protocols perfectly. The tension in the air was procedural, a recognition of finite resources and necessary prioritization, not fear. Every infusion, every reallocation, every minor adjustment reflected careful planning, training, and coordination. By the end of the cycle, several pods had completed treatment, logs were fully updated, and nutrient and regenerative compound inventories were recalculated with precision. First-timers, having observed the process in full, were prepared to replicate the routines in their next cycles. Second-timers ensured accuracy and continuity, their experience allowing them to anticipate complications and adjust allocations without hesitation. Administration recorded all changes, projecting future consumption and planning next cycle interventions. The medical units remained functional, efficient, and coordinated, responding to increasing exposure with methodical care. Supplies were finite, procedures exacting, and yet the Hive persisted, balancing health management against the operational necessity of keeping mining and processing crews fully functional. Every decision, every adjustment, and every procedural correction underscored the system's reliance on both precise protocols and the experience of the clones, creating a careful equilibrium, even as resources dwindled. Administrators gathered in the command hub, the air dense with the faint tang of recycled oxygen, warm circuitry, the metallic smell of maintenance grease. Each console glowed with overlapping datasets, caloric consumption, nutrient distribution, projected hydroponic yields, medical stock levels, work cycle assignments, and operational efficiency metrics. The hum of machinery and the constant stream of digital communications provided a steady backdrop, almost hypnotic in its repetition, yet beneath the rhythm there was a subtle tension. Sira, seated at the central terminal, ran her gloved fingers over the touch interface, highlighting clusters of data with swift precision. Current caloric reserves, she said, her voice clipped and measured, will maintain full population, 348 clones, for 48 hours at standard allocation. Beyond that, rationing schedules must be enacted to avoid shortages. She adjusted the interface to overlay projected hydroponic outputs against consumption patterns. Extended photoperiod cycles in primary growth modules may increase yield by an estimated 7%, but that will only extend sustainability by a single cycle unless we redistribute nutrients. A second administrator, Relan, leaned over Sira's shoulder, his expression taut. Redistribution will require temporary reallocation from secondary modules. We risk minor nutrient deficits in non-essential areas. He tapped a series of inputs, pulling up efficiency readouts and supply logs. Even a 2% deficit across maintenance staff or processing crews could cascade into delayed work cycles. Sira's fingers paused mid-swipe. We can't allow delays. not with the mining projections for the next cycle already exceeding prior yield expectations. Every clone has to perform at standard efficiency, or the hive's operational targets slip. Her eyes lingered on the population readout, a silent acknowledgement that 348 lives, each a component of the larger organism, depended entirely on the balance of calculations displayed before them. Relan exhaled, softly, almost reflexively, then began rerouting nutrient streams in the interface, cross-referencing hydroponic output schedules with shift rotations. Finds. We'll run the photo period extension for 36 hours and stagger the nutrient redistribution to avoid bottlenecks. Monitor caloric reserves closely. Any variance beyond 0.5% triggers emergency protocol. The hub remained alive with the steady pulse of lights, console activity, and data streams. Despite the calm rhythm, each administrator felt the subtle weight of responsibility. Behind the numbers, behind the precise calculations and automated warnings, the survival of 348 clones depended on their decisions. A single misstep, a delayed recalibration, a misrouted nutrient flow, could ripple outward, disrupting the finely tuned cycle of work, life, and sustenance across the hive. Drex, monitoring the mining crews' nutrient consumption patterns, leaned forward, eyes narrowing at the fluctuating lines of data. High-output mining teams are using more calories than predicted. If we reduce allocations to secondary work pods by 10%, we can redistribute the surplus, but maintenance crews will operate below optimum efficiency. Sierra's eyes did not leave the central monitor. We cannot compromise maintenance. Verify hydroponic output adjustments first. Redistribute nutrients from tertiary modules to supplement secondary pods. Run recalculation on projected reserve survival based on adjusted distribution. She paused briefly. All changes must be logged and broadcast immediately to food production modules. Any deviation risks system integrity. Kalen, overseeing hydroponic modules, interjected. Pod 12 and Pod 17 are underperforming. Nutrient concentrations in the water recirculation loops are below thresholds. If we compensate by diverting reserves from low-priority pods, projected yields will balance, but reserves will be thin for subsequent cycles. Do it, Sierra replied without hesitation. Update predictive models, log adjustments, and monitor output continuously. All modifications must be reversible if conditions fluctuate. Notify food distribution teams to prepare for adjusted caloric allocations per pod. Confirm acknowledgements from all delivery modules. Repeat confirmation thrice to ensure integrity. Drex entered commands at his console, rerouting nutrients and adjusting the photo period of affected pods. Status confirmations flickered across the interface as automated acknowledgements pinged from every distribution node. Each blink represented not just a confirmation but a guarantee that thousands of clones would receive exactly the right caloric input at precisely the right time. Medical consumption is trending upward in the mining sector, Sierra noted. Compound reserves must be prioritized over food. Adjust caloric intake in high-output pods to accommodate the necessary increase in regenerative compounds. Update rationing schedules accordingly, and broadcast recalibrated tables to distribution networks. Kalen adjusted nutrient densities in the growth cycles, meticulously calculating increases in protein concentration, carbohydrate availability, and essential micronutrients. The changes were subtle, almost imperceptible, but they allowed the system to balance energy distribution with minimal disruption. Projected yields recalculated, he reported. Nutrient density and photoperiod adjustments should maintain full operational efficiency through the next 3 cycles, barring further anomalies. Verify all adjustments against projected work cycle demands, Sierra instructed. Mining, processing, maintenance, medical, hydroponics, and administrative pods. Every task class must be accounted for in the updated rationing schedule. Input any minor deviations immediately to prevent cascading errors. Do not allow over or under allocation. Precision is critical. Drex ran a final set of simulations, testing hundreds of potential variables: hydroponic failures, spike in medical consumption, sudden environmental stressors. Each scenario was logged, recalculations performed, and contingency schedules uploaded into the administrative network. System recalculations complete. Adjusted rationing tables distributed. All modules acknowledge receipt. Predictive projections indicate reserves remain sufficient for the next 66 hours under current consumption trends. Sierra reviewed the overall projections, her gaze sweeping across the console array. Monitor consumption hourly, she said. Look for anomalies, track deviations, and adjust nutrient flows accordingly. Any significant spike in use must trigger immediate recalculations. Rationing schedules are dynamic and must respond in real time. precision and speed are mandatory. Kalen began a secondary analysis of each hydroponic module. He mapped the nutrient recirculation loops, checking pump pressure, differentials, flow rates, and light intensity gradients across multiple trays. Each pod was unique. Even minor variations could produce cascading effects if uncorrected. Pod 4 shows a slight decline in chlorophyll density relative to predicted baseline, he reported. If we maintain current allocation, yield will drop by 2%. Compensatory nutrient redistribution recommended. Sierra nodded sharply for this stage. Redistribute. Document. Monitor. All adjustments logged and confirmed. We cannot afford minor inefficiencies at this stage. Track all dependent pods to ensure cascading impacts are identified immediately. Forecast survival timelines post-adjustment. Meanwhile, Drex cross-referenced high-output task pods against nutrient consumption trends. Micro-fluctuations in calorie burn rates suggested that minor behavioral deviations among mining clones were affecting total energy expenditure. Pod 7 and Pod 15 are consuming above projections by 3%, he noted. Not corrected, we'll have an early depletion of reserves. Adjust rationing tables immediately, Sierra ordered. Do not reduce intake below safe operational thresholds. Notify distribution modules of revised caloric outputs per pod. Broadcast changes across all administrative nodes and require acknowledgement confirmations thrice. Log any discrepancies. Kalen activated additional environmental controls in hydroponic bays, fine-tuned humidity, temperature, and nutrient concentrations, balancing gains with resource limitations. Projected yield increases by 4.5% with adjusted photoperiods and nutrient recalibration, he said. Resource allocation remains within acceptable margins for the next cycle. Sierra allowed herself a fraction of a nod but remained focused. Maintain continuous monitoring. Verify compliance from all pods. Any deviation, no matter how small, must trigger immediate recalibration. How small? Predictive projections must be rerun after every cycle to incorporate new data points. Drex initiated contingency simulations for potential further stressors, equipment degradation, sudden spikes and minor injuries, and hydroponic module underperformance. Each simulation generated thousands of possible outcomes, feeding back into the primary administrative interface. Simulations complete, he reported. All predicted anomalies accounted for. Adjusted rationing tables remain valid. Projections remain within operational thresholds. The administrators paused briefly, taking stock of the system's status. They watched as status confirmations pinged across all distribution nodes. Each blink represented not just a functioning command, but a tangible measure of thousands of clones receiving exactly what they needed to survive and operate. Secondary hydroponic pods maintained stability, Kalen observed. No immediate threats detected, all pods functioning within acceptable variance ranges. Nutrient redistribution has stabilized, predicted yields. Continue monitoring, Sierra said. High output and medical pods require hourly oversight. Track all deviations in consumption and growth metrics. Any anomaly, regardless of magnitude, must be recorded and corrected immediately. Predictive recalculations are mandatory after each adjustment. Every decision, every adjustment, every calculation carried the weight of survival. The Hive, as a single organism, depended entirely on the precision and vigilance of the administrators. They tracked consumption, redistributed nutrients, recalculated projections, and broadcasted updated instructions across the network. Every micro-adjustment rippled through the system, maintaining operational stability in the face of finite resources. Even as hours passed, administrators remained active at their stations, rerunning projections, cross-referencing nutrient flows, and adjusting work cycle schedules to minimize strain. They scrutinized consumption deviations, predicted potential failures, and recalculated survival timelines in real time. Their vigilance was relentless, ensuring that the population's caloric and nutrient requirements were balanced against the limits of production and medical supply availability. Each broadcasted rationing table, every acknowledgement from a distribution node, and each adjusted hydroponic cycle reinforced the administrators' role as the Hive's guardians. Errors were unacceptable. Oversight was not permitted. Their work was invisible to the operational clones but critical to every bite of food consumed, every drop of regenerative compound administered, every unit of productivity sustained. By the end of the monitoring cycle, rationing tables were fully optimized. Every clone's intake, nutrient requirement, and task assignment had been recalculated to maximize efficiency, balance output, and preserve resources. Adjustments to work cycles minimized strain while ensuring operational continuity. Predictive models ran continuously, testing the system against potential stresses, and administrators remained vigilant, updating schedules, verifying compliance, and logging every modification. Sarah finally leaned back slightly, eyes sweeping the command hub. Despite the dense datasets, the endless recalculations, and the constant monitoring, a sense of meticulous control prevailed. The Hive operated as a single, integrated system under her direction, yet the administrators knew the control was fragile. The balance of survival depended entirely on their precision, vigilance, and ability to anticipate every variable. Every adjustment mattered, and the system would remain stable only so long as the administrators upheld their unbroken watch. The platform hummed with its usual mechanical rhythm, the whir of drills cutting into mineral veins, conveyor belts shuttling raw ore, and survey drones tracing the barren landscape with tireless precision. On the surface, everything appeared to run smoothly, but administrators and module supervisors felt the subtle strains accumulating in the system. Consumables were thinning. Equipment that had once been dependable now creaked, vibrated, and required constant attention. Minor malfunctions, previously handled with spare parts, were now patched in temporary, ad hoc ways. No replacements had arrived. Nothing new had come from outside the Hive to refresh worn machinery, broken pumps, or worn conduits. Sarah, stationed at the central hub, flicked through the data feeds with tight focus. Pod 14, she said, voice steady but measured. The drill motor is at 79% operational efficiency. Output is down 4%. No spare replacement exists in inventory. We can attempt a temporary recalibration, but we cannot guarantee full restoration beyond the current cycle. Kaylin, monitoring the hydroponic modules, adjusted environmental controls for nutrient redistribution. Pods 12 and 17 are holding, but nutrient reserves are approaching critical thresholds. We've extended photoperiods and balanced water flow, but efficiency gains are marginal. Any further strain will reduce crop yields by a measurable fraction.
Document everything, Sarah instructed.
All temporary adjustments, performance losses, and projected declines logged in triplicate. Distribute status updates to secondary administration nodes. Notify operations leads of potential efficiency reductions.
Drex, watching mining outputs on his interface, frowned.
Output is cycling down across all secondary mining pods. Material reserves in containers are dropping below standard levels for transfer. Loading crews report consistent quantities, but projections show shortfalls in upcoming pickup windows if the trend continues. Sarah nodded. Acknowledge. Continue standard loading protocols. Ensure containers are filled to capacity with available material, even if incomplete. All deviations must be logged. Repeat transmission to distribution modules 3 times. Confirm acknowledgements. At the hydroponic bays, the food production teams moved with precise efficiency. Nutrient distribution lines hissed and dripped, lights overhead flickering slightly from overloaded circuits. Workers recalibrated water pressures and nutrient densities, ensuring that no tray received excess while another went short. Every adjustment was meticulously logged, then transmitted to administration. We are within operational limits, one technician reported, but efficiency is decreasing. Modules 9 and 11 are using more energy to maintain output. Further adjustments may push system stability to the threshold. Sarah's fingers danced across the console. Maintain output. Track energy consumption, and cross-reference with predictive models. Notify distribution modules of any projected deviations. Contingency measures prepared, but no changes enacted until deviations reach critical thresholds. Even as modules functioned, the cracks of scarcity were visible in minute ways. Pumps groaned under strain, filters clogged slightly faster than expected, and regenerative compounds for medical pods were counted and rationed with increasing care. Every system was a balancing act, attempting to squeeze maximum utility from diminishing resources. Drex spoke again, his tone clipped, formal. Mining pod outputs for high-priority ores are down 3% across 2 cycles. Secondary pods show a 4% reduction. Total material available for transfer is 32% below standard projections. All adjustments to distribution schedules have been calculated and uploaded. Sarah acknowledged without looking up. Continue. Recalculate efficiency margins hourly. Maintain standard extraction schedules unless a critical failure occurs. All anomalies logged, and notify module leads immediately of any escalation in performance loss. No deviations unless unavoidable. Administrative nodes remained alive with a low static hum as reports streamed in from every section of the Hive. Nutrient consumption, hydroponic output, container status, medical supply usage, all fed into the central hubs. Each administrator tracked small discrepancies with meticulous care, cross-referencing predicted outcomes against live data. Secondary hydroponics pod reserves are holding at 87%, Kalin reported. Redistribution has compensated for recent losses, but margin for error is narrow. Any additional decline may require intervention in allocation schedules. And Sierra responded calmly. Monitor. Forecast next 2 cycles for all pods. Maintain redundancy in calculations. And distribution adjustments must be made preemptively if projections indicate below threshold yields. Notify food service leads for potential redistribution. In the mining bays, crew modules continued laboring through declining ore availability. Drills emitted a faint, higher-pitched vibration as worn bearings strained against repetitive cycles. Conveyor belts shuddered under the added weight of unevenly sized containers, and survey drones hovered longer over regions where resources had begun to dwindle. Pod 7 output is unstable, a supervisor called through the administrative comms. Container quantities consistent, but ore density is dropping. Material collection times extended by 30 seconds per cycle. No replacements on hand. Forecast shows continuous decline over next 3 cycles. Own. Log and broadcast immediately, Sierra responded. Continue standard operational cadence. Notify loading teams of expected variance. Confirm acknowledgement thrice. Document all deviations in efficiency projections. All communications must be redundant. Recalculate extraction forecasts after each cycle. Medical and food modules functioned under similar pressures. Treatment kits remained available, but reserves were thinning slightly with each minor injury or nutrient adjustment. Hydroponic trays delivered crops on time, but module efficiency was at the lower bounds of acceptable performance. Any failure would create cascading effects across the population. Module 15 requires additional attention, Kalin said, glancing at the interface. Leaf density is marginal, and nutrient delivery is slower due to minor pump degradation. Redistribution compensates for now, but repeated cycles at this rate will drop output below minimum thresholds. Sarah tapped the terminal lightly. Continue redistribution. Recalculate projected yields each cycle. Notify distribution nodes of any potential deficiencies. Prepare emergency recalibration procedures. Confirm acknowledgement from all operational pods. As the hours passed, the subtle undercurrent of concern became more apparent among the administrators. Their dialogue remained precise and procedural, but behind each instruction lay the awareness that resources, machinery, and consumables were being stretched to their limits. Every adjustment, every recalibration, every reallocation was designed to maintain the facade of seamless operation while the numerical reality pressed against the Hive's capacity. We are still within safe operational margins, Sierra said finally, her tone controlled. But monitor closely. Any additional strain or anomaly must be reported immediately. Maintain standard extraction, processing, and surveying schedules. Continue nutrient redistribution and medical supply monitoring. Efficiency losses must be documented, recalculated, and broadcast. Prepare contingency protocols, but no panic. This is management, not alarm. Even under constrained resources, the Hive functioned as a cohesive system. Mining continued, processing continued, hydroponic production continued, and medical care continued. Yet beneath the surface, administrators and module leads were constantly adjusting, documenting, and projecting every potential failure. The system's equilibrium was delicate, maintained by vigilance, calculation, and constant oversight. The cracks were small, but they were there, and every administrator understood that the limits of supplies, equipment, and energy defined precisely what could be accomplished. The clones performing their tasks felt little disruption, yet the administration's dialogue reflected the subtle strain. Every efficiency recalculation, nutrient redistribution, and performance logging communicated the unspoken reality. The Hive could continue functioning, but only just, and every cycle brought them closer to thresholds that would soon require more than procedural solutions. No panic existed yet, but the careful, exacting voice of administration carried the quiet weight of concern through the hub. Orders were precise, status reports repeated, and contingency protocols prepared. All functions remained operational, but the underlying fragility was apparent to those who maintained the system. The Hive survived this cycle, but administrators knew the balance was precarious, and the next set of calculations could tip it further toward the edge. The mining modules, once a hive of constant extraction, now sat in eerie stillness. The conveyor belts hummed faintly in low-power mode, turning empty rollers and idling beneath the hanging frameworks that once carried the veins of precious ore. Machinery whirred quietly, performing automated lubrication routines. a simulation of productivity without purpose. Every miner, trained in precise excavation and handling procedures, found themselves wandering through familiar loops with no tasks to occupy them, their practiced motions repeating redundantly, as if the system had not yet registered the absence of materials. They checked and rechecked maintenance logs, polished equipment that did not require it, and reviewed protocols for ore handling that no longer had any relevance. Each step followed a memorized sequence, carried out in a mechanical cadence that refused to acknowledge the void around them. In administration, Alvarez stood before the central hollow panel, his posture rigid, eyes scanning the streaming readouts from every sector of the platform. Reports arrived continuously: mining status, survey logs, loading readiness, hydroponic output, medical assessments. All indicated standard operational processes, yet beneath the steady flow of data lay the same anomaly, repeated across multiple modules: zero extraction, zero incoming material. He keyed in a query to the primary communication channels, sending repeated requests for directives from the overlords, anticipating an update that would never arrive for them. The response was identical to the last cycle: silence. Not a single acknowledgement, no override, no new assignment to this. Status check, all modules, Alvarez spoke into the line. His voice carried the formal detachment required by protocol, but the frequency of his queries betrayed a subtle insistence. Confirm operational continuity and readiness for directives. Each subordinate responded with exactitude. All modules functioning within standard parameters. No deviations recorded. Mining modules idle. Survey scans ongoing. Loaders at standby. Alvarez exhaled slowly. He had read these confirmations dozens of times in the last few cycles, yet each repetition now carried an unspoken weight. There was no panic in the responses, no allowance for subjective concern, but the repeated acknowledgement of idle extraction underscored the reality that had begun to settle across the platforms. The miners, constrained by their programming, continued to patrol the corridors and decks, maintaining the illusion of activity. Survey teams expanded their scanning patterns slightly, probing further into surrounding terrain than usual, analyzing sensor data for any anomaly that might indicate overlooked deposits. Each scan returned nothing, the same sterile readings repeated endlessly. Medical personnel, though primarily focused on the miners' previous exposures, began to adjust their internal logs to reflect the ongoing inactivity. Limited instances of minor injuries, the residual from earlier extraction cycles, were logged in meticulous detail. Supplies of regenerative compounds were checked, quantities noted, shelf lives verified. There were no emergencies, but each entry carried the undercurrent of a constrained system. The fewer active miners, the slower the consumption, yet the resources were finite, and the knowledge that future scarcity could not be mitigated lingered silently in every check. In the hydroponics modules, food production continued with programmed persistence. Crops were monitored, nutrients redistributed, lights cycled according to previously established patterns. Food workers completed every action as instructed, adjusting irrigation and atmospheric conditions, verifying growth cycles, yet the outputs could not exceed their intrinsic limitations. Alvarez reviewed these logs as well, comparing projected yields with historical data, calculating rations, and adjusting supply tables in preparation for extended periods of limited resources. The administrators' dialogue remained minimal but precise, communicating only the necessary metrics. Crop yields at 87% nominal base. Nutrient redistribution complete. Hydroponics at full operational efficiency, one administrator reported. Confirm reserve storage levels and projected rations for all active clones, Alvarez replied. Storage sufficient for 42 cycles at current consumption rates. Adjusted rations implemented. Repeat verification required every cycle, came the response. Beyond the administrators, sterile communications, miners continued their loops, performing maintenance protocols they had executed countless times before. Conveyor belts were inspected, rollers rotated manually in mock calibration, drilling rigs powered up briefly before being shut down, hydraulic arms cycled through simulated ore handling. First-timers watched their second-timers with intense focus, absorbing every procedural detail, learning the methods even as the material purpose had vanished. Each action mirrored previous cycles: check, confirm, log, repeat. Are we to anticipate incoming assignments? One of the miners asked in the communal maintenance bay. The query was procedural, devoid of expectation, almost rhetorical. None received. Continue standby, a second timer replied, following the sequence to verify calibration on the nearby extractor arms. Both spoke mechanically, voices carrying the weight of training rather than the nuance of inquiry. Alvarez's console flashed intermittently, updates from survey teams arriving in bursts, terrain scans, anomaly logs, sensor calibration reports. Every reading confirmed the same conclusion: the veins were depleted. Administrators cross-referenced historical extraction rates against the current zero output, tabulating the exact moment the mine had reached its limits. The process was repetitive and painstaking, yet necessary. Precision was mandated by the system. Uncertainty was not tolerated, even in the absence of external guidance. Nearby, loading crews completed repeated inspections of the storage units. Containers, once destined for transport, sat filled with refined material harvested in previous cycles. The loaders verified the integrity of the contents, checking seals, weights, and balance. Each inspection was logged and transmitted to administration, creating a detailed digital record of the stationary stockpile. No carrier would arrive, yet the procedures were followed to their final letter. Redundant checks ensured nothing was overlooked, even though every verification returned the same unchanged state. Container batch 112, weight confirmed at 1,842 kilograms. Integrity verified. No anomalies detected, one loader reported to the central line. Repeat verification of adjacent batches. Confirm zero deviation across all inventory units, Alvarez instructed, his tone flat but firm. Survey teams, meanwhile, extended their operational radius slightly beyond standard parameters, probing for untapped deposits, scanning geological layers with enhanced frequency. Every pass through the terrain was cataloged in logs, cross-referenced against existing extraction maps, and verified for consistency. All readings returned null results, but the teams maintained procedural integrity, ensuring that no data anomaly, however slight, would escape detection. Expansion scans complete. No detectable deposits beyond known extraction zones, the lead survey administrator communicated. All previous coordinates exhausted. Compile data and transmit consolidated report. Include comparison to historical extraction yield projections, Alvarez replied, his fingers moving across the control console, entering multiple verification commands to ensure redundancy. In quiet corners of the platform, miners engaged in procedural reviews of ore processing protocols. Grinders and smelters were cycled through mock routines. First-timers diligently followed instructions, noting every action of experienced colleagues, their training continuing despite the absence of raw materials. Observers recorded every motion for later analysis, creating an uninterrupted chain of procedural continuity. There was no deviation, no improvisation, only the repetition of practice and the meticulous logging of each performed task. Alvarez's attention returned to the communication stream. He systematically reviewed all outgoing queries, confirming that each request for guidance from the overlords had returned no response. Each silence was catalogued, time-stamped, and filed. The repetition of failed communication created an internal rhythm, a continuous record of the operational vacuum imposed by the missing directives. It was a subtle but unmistakable realization. The platform now existed in a self-contained loop, entirely governed by its internal protocols and incapable of receiving external input. In administration, cross-checking reports became a full-time cycle. Every module's status, every loader's inspection, every hydroponic output and survey scan was scrutinized for consistency. Algorithms were employed to detect deviations from standard parameters, though none existed. Even in the absence of actionable results, the administrators continued their work, fulfilling the procedural requirements that sustained the Hive. Dialogue among administrators remained minimal yet precise, each communication a conveyance of verified information rather than interpretation. Review mining module logs for cycle 1123. Confirm extraction 0 across all active sites, Alvarez ordered. Extraction 0 confirmed, all mechanical routines performed. Logs complete. No anomalies detected, the subordinate administrator responded. Survey data integration complete. Overlay with historical maps and prior extraction rates. Confirm exhaustion across all coordinates, Alvarez added. Confirmed. Complete coverage verified. No new resources detected. Time passed with the cadence of methodical certainties. Miners patrolled corridors with no purpose, repeating the same checks, resetting machines that had already been reset, and performing maintenance cycles on equipment that awaited no material. Survey units repeated their sweeps, administrators reviewed redundant reports, and storage units remained filled with refined material that could not be dispatched. Every cycle reinforced the procedural reality of a hive operating without new input, yet each clone continued their duties without hesitation or deviation. Even in this stasis, first-timers internalized patterns. They observed how second-timers maintained composure while following protocol in the absence of meaningful tasks. They noted the exact phrasing, the precise timing, and the systematic methods of verification employed by administrators. Learning persisted, uninterrupted, as the system itself demanded consistency regardless of the futility surrounding the activity. The day's operational logs, compiled in administration, reflected this reality. Mining modules, 0 extractions. Processing modules, cycles completed with no incoming ore. Loading units, readiness verified, no carriers arrived. Survey modules, coverage extended, no anomalies detected. Hydroponics, output verified, nutrient redistribution implemented. Medical units, logs updated, treatments accounted for. Every report was processed, timestamped, and archived. Alvarez exhaled again, reviewing the stream of information. There was no alarm, no directive beyond protocol, only the recognition of a systemic standstill. Until the platform continued, driven entirely by the internal mandates of its programming and the rigid adherence of its clones. Even in the absence of purpose, every action, every verification, every dialogue remained necessary. The machinery of the hive persisted, repeating endlessly, undisturbed by the void beyond. The loading decks were quieter than ever, though the machines themselves continued their gentle hum. Conveyor belts carried no ore, no raw materials, only the weight of emptiness. Containers of refined metals and processed minerals sat stacked in precise rows, waiting for transport that would not come. The loaders, who had spent countless cycles ensuring the seamless flow of materials, now wandered along the decks, checking seals, verifying weights, and logging every minor detail into the central system. Their routines remained intact, but the context for the routines had vanished. Harrison, the lead loader, moved along the top row of containers, carefully scanning the digital display embedded in the lid of each crate. He tapped at the console to confirm weights, cross-referenced the manifest, then keyed a status update to administration. Batch 214, weight 1, 948 kilograms. Integrity check complete. No deviation. All containers verified, he reported. Copy that, Harrison, Alvarez replied from the administration hub. His voice carried the controlled detachment the situation demanded, though there was a subtle tension underlying each word. Maintain position. Repeat verification every cycle. Ensure no anomalies are missed. Understood. Repeat cycles ongoing, Harrison answered, returning to the next row. His hands moved over familiar surfaces, brushing off dust that had settled in the absence of constant traffic. All previous procedures executed. No new containers moved. Standing by for directives. The silence from the overlords was complete. Administrators had sent query after query over the last several cycles. Status updates, resource checks, readiness reports, requests for new assignments. Every single one returned nothing. Not a single acknowledgement, not a pulse of direction, no schedule updates. Alvarez keyed in yet another transmission, a string of structured commands. Requesting confirmation of carrier deployment. Provide estimated arrival window. Acknowledge receipt of prior operational data logs. The response, as always, was static. Survey teams, normally tasked with tracking incoming transports, extended their observation grids, scanning vectors far beyond standard parameters. Cameras and sensors turned skyward, recording and analyzing every possible motion along expected trajectories. Sensor overlays projected streaks of anticipated movement, each one intersecting with blank space. Every visual and database scan returned the same results, nothing. Modules worked continuously, feeding data back to administration, every byte cataloged and cross-referenced against historical patterns. Sensor Array 5 is clear. No inbound readings beyond 1-200 kilometers, reported Lutz, the senior survey administrator, voice precise and clipped, echoing through the comm lines. Copy that, Lutz, Alvarez responded, studying the holographic displays. Expand coverage by 10%. Run comparative analysis against previous pickup vectors. Record all data in primary logs and redundant backups. Yes, Administrator Alvarez. Expansion complete. No new contacts detected. 2. All previous data consistent, Lutz replied. The loaders exchanged quiet words among themselves while performing the same actions they had executed for cycles. Do you think we'll ever see a pickup again? One asked, though the tone was neutral, more procedural than anxious. Harrison shook his head slightly, keeping his attention on the manifest. Not our decision. Maintain readiness. Repeat checks. Protocol dictates no deviation. He tapped the console again, ensuring the recorded weights matched the expected values. Nothing changes our cycles. Nothing changes until someone tells us otherwise. Alvarez watched the operators, noting the repetition of movements, the mechanical dedication to tasks without purpose. Reports streamed into the administration hub at a steady pace, container verifications, storage confirmations, minor adjustments logged and updated, every detail maintained as if the flow of materials were still continuous. The system demanded accountability, and even in the absence of directives, every clone adhered to procedure without hesitation. Across the platform, minor maintenance on equipment continued. Conveyor belts were rotated manually to verify calibration, mechanical joints were oiled, control panels wiped clean, and diagnostic sequences repeated. Even in inactivity, the machines required attention to maintain the appearance of operational readiness. First-time loaders mimicked the precision of their second-timers, learning the motions, cataloging every detail, absorbing the procedural knowledge that had no practical application in the current state. Repeat verification on batch 217. Include weight, seal integrity, and electronic lock status. Alvarez instructed. Batch 217 confirmed. No deviations detected. Repeat logs updated, Harrison replied, keying the data into the central hub. Confirm storage levels against projected needs for all batches. Calculate anticipated cycles remaining with current resources, Alvarez continued. Calculations complete. Storage sufficient for 38 cycles at current consumption and distribution rates, another administrator responded. All redundant checks performed and logged. Survey modules expanded their scans incrementally, the automated routines programmed to seek even the faintest anomalies. The sensors captured atmospheric interference, minute shifts in light patterns, and thermal readings. Each anomaly was compared to historical baselines, each deviation documented meticulously, every log transmitted to administration. Yet nothing indicated any incoming traffic. Every cycle confirmed the same absence. Thermal and visual scans yield no targets. No motion detected along anticipated approach vectors. Lutz reported again, voice calm and unflinching. Alvarez's fingers traced the holographic charts, cross-referencing sensor outputs with inventory levels, container statuses, and historical pickup timelines. The absence of incoming supply ships formed a consistent pattern across every dataset. Each administrator confirmed their individual module's data, and Alvarez compiled the consolidated report. Even as the isolation became apparent, each confirmation, each data point, reinforced the Hive's internal disciplines. Loading crews, meanwhile, began minor rotations to simulate ongoing activity. Containers were repositioned, seals rechecked, and weights confirmed. The procedure itself became a ritual, a rehearsal of normalcy in the absence of action. Harrison moved along the deck, observing first-timers who were quietly noting the sequence of verification steps. He offered occasional guidance in a tone stripped of emotion. Check the weight sensor, calibration. Ensure the integrity scan completes before updating logs. Record all anomalies, even zero deviations must be reported. Yes, sir, a first-timer replied, voice steady but tentative, the uncertainty of purpose masked by procedural diligence. Throughout the cycle, the dialogue among administrators was minimal but essential. Confirm container batch 221, weight and seal integrity, Alvarez ordered. Confirmed. All within nominal parameters. No deviations detected. The response came from the subordinate. Expand SkyScan radius to 500 kilometers. Include redundant thermal overlays. Cross-reference with prior cycles, Alvarez continued. Scanning complete. No targets detected. Data integrated into primary and redundant logs. Even as nothing occurred outside the platform, the internal operations maintained the appearance of a living, functioning system. Hydroponics modules continued producing, medical units monitored minor health deviations, loading crews rotated through the motions of preparation and verification. Every clone, from first-time loader to senior administrator, performed their assigned duties without falter. Repeat survey integration for expanded vector grids, Alvarez instructed. Integration complete. No detectable movement. Comparison with historical pickup cycles confirmed zero variance, Lutz confirmed. The day progressed with the same unyielding regularity. Miners patrolled the idle machinery, loaders verified stationary containers, surveyors maintained constant observation, and administrators continued their communication loops. Dialogue remained strictly functional, focused on verification, transmission, and confirmation. No speculation, no frustration, only the methodical recording of the ongoing absence of external support. By the end of the cycle, every module had logged multiple confirmations, containers verified, storage projections updated, survey grids expanded, communication channels repeatedly tested, and administrative summaries compiled. All reflected a single, undeniable truth. The platform was isolated. Supplies waited to be transferred. Machines were ready but idle. Mining had ceased entirely, and no carriers were en route. Yet the Hive continued. The system moved forward, driven entirely by programming, procedural discipline, and the unwavering dedication of its clones. The silence from the void beyond did not interrupt their cycles. Even in stasis, they remained functional, their narrative of work and verification uninterrupted. The medical bay hummed quietly, an almost sterile rhythm that had once been reassuring, now heavy with the weight of the empty supply shelves. Lynn, one of the senior medics, ran her fingers along the edges of the remaining regenerative compound vials, noting each empty slot in the storage racks. It wasn't just that the supplies were low, some of them were gone entirely, leaving nothing to treat the miners, radiation-induced illnesses. The scent of antiseptic couldn't mask the tension in the bay. Alvarez's comm pinged softly from the administration deck above. "Lynn," he said, voice clipped but steady, "status update on the affected units. Confirm numbers and severity." Lynn pressed a few keys, bringing up the log of miners currently in treatment. The display showed 37 active cases, with varying levels of radiation sickness, nausea, lethargy, skin lesions, organ stress. Some were mild, some severe. A glance at the supplies confirmed the worst. All advanced regenerative compounds were depleted. Even the standard emergency kits were dwindling. "Harrison," Lynn called over her shoulder to her fellow administrator who was cross-checking treatment logs, "we're at critical levels on the regenerative compounds. Only standard stabilizers left, but they won't reverse organ damage. It's only mitigations." Alvarez's tone sharpened, just enough to underline the gravity without breaking procedure. "Document everything, including predicted outcomes if untreated. Continue triage protocols. No deviations." A faint groan echoed down the corridor. Another miner, pale and shaking, had just been brought in from the lower decks. Lutz, the junior medic, attempted to administer what little they had. "Vitals dropping," he murmured, almost to himself. Lynn stepped closer, checking the readings. "We've got a drop in hemoglobin levels, renal stress indicators rising," she noted aloud. "We're going to lose him if we can't stabilize more effectively." Alvarez interjected through the comm, maintaining a procedural tone that barely concealed concern. "Log him as high priority. Assign Lynn and Lutz for monitoring. Repeat vitals every cycle. Notify me if parameters worsen." Minutes passed in a mechanical rhythm of monitoring, documentation, and minimal intervention. Another miner, collapsed near the hydroponics corridor, had to be lifted into a triage bed. Lynn's hands moved efficiently, recording symptoms, but internally she felt the tight knot of dread. The numbers were rising faster than the medical team could keep up with. "Lynn," Harrison said, tapping his console, "3 units in the last cycle have crossed into failure thresholds. They're not going to make it, them." She nodded, her expression impassive, though a slight tremor ran through her fingers. "Prepare post-mortem documentation protocols. Keep records strict, aim stocks. Maintain operational flow. Continue stabilization attempts with remaining kits." The bay filled with the low beeping of monitors, the shuffle of medics moving between beds, the occasional cough or groaning from miners whose bodies were failing under radiation's slow assault. Supplies were rationed to the point of futility. There was no hope for effective treatment, only documentation, triage, and mechanical persistence. Outside the medical bay, the mining and processing decks continued in diminished rhythm. Conveyor belts carried whatever last processed ore remained, but empty veins meant that most miners simply wandered between machinery, performing checks, and maintenance that had lost their purpose. Survey modules scanned barren rock and soil, transmitting results back to administrators, but no carriers arrived to deliver more supplies, more medicine, more life-saving resources. Alvarez returned to the comm panel, running another cross-deck status check. "Lynn, tally cumulative losses for this cycle. Update logs, an immediate alert to Harrison, for comparative analysis." Lynn complied, her voice calm but precise. "Current count, 5 fatalities in this cycle, of his vice, 9 critical cases. Remaining compounds, 0. Emergency kits, 4 cycles worth at most, if used conservatively. Predictive outcome for next cycle indicates additional losses if no resupply occurs." "Continue monitoring," Alvarez said. "Keep logs detailed, tit country. No deviation from procedure." The medical team continued their work with cold efficiency, treating symptoms where possible, documenting where not. Each miner's passing was logged, each vitals reading recorded, each empty vial and depleted kit noted meticulously. The Hive maintained order, even as death became a mechanical part of the cycle. Through the corridors, muted intercoms carried Alvarez's and Harrison's voices, discussions about documentation, resource allocation, scheduling of medics, shifts. The tone was procedural, devoid of panic, though an undercurrent of urgency threaded every instruction.
Cycle completion approaching, Harrison noted.
If we continue at this rate, projected critical cases double by the next cycle. No resupply received. Triage capacity overwhelmed within 2 cycles. Lynn typed the updates, ensuring every metric was exact. Acknowledged. Predictive logs uploaded to administrative archives. Monitoring ongoing. A miner coughed violently in the adjacent bed, hacking up blackened sputum from radiation-damaged lungs. Lynn adjusted the stabilizer application as best as she could with the remaining compounds. Let's check the vitals, logging each minor fluctuation. Alvarez's voice echoed again, this time with a tinge of controlled urgency. Prepare contingency protocols. Maintain current triage. Document every fatality and treatment attempt. Repeat cycle reporting to central log. Do not allow procedural deviation.
As the hours ticked by, more miners arrived with worsening symptoms. Each cycle of sickness and treatment emphasized the Hive's operational rigidity. Life, sickness, and death all passed through the same procedural lens. Even fatalities were cataloged, coded, and filed, ensuring that the record-keeping remained unbroken. Outside, the survey modules reported only barren terrain. The ore veins were empty. The supply lines were silent. Mining crews performed routine checks on idle machinery. Administrators monitored data streams and triage logs, compiling records, calculating forecasts, and issuing directives. Yet there was no intervention possible. The Hive moved as a system, precise and unwavering, even as mortality began to assert itself. Lynn paused at one of the logs, reviewing the names, the numbers, the timings. 5 deaths in 1 cycle, 9 critically ill. She keyed a message to Alvarez. Confirmed fatalities uploaded. Predictive analysis for next cycle indicates exponential increase without resupply. Alvarez's reply was immediate. Procedural. Acknowledged. Continue all current monitoring and triage protocols. Update logs per cycle. Immersive. Maintain operational integrity. Harrison adjusted his console, noting the strain on the remaining medics and the impossibility of stabilizing all critical cases. Shift schedules maximized. Monitoring reassigned. Predictive capacity limited. No deviation permitted. And in the wind, in the quiet of the medical bay, the smell of antiseptic mixed with the faint chemical tang of stabilizers. Monitors blinked methodically, beds filled and emptied as miners succumbed to radiation, and the medics moved with precise, rehearsed motions. Procedures, logs, and protocols continued unbroken. Even as mortality grew, the Hive remained operationally intact. No directives arrived from outside. The platform functioned in a silent, mechanical echo of life and death. The medical teams, administrators, and remaining operational modules performing their roles with unwavering precision. By the end of the cycle, the death toll had risen. Critical cases outnumbered stabilizable ones. Supplies were exhausted. Yet the Hive, through its administrators, maintained every report, every log, and every procedural step, as if nothing had changed. The Hive had begun to experience its first internal crisis of mortality, but for all outward appearances, every system continued to function. Survey and administrative modules maintained heightened monitoring across the platform, sensors sweeping the terrain and sky with precise cadence. Every reading, every anomaly, was cross-referenced with historical data and logged immediately. Alvarez's console glowed with overlapping charts and data streams, reflecting the meticulous analysis that had become almost ritualistic over the past cycles. Nothing, he said, eyes fixed on the display. Every sensor, every vector, empty. Still nothing from the outer systems. His voice, calm in tone, carried the weight of concern that had been growing for hours. Harrison leaned in over the console, hands poised over the touch panel.
I've rechecked the transmission logs 3 times, he said. Every repeat scan confirms silence. We're not missing anything. The tracking systems are fully operational. No carriers, no signals, no anomalies. Just static. He let his fingers hover, unwilling to release the tension that built from the cumulative silence. Lynn, monitoring the medical bay from her terminal, interjected. Supplies are critically low. Regenerative compounds, stabilization kits. We've applied the last of the emergency reserves to the sick miners from the prior cycles. I'm down to the bare minimum for monitoring alone. She paused as her eyes tracked the vitals of a miner whose chest rose unevenly. If another case appears, we can't stabilize it fully. We'll have to prioritize. Alvarez tapped the data display. How long until projections hit 0 for all remaining reserves? He asked, voice even but urgent. Harrison pulled up the predictive graphs. With no resupply, food and water reserves reach critical thresholds in just over one cycle. Medical stock completely depleted within the same time frame if sickness continues at the current rate. Lin exhaled sharply. We can't do much beyond rationing and triage. The miners still walking loops, they're going to get weaker without adequate nutrition. Some already show early-stage radiation symptoms. She looked over at Alvarez. We need to adjust work schedules, restrict physical activity to prevent further strain, and rotate monitoring duties carefully. Alvarez nodded slowly. Implement it immediately. Food services. Reduce daily caloric allotments just enough to extend the supply. Medical teams. Prepare triage rotations. Every non-critical function is suspended. Every movement, every allocation, I want logged and verified. In the food distribution sector, the clones had already begun carefully portioning the last trays of hydroponic crops. A tray of leafy greens, normally enough for 5, now served 8. Tray 102 confirmed, a food service clone reported, voice flat yet precise. Allocation adjustment, plus 60% coverage. Nutrient redistribution applied. Verification complete. The report pinged directly to Alvarez and Harrison, who noted the increase in workload and cross-referenced it with predicted consumption rates. Do we have enough trays to maintain this through the next cycle? Alvarez asked. The clone hesitated only slightly before responding. Calculated for 0.9 cycles under current consumption. Beyond that, not sufficient, Harrison muttered under his breath, adjusting projections on the holographic interface. That's assuming no additional energy expenditure. If anyone exerts themselves, we fall short faster. In the medical bay, Lin moved quickly between the remaining patients, checking vitals, administering the last remaining stabilization compounds, and documenting every measurement. Patient 17 shows worsening anemia, she reported. Administered last regeneration kit. Monitoring only. Patient 18, respiratory rate dropping. No further compounds available. Alert logged. Quote. Alvarez tapped a series of commands. Fest. Confirmed deaths logged and cross-checked. Any discrepancy in records must be resolved immediately. One of the medical assistants, Choi, looked up from the terminal. Do we notify the miners? Or leave it? As is? Lin shook her head, voice low. Not yet. Procedural compliance over speculation. We maintain function first. Awareness comes later. The assistant's fingers hovered over the input console, hesitating as they finalized the logs. Each action, each confirmation, reinforced the Hive's structure, even as the reality of depletion pressed inward. Meanwhile, the miners, their loops largely pointless without ores to extract, began quietly noticing the scarcity around them. They moved mechanically through maintenance cycles, checking conveyor belts and drill arms, lubricating components, verifying calibrations, all actions without meaningful output. Idle hands rested on empty carts, eyes flicked to sensors already verified, and muted questions passed in whispered tones through their communication channels. Are there any new directives? One miner asked, voice careful, almost hesitant. Negative, another answered. No updates from administration? Continue standby. Maintain loops. The emptiness of their routines mirrored the absence of supplies. Conveyor belts hummed without load. Drill heads spun in low-power diagnostic mode, and the miners performed maintenance they already knew was redundant. Still, they moved with the precision of training, preserving structure over necessity. Administrators maintained constant oversight of both food and medical functions. Alvarez communicated directly with Harrison and Lin at regular intervals. We need to adjust rations again, he said. Reduce caloric allotment by another 10%, Ted. Hydroponics will need extended lighting cycles immediately. Every tray logged, every allocation verified before distribution. No deviations, Carrotsy. Harrison's fingers danced across the holographic interface. Projected compliance is achievable, barely. But water reserves will reach 25% by the end of the next cycle if consumption remains unchanged. Food redistribution alone won't bridge the gap. Lin looked at the patient screens, scanning multiple vitals simultaneously. I'm seeing declining platelet counts across the boards. Another regenerative kit applied would stabilize most of them, but we don't have any remaining. Casualties will rise if exposure continues or any new cases appear. She paused. Patient 19, critical. We've logged failure to stabilize, all procedural overrides. Alvarez exhaled, his hand hovering over the interface. Document every death. Update predictive models immediately. Cross-check rationing projections against medical data. Every system must be synchronized. Harrison nodded. Halfways. Already in progress. The logs are auto-updating. Any unaccounted variables trigger immediate alerts. The food service clones continued to portion trays, measuring out hydroponic growth in exact amounts. Each clone's movements were repeated and verified, first-timers shadowing second-timers with meticulous attention. One food unit reported, hydroponic growth output increased by 12%, nutrient redistribution applied, trays allocated, and verified for cycle extension. Alvarez acknowledged with a series of taps. Ensure verification from medical bay as well. Nutritional deficits will accelerate health degradation if overlooked. Even as the cycle advanced and the platform approached the limits of resource sustainability, every operational module continued functioning. Survey units expanded scans, administrative units logged every data point, miners performed loops with no ore to process, food services distributed carefully rationed trays, and medical teams applied minimal treatments to increasingly critical cases. The mechanical perfection of the Hive persisted, but the cracks in sustainability were no longer theoretical. They were visible in declining health metrics, empty conveyor lines, and dwindling supplies. Alvarez, Lynn called over the administrative channel.
Patient 20 shows critical organ failure. Stabilization compounds, exhausted.
We can monitor but not intervene. Alvarez nodded, voice tight. Log mortality. Update predicted survival rates. Projected next cycle is critical. Ensure all remaining resources prioritized for essential personnel. Harrison adjusted the operational overlays, the predictive models projecting shortages across multiple modules. If no resupply occurs, he said slowly, we cannot sustain full operational efficiency beyond the next cycle. Food, water, medical, all critical points are approaching zero. Even so, the Hive moved as if nothing had changed. Survey arrays swept the environment with precision, miners maintained their empty loops, food service clones distributed the last of measured trays, and medical teams recorded vitals with meticulous care. Administrators coordinated continuously, projecting, verifying, and reassigning priorities. Each decision, each communication, each allocation reinforced the structure of the Hive while demonstrating the fragility that now defined existence. The day ended without panic. Concern threaded every administrative communication, visible in terse updates, repeated verifications, and urgent recalculations. Alvarez, Harrison, and Lynn met virtually to consolidate the data. Alvarez spoke, voice measured but heavy. We are maintaining function, but the system is reaching its limits. The absence of external support is now critical. All units continue operation, but survival depends on strict compliance.
Lynn nodded silently, scanning the final metrics of the cycle.
Harrison adjusted the projections one last time.
We've extended resources as far as physically possible. Beyond this, the Hive will begin experiencing failures in sequence unless intervention occurs.
The platform remained orderly. Operations continued.
Procedures were followed. But the absence of supplies, combined with the increasing casualties, created a pervasive undercurrent of unease. Administrative dialogue reflected the worry, the first tangible recognition that the Hive's stability was no longer guaranteed. Administrators Alvarez and Harrison sat before the sprawling console banks, the lights of the interface panels reflecting sharply against their pale synthetic features. Every log, every incoming data stream was examined repeatedly, scanned for anomalies or overlooked details. Even after hours of continuous review, the pattern emerging was undeniable. The Hive was alone. Repeated supply schedules, retrieval confirmations, and procedural logs all demonstrated a consistent absence. The pickups had failed, once, twice, and now across several cycles. Every calculation confirmed it.
Alvarez tapped the console, bringing up the first dataset. Compare cycles 1 through 5, he instructed, fingers sweeping across the interface with precision. Look at the timestamps of incoming signals. Chart the intervals. We need absolute clarity before drawing conclusions. Harrison leaned in, eyes narrowing at the streams of numbers and indicators scrolling past. They're consistent, he said, voice low but tense. Not a single cycle shows a successful retrieval. Every signal that should have triggered a response, nothing. Zero. Static. Silence. Alvarez pressed a sequence of keys, pulling up the supply logs. Hydroponic growth cycles, nutrient allocation charts, container inventories, all meticulously logged across every module. No replacements, he murmured. Every tray, every component, identical to what we had 2 cycles ago. The oldest units are still operational, beyond recommended lifespans. There's been no maintenance from external sources. Nothing. Harrison leaned back, rubbing at his temple. That confirms it. The modules are being run to exhaustion. Every system is degrading incrementally, because nothing new has been introduced. No parts, No upgrades, nothing. Across the observation deck, Lynn monitored the miners, now mostly idle as extraction operations had ceased weeks ago. Her screen displayed vitals and activity loops, highlighting deviations from standard efficiency. "We're seeing repeated cycles of unnecessary maintenance," she said quietly, drawing Alvarez's attention. "The miners are performing calibrations, equipment checks, all automated. But there's no ore to extract. Their actions have become ceremonial. Mechanical adherence without purpose." Alvarez nodded, eyes scanning the topography readouts from survey drones. "That aligns with operational logs. Extraction, processing, transport. All cycles are recorded, all executed flawlessly, but yield is nil. Every module is operating perfectly within its parameters, but the parameters themselves are meaningless without incoming resources. Every calculation is precise, every procedure exact, yet the context is absent." Harrison swiveled toward the administrator panels, calling up historical logs. "And look at personnel cycles," he said, highlighting clone deployment records. "No third-timers. Every clone has either completed one cycle or two, and then replacement occurs. No one ever returns for a third mission. The pattern is deliberate. This isn't random attrition, it's designed. The system cycles in, extracts labor, and then disposes of any continuity beyond the second deployment. There's no intention for sustainable operations." Lynn leaned closer, tapping a series of inputs. "It's more than the logs," she said, voice clipped. "The hardware reflects the same design. Modules, drones, sensors, they're all operating past intended lifespans. Bearings worn thin, circuit tolerances approaching critical thresholds, fluidics showing microfractures. This is not oversight. This is intentional neglect. Nothing has been sent to correct degradation. There is no emergency retrieval to extend lifespans. It's been left to fail at the system's own pace." Alvarez's hands hovered over the input array, moving deliberately. "Document every observation, every worn component, every redundant cycle. I want a complete cross-reference between mechanical degradation and absence of supply. This is critical. If there's any doubt remaining, the evidence must remove it entirely." Harrison began entering comparative charts, highlighting deviation between recommended operational parameters and actual functioning modules. "Every single module shows incremental deterioration," he said. "Not catastrophic yet, but irreversible without intervention. Sensors, pumps, processing lines, they're all being run on borrowed life. The Hive was never intended to function long-term." Lynn's voice cut through, steady but tense. "And personnel data mirrors this," she said. "Miners, vital signs, work cycles, and exposure logs all show increasing stress. They maintain efficiency, yes, but their environment is degrading. Repeated exposure to mining residues, high-energy particulates, and the absence of dietary supplementation, all increasing risk of failure. Even food services, operating at maximum capacity, cannot compensate indefinitely. The system is consuming its workers faster than it can sustain them." Alvarez pressed his lips together, reviewing the compiled data. "Run a correlation between first-time and second-time clones. Overlay maintenance cycles, exposure logs, and physical degradation. Highlight any trends showing accelerated strain or potential collapse points." Harrison nodded, quickly entering the sequences. "Already in progress," he said. "Initial results indicate that second-timers, while more efficient, are accumulating microfailures at the module level. Every action is exact, every repetition perfect, but the environment is now unforgiving. Their efficiency cannot compensate for absent resupply or aged equipment indefinitely." Lynn exhaled, tapping through administrative logs. "Communication failures are another factor," she said. "Repeated outgoing transmissions, status queries, retrieval confirmations, all ignored. Protocol for missed pickups has been engaged automatically, yet no external corrective action is recorded. This isn't an accident. In turn, no response, no intervention, ever. The Hive is alone." Alvarez nodded slowly, eyes scanning the myriad of screens. "And the cumulative data points confirm deliberate isolation. Every pattern, every omission, every failure to intervene is consistent with intentional abandonment. Not neglect. Abandonment. The overlords have left this platform to function without oversight, without resupply, until it consumes itself." Harrison hesitated, looking at Alvarez. "How do we present this to the rest of the Hive?" he asked quietly. "Do we even tell the miners? Or food services? Or the medical teams?" Denounced that. Alvarez's fingers hovered over the interface. "We do not speculate. All communication is strictly operational. in form only of immediate procedural adjustments. Nothing else. The realization will settle in organically, as patterns cannot be ignored. But for now, every clone continues assigned duties. Awareness of abandonment is secondary to survival and continued operation. Lynn's eyes flicked back to the miner loops, the idling conveyors, the unused drill assemblies.
They're performing tasks that have no output, she murmured.
Every drill, every conveyor, every calibrated movement, it's perfect yet meaningless. Efficiency without context. Head. Harrison brought up environmental logs, highlighting system degradations over time. Even survey drones, he noted, are showing sensor drift. Repeated calibrations can compensate only partially. Without replacements, we'll soon reach a point where even perfect operation yields inaccurate data. The Hive is entirely reliant on itself now. There is no external validation, no resupply, nothing. Alvarez nodded, his gaze fixed on the patterns across screens. All data recorded, every omission cataloged, all operational procedures verified. No deviation from Hive protocols permitted, even in light of findings. We document the absence of external assistance, the hardware limitations, and the labor patterns. The Hive will continue functioning mechanically, but with full awareness of isolation. Lynn adjusted her interface, opening a comparative analysis between clone cycles, module degradation, and resource allocation.
The pattern is clear, she said.
Second timers display higher efficiency but accumulate latent stresses. First timers show procedural hesitation, but overall performance remains within expected thresholds. Both groups are operating in a system never intended for long-term sustainability. Harrison tapped a console, bringing up a predictive model. Based on current degradation and resource limitations, projections show system-critical failure within 3 to 5 cycles without intervention. Supply, personnel health, and mechanical reliability all converge at that point. Absolute exhaustion of external support will precede collapse. The data does not lie. Alvarez leaned back, finally letting a fraction of tension slip.
Compile every dataset.
Cross-reference logs, hardware lifespans, medical statistics, and procedural cycles. Prepare for automated reporting to all sectors. Transparency is limited to immediate operational parameters. Awareness of abandonment must remain implicit until critical thresholds are breached. Lynn exhaled, scanning the miners. Loops one final time before the cycle shifts. Even without explicit notification, she said softly, every clone will notice the absence eventually. Patterns are self-evident. Supplies, resupply, replacements, all missing. Maintenance without purpose, tasks without outcome. The Hive will understand, whether or not we say anything directly. Alvarez pressed a final series of keys, securing the reports.
Let the data speak.
Procedural adherence remains paramount. Observation, verification, recording. Nothing else. The Hive functions as it always has, but now the context is no longer hidden. Evidence of abandonment is irrefutable. As the cycle concluded, administrators, survey modules, and monitoring systems had compiled the full picture. Each clone, each module, each system was functioning flawlessly within its programmed parameters. Yet every log, every predictive chart, and every repeated signal reflected a singular, undeniable truth.
The platform had been intentionally left behind, operating in isolation, consuming its own resources and labor until no further value could be extracted. The realization settled into the fabric of the Hive, quietly, systematically, embedded within every procedure. The operational rhythm continued, mechanical, precise, unbroken, even as the understanding of abandonment spread silently among the administrators and survey modules. Every sequence, every task, every verified action was now carried out with the implicit knowledge that no external rescue, no outside oversight, and no further interventions would come. The Hive remained functional. Administrators monitored, miners walked loops, survey drones swept the environment, and modules executed their duties flawlessly. The awareness of isolation, encoded in repeated logs and confirmed patterns, did not halt operations. It only redefined the purpose of every action, to sustain existence until the system's natural limits were reached, without hope of external correction. The survey teams continued to scan the surrounding planetary system, expanding the range with incremental precision, cross-checking sensor logs with previous cycles and transmission databases. Each operator, each module, repeated procedures methodically, but the pattern that emerged was unmistakable. Every signal that might indicate the presence of supply vessels, resupply drones, or the overlords themselves was absent.
Redundant protocols for emergency retrieval had not been activated, and historical logs showed that no alternate paths had ever been engaged for this platform. Administrator Reynolds adjusted the view on his console, scrolling through simultaneous data streams. Check the timestamp on the last retrieval cycle, he said, voice low but tense. Cross-reference with the cargo logs. There's no deviation, no reschedule. It's all normal, and yet nothing came. Administrator Kira leaned over his station, tapping keys rapidly. I'm seeing the same on comms. Every transmission attempt for the past 6 cycles confirmed failure. Repetition in system checks, all negative, and in array. Either the carriers are off-grid or something else. From the far side of the operations deck, Survey Coordinator Patel called out, I've expanded the scan vectors 20 degrees in each axis. Atmospheric interference is minimal. Sensors are fully operational. No incoming crafts, no communications. It's a void. Reynolds frowned. Void is consistent, yes, but it's deliberate? Or is this some massive malfunction in routing? Check redundancies from Bring. Confirm protocol triggers. Every loop, every countermeasure. I want total clarity before we make any assumptions. Tarity. Survey Technician Darrow shifted uneasily at his station. We've gone over them. All emergency relay systems report inactive because no triggers ever engaged. It's as if there's no one outside to engage them. But I can't reconcile that with the lack of sensor anomalies. Everything is reading clean. Kira rubbed her temple at them. It's the first time we're seeing these patterns together. Normally, there's a delayed response, sometimes hours, but we've surpassed the maximum expected hold period. 6 cycles, Darrow. We should have logged a response by now. Patel's voice tightened. And the historical patterns support this. Antons. No anomalies in system performance, no reported interferences, no fleet reroutes in past records. This isn't a failure, it's a gap. Reynolds tapped his console again, scrolling through hundreds of stored reports and cross-referencing cargo, supply, and retrieval schedules. Start cataloging every procedural expectation versus actual outcome. I don't care if it takes all night. Every sensor reading, every outbound transmission, every fuel reserve used in scans, we need a complete map of this discrepancy. Understood, Kira said. I'll divide the logs by operational priority. Mining, processing, survey sweeps, then overlay them with comms failures. It's going to be tedious. Do it anyway, Reynolds replied. I want clarity. We need to know if there's a workaround, if any solution is even possible with what we've got on platform. Begin contingency matrices as you go. Hypothetical fixes, partial solutions, everything. Document assumptions. Meanwhile, Survey Technician Darrow adjusted his monitor, overlaying prior planetary scans with the current data. I'm not seeing any deviations in orbital projections or any anomalies in energy signatures that would suggest interference. If there's a carrier nearby, it's either cloaked beyond our detection or it isn't coming at all. And the system checks confirm nothing is hiding. Administrator Kira pressed a hand to her forehead. The logs indicate no maintenance or upgrades have occurred on any modules that could have triggered automatic dispatch alerts. We're running on the same baseline equipment as when the platform was first deployed. Every sensor, every communicator, every secondary relay is original. Beyond life cycle, but still functional. There's nothing to explain the absence, except... She stopped herself, eyes sweeping the operations deck. Reynolds had already gone pale, staring at a simulation overlay. Do not speculate, he said. We catalog. We simulate. We propose. We check. Nothing else. This is a problem of measurable parameters. Start there. Survey Coordinator Patel muttered. Measurable, yes, but the patterns, they're intentional in a way I can't quantify yet. Repeated cycles of nothing. No engagement. No recovery. It's all sterile. Administrator Kira typed rapidly. Sterile or abandoned? I don't know yet. Focus on variables we can measure. If there's a signal or a deviation anywhere, no matter how small, it must be logged. Darrow, assign sweep redundancies to capture minute energy shifts in every orbit vector. Yes, ma'am, Darrow replied, already recalculating sweep coordinates. I'll overlay sensor logs against thermal and electromagnetic baselines. Any deviation will flag automatically. The deck was quiet except for the soft hum of modules. Even as the system repeated standard scans, the humans behind it grew uneasy. Reynolds leaned back, watching the sequence of failed pickups and transmission lapses scroll across his display. No third-party signals. All modules functioning within expected parameters. I want a matrix of potential intervention points, any conceivable method to re-establish contact with carriers. Include both direct and indirect. Survey Technician Patel spoke again, voice low and deliberate. We can theorize about emergency transponders, dispatch from planetary orbit, or localized drones. But all contingencies assume an external actor. If nothing is arriving, our calculations for success are minimal. Still, documenting these options might guide internal adjustments. Reynolds nodded sharply. Precisely. Document every hypothesis, no matter how improbable. And don't forget the hardware. Every scanner, every relay, every power conduit in operational status. If we know the limits, we can see where workarounds might exist. Even minor fixes could make a difference. Kira interjected. I've started overlaying consumables with operational loads. We may have to adjust scan priorities if prolonged isolation begins to stress internal resources. The sooner we understand potential bottlenecks, the better. Patel leaned toward the main screen. I'm adjusting for historical sensor degradation as well. Some readings might be off by micromargins. We'll identify if any signal was missed, or if prior logs concealed an anomaly that we're only noticing now. Reynolds exhaled, rubbing his eyes. Good. Keep this iterative. Document continuously. Cross-check multiple perspectives. I want confirmations at every stage, not assumptions. This is the foundation for whatever we're going to do next. Darrow, still at his console, hesitated. If we've really accounted for every variable and no external input exists, then the system itself becomes our only resource. But it's complex. Every adjustment cascades. We'll need to map outcomes across dozens of potential scenarios. Kira nodded. Scenario mapping is underway. We're modeling every operational cycle against current resource levels, equipment life cycles, and module redundancies. It's comprehensive, but we'll need hours to complete. Patel glanced at her console. Even preliminary results show that every action we take has a secondary impact. Survey coverage might drop if power is reallocated. Admin operations could slow if contingency calculations consume computational resources. Every mitigation must balance against systemic strain. Reynolds stood, walking slowly along the deck. And this is where clarity comes in. No assumptions. No panic. We only measure, analyze, and prepare. If we document everything now, we give ourselves options. Options are power. Nothing else. The hours stretched as administrators and survey technicians worked side by side, eyes locked on streaming data. Every failed transmission, every absence of an external carrier, every exhausted contingency channel was recorded and analyzed. Dialogue continued in low, deliberate exchanges, problem statements, status, confirmations, suggested simulations, repeated log verifications. Confusion threaded every conversation, but it was focused, contained, procedural. I don't like the silence, Patel murmured. Every system functional, every variable accounted for, and yet nothing responds. It's eerie. Eerie is irrelevant, Reynolds said firmly. We quantify, we simulate, we propose. That is all. Kira tapped at her keyboard. Proposal for internal resource reallocation drafted. Survey sweep intensities can be staggered to conserve energy. Admin processors will rotate calculation loads to avoid bottlenecks. Every proposal is logged for review. Ensure redundant cross-checks, Reynolds replied. If one perspective is off, the simulation fails. Every calculation must be verified independently. Patel leaned back, eyes scanning the visualization grids. And yet, no matter how we slice it, we're still missing the one critical piece, any signal of external intervention. Every theoretical model assumes outside input. Without it, she stopped herself, eyes narrowing. Without it, Kira finished. We can only prepare for internal contingencies. We can't assume resolution from outside, but that does not mean we stop searching or measuring. That is the limit of our authority. Document, simulate, propose, repeat, carry. Darrow exhaled slowly. It's a puzzle with missing pieces then. We know the dimensions, we know the weights, but we don't know the shapes of what's absent. Reynolds nodded. Precisely, to ways. Document every missing piece as carefully as we do every present one. This is where patterns will emerge, or at least where understanding begins. Confusion is acceptable, indecision is not. The deck continued its rhythmic hum. Scan beams traced across the planetary horizon, Kilsis. Data streams cascaded into monitors. Administrators and survey technicians spoke intermittently, each comment precise, deliberate, analytical, as the framework of potential responses expanded in real time. Every failure, every empty vector, every missed signal was logged and verified. By the end of the cycle, the administrators had compiled the initial models of potential internal solutions, survey teams had identified every detectable anomaly, and every discussion, question, and observation had been documented. The slow dawning of a problem beyond standard operational parameters had begun, confusion had taken root across the teams, and preliminary solutions were being drafted and tested, but the reality of the Hive's isolation remained unconfirmed, unresolved, and unresolvable. The platform, normally a symphony of measured routines, now hummed with an uneasy tension. Miners wandered the decks in small clusters, their hands brushing against the cold steel of machinery that refused to respond as quickly as it once had. Conveyor belts shuddered under loads that were lighter than usual, motors groaning from cycles beyond design specifications. Tools rattled in worn holders, some with chipped teeth, some with worn bearings, and the sound was enough to set the first hints of frustration among the clones. "I checked the load sequence again," muttered Krell, standing beside the inactive drill array. His voice carried a mixture of irritation and disbelief. "Nothing's coming through. All the veins we were counting on, gone. Everything's empty, owned." Across the chamber, Miner Tova shook her head, rubbing the back of her neck. "We keep running the drills, rechecking the conveyors, oiling the pistons. What else can we do? It's like spinning in circles." Her tone carried quiet desperation, the same in everyone's eyes around her. Clones who had followed their cycles for weeks and months suddenly lacked the structure that defined their purpose. Mechanics tried to start auxiliary systems, tapping worn panels and recalibrating sensors. "These units should be reporting maintenance errors by now, right?" said Jaren, crouched over a panel with a screen flickering intermittently. "But nothing, just stale data. Parts are beyond replacement, Fringu. We've got nothing left in storage. How did it get this far?" Nearby, two first-timers exchanged glances. Neither spoke at first. Their loops had always been guided by the routines set by second-timers. Without assignments, without the usual directives, the silence became heavy. Finally, one whispered, What if no one's coming, Dad?" The words barely left his mouth before the idea settled like dust across the deck. It wasn't a thought that demanded immediate confrontation. It was a creeping understanding, felt in the quiet humming of inactive mining modules and the sputtering of older machinery. Some clones returned to their loops mechanically, but with their eyes scanning, noting the delays in response from every motor, every belt, every conveyor. In the hydroponics deck, a similar unease spread. Clones accustomed to the daily rhythm of planting, tending, and harvesting noticed the subtle drop in yields. Nutrient distribution systems slowed under stress, some pumps working unevenly due to lack of maintenance, and the older lighting modules flickered at inconsistent intervals. "We're not getting the output we need," said Lyra, kneeling beside a half-empty tray of root crops. "Every cycle, less and less. There's no replacement equipment, no backup. We're doing everything we can, but the numbers aren't enough." Elsewhere, maintenance crews tried to compensate for failing components in processing units. Rusted joints squeaked under stress, gears skipped teeth, and calibrations drifted beyond acceptable tolerances. "This shouldn't be happening all at once," said Darn, tightening a worn bracket. "Every cycle, one more failure. At this rate, we won't even get a full operational loop out of these machines." He glanced toward a group of miners idly wandering past, frustration etched in every movement, their routines now meaningless. Even the survey drones, normally humming above the planet's surface, reported intermittent telemetry. Rotors lagged slightly, stabilization modules creaked, and occasional sensor misalignments provided blank data in areas that had once been meticulously mapped. "We're not mapping correctly," said a drone technician quietly, reviewing streams of readings on a monitor. "Every iteration shows a decline. It's slow, but it's cumulative. The system was never built to sustain itself beyond extraction cycles. And now, we're seeing it." Clusters of clones formed in the common areas, sitting or standing near dormant modules, sharing observations. "The drills don't respond the same," one said. "The conveyors are slower. We've done everything maintenance-wise, but parts are gone. Nothing's coming from storage." And, "Nothing ever comes from storage anymore," another replied. "We've checked every tray, every spare, every backup. Empty. It's all gone." "I tried recalibrating the sensor array in processing bay 7, added a third. "Even the feedback loops are failing. Motors are slipping. We can't make the processing schedules anymore. The whole system's decaying around us." The dialogue, quiet and fragmented, carried the weight of uncertainty. No one had a solution. Everyone recognized the decay, the lack of parts, the declining output. They talked in measured tones, sharing facts rather than speculation, trying to assert control over the uncontrollable. And yet, a subtle panic edged the words, manifesting in repeated checks, unnecessary recalibrations, and wandering loops where work could no longer be assigned. A cluster of miners gathered near the inactive ore lifts. "If the veins are dry, if the processing units can't run, what do we do?" asked one, the frustration thick in his voice. No one had an answer. Silence answered him, broken only by the rhythmic hum of the failing systems. Another voice muttered from a nearby corner. "We were trained to mine, to process, to move materials. Now, nothing. The loops are meaningless. And the drills." He trailed off, looking at the silent, worn drills, belts slack and motors half engaged from previous cycles. "We keep trying anyway," said someone else. "We oil what can be oiled, tighten what can be tightened. But it's not enough." In the hydroponics deck, a similar conversation unfolded. "We've maxed out the nutrient cycles," said one clone. "The lights flicker every fourth cycle. The plants don't grow at the rates we need. There's nothing more we can do without replacements. Nothing at all." "It's just like the miners," another replied. "They run their loops, we run ours. And yet the output falls each cycle. Every cycle. The systems are failing around us, slowly, deliberately." Darn and Krell, meeting near a junction between the hydroponics and processing decks, exchanged nods. "It's everywhere," Darn said quietly. "All the modules. Mining, processing, hydroponics, even survey drones. All failing, paratuals, parts gone. Maintenance stretched beyond design. The Hive isn't designed for this." Krell exhaled. "We're used to cycles and routines, and arenas. That's all we've ever had. And now, nothing's routine anymore. Everything is friction, delays, breakdowns. Even when we try, it fails." Small arguments broke out in pockets, subtle disputes over priorities. Which conveyor to repair first, which sensor to recalibrate, how to allocate the limited maintenance kits that were still available. These discussions, while procedural, carried an undercurrent of frustration. Clones accustomed to perfect cycles and predictable output found themselves navigating uncertainty for the first time. In the assembly bays, one group tried improvising repairs on worn drill heads, fabricating temporary brackets from leftover materials. "It's not enough," said the lead, holding a half-completed assembly. "We can't fix what's missing. Even if we jury-rig it, the next cycle fails. We're running out of options." The lack of directives from the administration above only compounded the tensions. With the usual chain of orders absent from the loop, each clone had to interpret priorities for themselves, and every decision highlighted the scarcity of resources. Power allocations were contested, spare components rationed, and even energy distribution to life support modules became a source of quiet negotiation. In common areas, small groups of clones shared observations, their voices low but urgent. "We've been cycling empty drills for 3 loops," one said. "Processing units are skipping cycles on their own. Hydroponics yields are down 30%. This isn't an error, it's systemic." Another clone added, "And every time we try to compensate, something else fails. We're trained to follow instructions, to maintain loops. But loops are meaningless now. Nothing runs as it should." Everywhere the clones adapted mechanically, but frustration mounted. The hum of idle mining modules, the flickering lights in processing bays, and the slowing hydroponic cycles were a constant reminder of limits that could not be overcome. Procedures persisted, but they no longer guaranteed outcomes. Even the youngest, least experienced clones began to notice. "Why isn't anything happening?" one asked a first-timer, watching the drills idle. "Shouldn't there be a schedule? Shouldn't someone tell us what to do next?" "We don't know," the other replied, looking at the worn belts and rusted cogs. "Nobody's coming. Nobody's telling us. We just keep running what we can." By the end of the cycle, the air was thick with quiet exasperation. Clones moved through their assigned spaces, hands idle or performing futile maintenance, eyes scanning the machinery they were trained to operate but could no longer rely on. Discussions flickered between factual statements and rising anxiety, weaving together the story of a hive beginning to understand its limitations. The operational systems hummed on, carrying out cycles they were designed to maintain, but everywhere, the clones felt the creeping realization. The hive was not infinite, the resources were finite, and the routines that had defined purpose for so long were faltering. Each worn module, each empty drill, each failed conveyor became a testament to that slow collapse. And though nothing had yet reached chaos, the frustration was palpable in every loop, every glance, and every low voice echoing across the decks. The hive continued its work, But the certainty that had once guided each clone now wavered, replaced with confusion, concern, and a growing awareness that the platform's endurance had limits that were fast approaching. Alvarez stood at his console, fingers tracing the lines of data streaming past in precise columns. The absence of incoming transmissions had become undeniable, and the weight of the silence pressed into the room like a tangible force. Every cycle, he said, voice tight with controlled tension, every single cycle shows the same result. No pickups, no signals, no modules returning for resupply. Nothing. Across the room, Lynn adjusted her display, scanning the logs one more time. Redundancies we built for emergencies? All dormant. Not a single activation. Whatever happened, this is deliberate. In his chair, Harrison leaned back in his chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Standard company procedure. Discard the expendable, of use. We were never intended to remain beyond initial utility. That's why the platform shows wear without replacement, why first-timers are scarce, and why resupply cycles have failed. We were meant to be used, then forgotten. The other administrators murmured among themselves, their voices low, technical, measured, but threaded with tension. No. Jalen glanced at Alvarez. Then our entire operational assumption is wrong. We're not part of a larger supply chain. We're disposable. Alvarez nodded grimly. Yes. And the sooner we accept that, the sooner we can act. Inaction means death. Our window to make decisions is shrinking with every cycle of consumption. Lynn's fingers hovered over her console. We have to look at solutions. We can't stay here. Food reserves are dwindling. Hydroponics are overextended. Medical supplies are almost depleted. Even if the hive continues mechanically, the clones won't survive. Harrison shifted, tapping his console to bring up energy distribution data. Limited propulsion systems are operational. Drones can be redirected. Some modules can be repurposed, though efficiency will drop. Benches. But even with every adjustment, the margin is razor thin. One miscalculation, one failure, and nothing survives. Jalen's voice, quieter now, carried the first note of unease. We're talking about survival as though it's calculable. But some of the modules are already beyond repair. Some energy nodes can't handle rerouting. Every action has trade-offs. Alvarez exhaled slowly. Then we calculate anyway. Survival depends on precision. Every system, every spare component, every operational module, catalog it. Prioritize what can support propulsion and sustenance. Everything else is secondary. Lynn tapped a sequence into her console. We'll need to ration every resource, repurpose what's failing, and maximize the energy output for critical systems. Hydroponics, life support, minimal drone operations, those come first. Everything else can cycle down. Harrison glanced around the room. And if it's not enough? If propulsion fails, or food runs out before we can implement any plan? Alvarez's answer was firm, edged with the flat logic of programming and duty. Then we fail trying. But failure without action guarantees extinction. Our only option is measured action, contingency planning, and resource maximization. Lynn interjected, voice sharper. We also need redundancies. For every critical system, we must have backup options. Drones, auxiliary power nodes, hydroponics conduits, we cannot rely on any single element. Every component has to have a failover. Jalen scribbled notes on a datapad, murmuring calculations. If we reroute power from processing units 7 and 9, we can maintain propulsion and minimal hydroponics simultaneously. But that means cutting energy from survey drones unless we stagger activation. Harrison leaned closer to his console. We can stagger. Cycle propulsion in bursts. Drones follow the same cycle. Minimal sensors remain active constantly. It's a balance, but theoretically workable. Alvarez's gaze swept over the team. Document every step. Every reroute, every adjustment, every calculation. We have to know precisely what's done if we succeed. If we fail, the records will help future analysis, if there ever is a future. Lynn paused, looking at her colleagues. It's strange, isn't it? Planning for survival without directives, without oversight, without anyone expecting us to act. We're the architects now. And yet the Hive systems demand precision. We can't allow panic to dictate the process. Jalen muttered half to himself, every cycle counts. Every energy pulse counts. Every ration, every module, every repair counts. Harrison nodded. We're building contingency frameworks from the remnants of a system never designed to sustain itself long term. That's all we have, That's our only path. Alvarez moved to the central observation deck, glancing at the external monitoring screens. We start with energy and propulsion for Calyx. Drones and auxiliary modules can be rerouted. Hydroponics is dimmed to extend life support, but remains functional. Repairable modules are catalogs. Anything beyond repair is deprioritized unless absolutely critical. Lynn tapped her terminals. We'll need to cross-reference consumables, remaining parts, and operational modules to see where we can stretch them. Every cycle of consumption reduces options. Every delay increases risk. Jalen spoke up again. We need simulation runs. Full calculations on possible outcomes, including failures. Even small failures could cascade into total system loss if we're not precise. Alvarez nodded. Then we simulate. Every scenario. Every contingency. And we prepare for each. Survival is procedural now. Precision replaces instruction, though. And we create instruction from the data.
Harrison leaned back, exhaustion threading his movements, but his voice remained steady. It's strange this platform was never meant to support long-term autonomy. Every component, every cycle, every drone designed for extraction, then abandonment. And now it's all on us. To adapt, improvise, survive. Doubt us, Lynn added quietly. We have no choice. We either find solutions, or the Hive and every clone within it fails. And failing in ignorance is not acceptable. Failing while acting is all we have. Alvarez returned to his console, eyes fixed on energy matrices and module integrity reports. Allocate tasks, words. Group assessments. Inventory, every consumable, every repairable module, every energy conduit. Begin planning reroutes and backup sequences. Simulate propulsion under every load condition. Begin rationing scenarios for hydroponics and medical reserves. All communications and updates are recorded. Nothing is too small to consider. Jalen and Harrison began coordinating simulations, while Lynn cross-referenced modules for repair and energy priority. Each administrator worked in precise coordination, balancing urgency against available resources, cataloging every margin of error, every potential point of failure. The room was alive with activity, the hum of consoles, the tap of commands, the quiet murmur of technical debate. Though the Hive moved mechanically in the background, a new pulse had entered its rhythm, the pulse of conscious calculation, of deliberate improvisation, of emerging autonomy. Alvarez spoke over the activity, voice calm but resonant. The Hive is ours now. Every decision, every adaptation, every cycle of energy and rationing, it is under our authority. We are no longer following instructions. We are creating them. And the consequences, success or failure, will be our responsibility alone. Lynn tapped another sequence into her console. Step by step. Measure, document, iterate. Failures will be cataloged. Successes will inform the next cycle. To depth. Survival is procedural, but now it's fully dependent on us. The administrators, the Hive, the system, all must act as one. Harrison murmured to Jalen. We may be expendable in their eyes, but here, we are the difference between continued function and complete collapse. That's the reality. We plan, we execute, and we preserve as long as the systems allow. Alvarez glanced across the room one last time, noting the diligent focus of each administrator, the quiet coordination of activity, and the steady hum of the platform's operational modules. We are alone. There is no rescue, no aid, no oversight. But we are not idle. We act. We plan out image. And for as long as the Hive continues to function, it does so because we insist on it. That is the measure of survival here. The administrators returned to their consoles, the weight of responsibility settling over them like a mantle. Outside, survey drones swept the barren terrain, monitoring the static skies, the inactive mining decks, the diminishing hydroponics, all under the steady vigilance of those now tasked with the platform's preservation. Every pulse, every cycle, every adjustment was a deliberate act of creation, a fragile architecture of survival born from the understanding of abandonment, meticulously orchestrated by the only clones capable of seeing the full scope of the problem. Alvarez, Lynn, Harrison, Jalen, and the administrative cohort they led. The Hive continued its cycles, each module performing assigned tasks with mechanical precision. Administrators tracked energy use, monitored hydroponics, and maintained operational oversight, rerouting resources and logging every adjustment. Drones swept the decks and survey paths, modules were maintained or repurposed, and consumables were carefully allocated. Activity continued uninterrupted, governed by protocol, observation, and the slow, deliberate adjustments made by the administrators.
Every system operated within its limits, and every procedure followed established routines. The platform functioned as it always had, with the administrators coordinating tasks, verifying operations, and attempting to extend the life of resources where possible. Nothing in the system changed outside of these measured adjustments, and the Hive persisted under the steady, methodical management of those overseeing it. The central operations hub hummed with the steady pulse of active systems, the constant flow of data streams cascading across banks of screens and terminals. Administrators moved among the consoles, eyes scanning readings, tracing patterns, and confirming the integrity of the Hive subsystems. Energy monitors flickered in green and amber, signaling the allocation of resources across extraction, processing, and life support modules. Even in isolation, the platform operated with mechanical precision, but the administrators knew that this order no longer assured survival. They were tasked with more than monitoring. They were now experimenting, determining whether the population could transcend their original programming. Alvarez, Ramos, and Cho oversaw the first stages of the retraining initiative. Miners gathered at their assigned stations, stepping hesitantly into routines that were familiar only in name. Their usual tasks had been stripped away. Ore deposits had been exhausted, and conveyor systems ran empty. Modules presented simulations of mechanical problems, assemblies to be analyzed and deconstructed, systems to be understood rather than merely maintained. The miners, fingers traced over gears and levers as lights from the virtual interface illuminated small screens embedded in each workstation. Their movements were cautious at first, the feedback from the modules correcting misaligned steps, guiding adjustments, and repeating sequences as necessary. Food service crews moved into adjacent learning modules, where chemical simulations replaced their usual nutrient production tasks. Each program presented a complex chain of reactions, requiring them to experiment with reagents and compounds in ways they had never encountered. The administrators noted the strain on the modules, energy systems, as they expanded beyond their intended computational loads. Calculations of potential yields, reaction sequences, and energy expenditure were continuously monitored, feeding back into the consoles to optimize the learning process. Across the hub, the ambient noise of operational systems created a constant background. Pumps cycling, air handling units modulating pressure, processing lines humming with minimal output. This continuity of mechanical sound contrasted sharply with the uncertainty of the human, or rather, clone elements. The Hive had become a hybrid of routine and improvisation. While the modules executed pre-programmed cycles, the population now faced challenges that required problem-solving beyond their habitual capacities. Administrators observed, recorded, and analyzed every interaction. Subtle patterns emerged. Some miners adapted quickly, extrapolating from their prior experience to complete mechanical simulations with fewer errors. Others hesitated, restarting sequences multiple times, their neural architecture resisting deviations from ingrained programming. Food service clones demonstrated similar variabilities. While some successfully manipulated chemical variables to produce outputs approximating the simulation goals, others struggled with the complexity, overcorrecting and triggering resets within the learning modules. Occasionally, administrators interjected with brief directives. Alvarez guided a miner whose movements had stalled mid-sequence. Step 3. Repeat slowly. Let the module guide your adjustments. Joe corrected a food crew member applying a reagent in the wrong order. Follow the sequence exactly. Don't improvise. Observe first. The sparse dialogue punctuated the environment, providing only the minimal guidance necessary to prevent catastrophic failure while leaving the majority of learning to the modules and the clones, iterative processes. The process revealed structural limitations. The modules, though advanced, were designed for incremental improvements within specific specializations. Stretching them to accommodate cross-training required careful allocation of computational cycles and energy budgets. Administrators tracked latency in response, observing where processing units slowed under the additional load. Storage systems, repurposed as experimental labs, became hubs of concentrated trial and error, each clone's progress meticulously logged. Errors were frequent, but each correction produced measurable adaptation in neural patterns, even if small. Energy consumption was a constant concern. The hub had to balance power between core operational systems and the learning modules. Too much diversion could compromise life support, processing, or communications. Administrators adjusted allocation tables dynamically, ensuring that simulations proceeded without jeopardizing essential functions. Every decision, every adjustment, was recorded in logs to allow analysis of the optimal balance between survival operations and experimental training. By mid-cycle, incremental progress became evident. Miners began to anticipate adjustments required by the simulations. performing sequences with slightly fewer corrections. Food crews combined chemical inputs more accurately, achieving closer approximations to target outputs. Administrators worked on advanced calculations, testing orbital mechanics scenarios in theoretical models, their programs running on subsystems repurposed from data analysis terminals. Cross-functional consultation occurred as needed, but always mediated by the learning interface. Miners asked questions about mechanical principles, administrators suggested alternative sequences, and food crews contributed insights about chemical interactions. Dialogue remained focused, functional, and limited, ensuring efficiency while allowing observational assessment of capability. Failures were frequent. Modules reset when errors exceeded tolerance thresholds. Clones repeated sequences dozens of times, their cumulative learning recorded, but slow to manifest in effective autonomy. Administrators tracked retention, neural adaptation, and the rate at which each clone integrated new knowledge into problem solving. Observing patterns of error reduction over repeated trials became the primary metric of potential retraining success. At the conclusion of the first cycle, small victories were noted. One miner successfully reconstructed a mechanical assembly without requiring repeated resets, demonstrating problem solving beyond habitual rote procedures. A food service crew managed to synthesize a compound achieving 82% of the simulation's target properties. Administrators recorded these results, comparing them to baseline data to determine which subsystems and which individuals were capable of further adaptations. Alvarez addressed the administrative team briefly.
Today shows limited but measurable progress. We're far from functional independence, but these fragments are proof of concept. Continue cycles with incremental complexity. Observe carefully, log every deviation. Small improvements now are the foundation for survival later. Ramos added, quietly but firmly. Energy allocation, cycle duration, module integrity, we track all of it. No component operates unmonitored. We'll adapt parameters as we understand limits. Cho, still watching the hub, noted the human element. Fatigue is appearing, but the clones persist. Even failures are informative. Their neural architecture resists change, but we see the first indications of cross-functional understanding. The hub continued to hum as the learning modules pulsed, lights blinking rhythmically, signaling ongoing simulations. Miners repeated mechanical sequences, food crews recalculated chemical experiments, and administrators tested theoretical applications beyond any previous scope. Failure and adaptation interwove continuously, generating a new operational rhythm superimposed on the Hive's pre-existing routines. By the end of the cycle, administrators compiled detailed reports. Success rates, error frequencies, energy expenditures, and observational notes on neural adaptation. While incomplete, the documentation formed the first actionable data set on retraining potential. Cross-functional learning had begun. The population's engagement with tasks outside their program specialization provided measurable benefit, however incremental, and hinted at the possibility of further expansion in capability. The Hive continued its mechanical operations as always, but the integration of learning modules added a layer of purposeful evolutions. Survival was no longer strictly procedural. It now included measured experimentation, guided adaptation, and careful observation. Administrators had established the framework. The population had begun to stretch the boundaries of its programming, with errors and small successes alike driving incremental growth. For the first time, the administrators held a tangible method to improve the odds of continued operation, even under the stark reality of isolation. The platform remained in its usual cadence. Cooling systems pulsed, conveyors hummed where materials still moved, environmental systems maintained pressure and atmosphere, and life support systems continued uninterrupted. Overlaid upon this routine was a new, tentative pattern: repeated simulation cycles, iterative problem solving, and careful observations. It was slow, meticulous, and far from guaranteed, but it was action, and it was measurable. Administrators left the learning modules running, ensuring all inputs and outputs were logged, energy allocations balanced, and each clone's neural response recorded. This first step established a precedent for future cycles: measured adaptation, cross-functional engagement, and the cautious expansion of operational roles beyond initial programming. The Hive had begun to evolve, guided by its administrators, driven by necessity, and constrained by its design. The first cycle concluded not with triumph, but with the understanding that progress, no matter how incremental, was now essential to survival. The learning rooms had become a low hum of activity, the quiet, mechanical thrum of modules blending with the soft clicks and beeps of equipment being tested and reconfigured. Miners, who had spent entire cycles guided only by the precise steps of extraction, now hovered over engineering simulations, fingers hesitating over controls they had never manipulated before.
Screens flashed schematics of gears, pistons, and conveyor belts. A group clustered around one interface, attempting to model the transfer mechanism from the ore hoppers to the processing chambers. They were careful, cautious, but there was a new tension in the air, one that had nothing to do with following protocol. "I'm telling you," one miner said, glancing at the schematic and then at the partially disassembled motor on the table, "the alignment has to be off by at least 2 degrees for the feed to jam like that." A food production clone, quietly hovering nearby with chemical notes in hand, frowned. "If you adjust the alignment, the motor might overheat. I ran a simulation with a thermal mapping module. See? Temperatures spike past safe operational parameters." The miner nodded, scratching the back of his neck. "Yeah, I saw that too. But the only way it moves at all is if we tweak it. Maybe I'm missing something." Administrators watched the interaction from a cluster of terminals across the room, noting the experimentation, the trial and error, and the subtle collaboration between clones from different functions. Data logs recorded every adjustment, every input, every failed trial. Simulations ran in parallel with real hardware tests. It was painstaking, slow, and frustrating work, but for the first time, they were stepping outside their original parameters, even if only slightly. One administrator called across the room, "Don't forget to document each step. Every adjustment has to be logged. If it fails, we need to know why. Otherwise, we start repeating mistakes blindly." The miners muttered acknowledgement, their attention divided between the actual motor, the simulation, and the rapidly updating log screens. A new problem emerged when a conveyor belt that had been idle for cycles refused to start, despite correct input values and all safety checks reporting green. The miners, together with a technician from the processing units, inspected the system manually.
"Check the sensor array," the technician suggested.
"Last cycle's logs show fluctuating readings in this section. It might be degraded wiring." A miner carefully traced the wiring, feeling the brittle insulation beneath gloved fingers. "It's worse than I thought," he muttered. "This harness has cracks along every segment. Even if we reroute power, it won't hold for more than a few cycles." The administrator, watching from the terminal, interjected. "Then we model a temporary bypass. I can simulate the power load and predict where failure points will occur." He typed rapidly, pulling historical data from storage modules. "We'll need to prioritize usage carefully. Every motor, every belt. If we overextend the systems, nothing else will function." Meanwhile, the food crew continued their own experiments, attempting to synthesize basic fuel compounds from available chemical reagents originally meant for crop enhancement. Tiny beakers and micromixers dotted their stations, liquid swirling with faintly phosphorescent glows. I tried increasing the catalyst ratio," one food technician explained, "but the reaction stalls after 4 cycles. Temperature regulation is off by 0.2 degrees. We might need to compensate with the external heat modules." Another technician looked over the shoulder, adjusting a dial. "That could work, but then the nutrient compounds in the residue become unstable. We might lose half of what we have left for the crops." The conversation paused as both crews observed a small explosion of foam from a reaction vessel, harmless but startling. Miners glanced over, worried it might have triggered an alert or caused a system-wide fault, but the administrator on the terminal quickly confirmed, "No alarms. Containment protocols functioned as expected. Log it as a procedural anomaly." Despite the small successes, the clones repeatedly ran into the constraints of their original programming. Mental blocks manifested as hesitations, repeated miscalculations, and failures in judgment that would have been impossible during standard routines. "I can't get the simulation to match the hardware behavior," a miner complained, slamming his gloved hand lightly against the table. "Every time I adjust the feed rate in the model, the conveyor starts jamming again in reality." The administrator stepped over, squinting at the readouts. "Your inputs are fine. Look at the tolerances on the mechanical arm. You're pushing it beyond its design parameters. Try modifying the actuator sequence rather than the feed speed." The miner nodded, swallowing frustration, and tried again. The belt shuddered, hesitated, then began moving smoothly, albeit slower than intended. Cheers, quiet but sincere, spread through the cluster. Even the food crew glanced up, impressed by the outcome. On another side of the room, a small group of food technicians huddled over a simulation of fuel extraction. One had been experimenting with an improvised distillation module. "If we reverse the phase sequence, we can extract a usable energy fraction," the technician said. "But it's risky. The reaction could degrade the remaining reagents." "Do it," said another technician. "We don't have a choice anymore. If this fails, we adjust. We adapt. That's all we can do." Across the Hive, the learning modules recorded every micro-adjustment, every failed trial, every minor success. The administrators compiled the results, recalculating efficiency projections for both routine and experimental operations. Every minor success was cataloged as a potential template for further modification. Every failure was a warning against repeated overextension. Miners consulted with the food team again. If your reaction works, we can power auxiliary motors, maybe restore some movement to the processing units, one miner said. It's all connected. If we can get energy, even a small fraction, it helps everything else. A technician nodded, wiping sweat from his brows. We'll stabilize the mixture and run controlled trials. But this isn't guaranteed, and we have to protect the crops. If we miscalculate, we lose both. Time stretched into cycles, each longer than the last. Miners and food technicians worked side by side, adjusting and testing, recalibrating every piece of hardware, monitoring every chemical reaction. Administrators remained vigilant, cross-referencing data, issuing calculated directives, and providing warnings where systems neared failure. One administrator, peering over multiple screens, spoke in a low voice. If this works, we can get enough energy to run the auxiliary systems for a few extra cycles. But we need to ration it carefully. Every decision now affects multiple departments. A miner glanced at him. We know. Every move matters. No. That's all we've got, every single move. Failures mounted as well. Conveyor belts jammed repeatedly, chemical reactions fizzled, simulations diverged from real-world outputs. Each setback demanded repeated trials, requiring clones to reallocate energy, time, and attention. But even in failure, knowledge grew. I've mapped the stress points on the mechanical arm, one miner said to a group. If we sequence the actuators this way, it reduces load and prevents jamming. It's not perfect, but it's a start. The administrator logged the update immediately, sending data to other modules for integration. Good. Apply it to every identical system. Document all variances. If it holds, we'll extend it to other processing lines. The energy fractions produced by the food crew's experimental reactions were small, but enough to keep a few dormant motors running, freeing additional manpower for testing adjustments elsewhere. Cross-functional teams expanded, combining practical knowledge in ways that the system had never anticipated. In one corner, a miner adjusted the conveyor feed, paused, and said, "It's holding for now. Let's see if it can run a full cycle." An administrator replied, eyes never leaving the readouts. "Monitor output. Record every fluctuation. Compare it with prior cycles. We need data continuity, even in this experiment." Another technician added, "We can't just run one line. If this succeeds, it becomes a template. All other systems need replication. Otherwise, nothing scales." The day wore on. Clones shifted between learning, testing, repairing, and reconfiguring. No one paused, no one stopped. Frustration lingered in every miscalculation and failed experiment, but there was a quiet determination in every motion. "The feed is holding steady," one miner said, a small grin forming despite fatigue. "Not perfect, but it works." "Check the pressure gauges," another replied. "If they spike, the whole line could lock down." Running simulations in parallel. "Data looks good for now," the administrator added, eyes flicking across multiple screens. "We'll need a few more trials before we declare it stable." As cycles passed, small successes multiplied, forming the beginnings of practical skill. Even when experiments failed, the lessons accumulated. Miners, food technicians, and administrators began to anticipate each other's needs, predicting complications, and proposing preventative adjustments. By the end of the cycle, the Hive had established a rhythm. It was uneven, tentative, and full of trial and error, but something new had emerged, a system functioning beyond its original constraints, blending disciplines, adapting, and testing boundaries. No one in the Hive assumed mastery. No one spoke of ultimate success. But there was a sense, quietly acknowledged in measured tones, that incremental progress could lead to sustainability. The Hive had begun to transform, not through command, but through necessity, experimentation, and the slow accumulation of knowledge across departments. The learning modules hummed with activity as screens flickered, chemical reactions bubbled quietly in containment vessels, and hardware components were disassembled and reassembled repeatedly. Clones moved between stations, observing, adjusting, and recording outcomes, each experiment producing data that informed the next attempt. Failures and partial successes occurred in equal measure, with every adjustment carefully logged and cross-referenced. Miners tested actuator sequences, while administrators monitored system loads, and food technicians experimented with chemical ratios to produce usable energy, all while tracking the effects on crop growth and nutrient stability. Collaboration between different functions grew organically as practical solutions emerged through repeated trial, observation, and correction. Throughout this cycle, the platform maintained its operational routines alongside these experiments, with conveyor belts, processing units, and survey modules continuing to function under constrained resources. The clones moved with purpose, though tentative, as they applied knowledge gained from prior failures. Energy distribution, mechanical adjustments, and chemical experimentation were coordinated, constantly monitored, and recalibrated as needed. Every motion, every input, every reaction became part of a continuous feedback loop, shaping the ongoing work without drawing conclusions beyond the immediate actions and responses. The platform had taken on a rhythm all its own. Machinery hummed softly, hydroponic lights flickered in measured cycles, and the faint scent of chemical reactions hung in the air alongside the metallic tang of machinery in motions. Miners shuffled between experimental stations, some crouching over dismantled drills, others adjusting conveyor components, while administrators hovered near glowing monitors, eyes scanning endless data streams.
Food technicians moved carefully, testing nutrient ratios and observing chemical reactions in small chambers that had once been storage spaces. Torque on the conveyor's primary axle is still off, a miner called to a second timer crouched nearby, wiping grease from his forearm. I've adjusted it twice already. The belt still slips when we try to run it slow. The second timer, crouched beside him, checked a schematic projected on a nearby screen. Try reducing the input by 0.3 degrees and see if that stabilizes the feed. Document each reading. If it fails again, we'll have to rethink the entire assembly. Nearby, an administrator was typing into a terminal while watching readouts from energy arrays rerouted to experimental machinery. Energy allocation for the chemical synthesis stations is running tight, she said. If we go over another 5%, life support systems will dip below nominal. We have to stagger cycles. A food technician glanced up from a small tray containing chemical compounds. We can't stagger cycles much more. The catalysis reaction is time-sensitive. If we slow it down, output drops to almost nothing. Document both outcomes, the administrator replied without hesitation. We're measuring more than just yield. Every variable counts. First-timers hovered at the edges of the stations, observing every adjustment, every calculation, every careful motion. They whispered among themselves, internalizing each small success and failure. A miner bent low to tighten a bolt, then paused to watch a chemical reaction in a nearby chamber. I don't even know if this is right, he muttered. A second timer shook his head without looking up. It's not about being right yet. It's about testing, recording, repeating. If we don't try, we can't learn anything. Across the module, two food technicians argued quietly over environmental controls. The hydroponics trays aren't keeping consistent nutrient concentrations, one said, swirling a test vial. Run the chamber in cycles, the other replied. Short bursts. Measure after each. Record everything. We have nothing else to work with, and the output is better than zero. Survey drones hovered silently above the workspace, sensors repurposed to monitor both machinery and chemical processes. Their data streams fed directly to terminals, cross-referenced with energy use, environmental variables, and experimental adjustments. Administrators tracked the flow with precision, noting every spike, every drop, every anomaly. Are the torque readings synchronized with the drone sensors? One administrator asked a miner, kneeling over a partially dismantled conveyor. Yes, he replied, pointing to the interface. It updates in real time. Every misalignment shows immediately. Good. Keep checking. If anything slips by, it could ruin hours of work. In another corner, a miner tested hydraulic pressure on a modified drill. I've swapped the gear cogs as instructed, but the shaft vibrates excessively under load, he said. Incremental testing, a second timer answered. Document vibrations. Adjust in millimeter increments. If we go too far, you risk breaking the arm entirely. First timers jotted notes into their data pads, their neural pathways absorbing patterns that had never been intended for them. Observing both successes and missteps, they learned the subtle relationships between mechanical stress, chemical reactions, and energy distribution. Second timers corrected minor errors with minimal instruction, administrators ensured procedural integrity, and food technicians carefully balanced experiments alongside routine production. Adjust the nitrogen ratio, a food technician instructed her partner, pipetting a solution into a small chamber. Photosynthesis will speed up, but enzyme stability drops. Track both variables. I am, her partner replied, fingers flying across the interface. Cycle 2 completed. Environmental controls logged. Everything cross-referenced with prior data. To Cheech.
Mechanical arms moved slowly but deliberately, transferring compounds, adjusting machinery, and moving trays between stations. Each motion was purposeful, even as improvisation became standard. The hum of equipment blended with the murmurs of dialogue, the clinks of tools, and the occasional hiss of chemical reactions, creating an orchestration of activity unlike anything the Hive had known before. "Check the conveyor feed again," a second timer ordered a miner, crouched over the interface. "I already did," the miner replied, by choke. "Still inconsistent at low speeds." "Measure at high speed then. Compare. Log everything." Administrators rotated between stations, scanning monitors, and recalculating power allocations. "If we divert 2 kilowatts from survey drones, we can stabilize the chemical arrays," one said, noting the data. "But that drops monitoring coverage," another replied. "If an anomaly happens, we might not detect it in time." "Trade-off is unavoidable," the first administrator said firmly. "We maintain as much safety as possible while maximizing experimental output. Document the compromise." A first timer lingered near a hydroponic station, whispering to a second timer. "I don't know if we're doing this right. None of us were trained for chemical engineering." "None of us were trained for half of this," the second timer replied. "Watch. Learn. Test. That's all we can do." Every station operated under a similar mantra: observe, adjust, record. Miners recalibrated drills, adjusted torque, monitored vibrations. Administrators ensured that energy, data, and environmental variables were tracked across multiple systems. Food technicians ran experiments in chemical synthesis, optimizing nutrient yields and testing potential fuel sources. First-timers absorbed patterns. Second-timers enforced discipline. Administrators calculated limits, and drones monitored all activity simultaneously. "Cycle 3 complete," a miner announced, leaning against a conveyor frame. "Measurements recorded, but yield is still unpredictable." "Document everything," a second timer replied. "We're still gathering patterns. We can't assume anything yet." Across the room, a food technician added a chemical catalyst to a tray. "Reaction is unstable," she said. "We need another run with adjusted lighting cycles." "Make the adjustment," an administrator instructed. "Cross-reference with energy and temperature logs. Log anomalies immediately." Even as the day dragged on, and systems approached thermal and power limits, the clones continued. Their motions were deliberate, precise, and repeated. The platform had transformed into a labyrinth of activity, with ordinary production interwoven with experimental work. The flow of material, energy, and data became a network of interconnected trials, and every clone contributed to the effort, whether adjusting machinery, recalibrating chemical reactions, monitoring power distribution, or observing patterns. "Hydroponic trays are underperforming," a food technician called out, tapping at a terminal. "Adjust valves incrementally," a second timer instructed. "Track each step, don't assume improvement." "Torque on drill 1 is fluctuating again," a miner muttered. "Document it," an administrator replied. "Feed data directly to simulation. Make no assumptions. Repeat until patterns emerge." By mid-cycle, the room was alive with coordinated motion. Miners, administrators, and food technicians moved between stations, constantly adjusting, measuring, and recording. First-timers shadowed their movements, replicating techniques as they went. Every minor adjustment became a new data point, every failed attempt a lesson. "Cycle 5 readings," a food technician reported. "Catalysis slightly improved, but energy draw is high. We can't maintain it for long periods." "Document," an administrator responded. "Stabilized to a safe threshold. We'll test variations tomorrow." "Torque still irregular," a miner muttered, checking the drill. "Cross-check with environmental fluctuations," the second timer instructed. "Log and adjust." Through continuous motion, careful observation, and meticulous documentation, the clones created a system that merged production with experimentation. Mining continued on a minimal scale, hydroponics maintained supply, chemical experiments progressed incrementally, and survey systems remained operational. Each clone balanced routine work with experimental effort, creating a living network of activity that adapted in real time to the limitations of the platform. First-timers recorded patterns, second-timers corrected errors, administrators maintained coordination, and drones observed everything, feeding readings into simulations and databanks. Dialogue was concise, purposeful, and procedural, providing only what was needed to coordinate activity. Narrative detail, mechanical sounds, chemical reactions, flickering lights, motion of clones, dominated, balancing dialogue with description. A miner adjusted a hydraulic press. "The calibration is off again," he muttered. "Incremental," a second timer replied. Record every millimeter of change. Feed data back to arrays. Continue cycle. Nearby, a food technician rechecked a nutrient feed. pH is fluctuating, she said. Adjust in small steps, the administrator instructed. Log all outcomes. Compare against environmental readings. By the end of the cycle, the hive continued to function, simultaneously producing, experimenting, and observing. Clones worked tirelessly, each action recorded and analyzed. Machinery, chemicals, and energy systems were interwoven with human effort, creating a dynamic environment in which learning and survival were inseparable. Alvarez stood in the center of the administration hub, fingers drumming lightly on the console as he reviewed energy allocations for the past cycle. The room smelled faintly of ozone and hot circuitry, the hum of terminals filling every corner. Screens displayed real-time outputs from chemical experiments, minor mechanical tests, and the limited hydroponic arrays that had become the focus of the platform's survival efforts. "We can't keep running these cycles the way we have," Alvarez said, voice low but carrying across the hub. "Energy draws are spiking, machinery is wearing faster than expected, and food production isn't scaling. We have to figure out how to produce more without exhausting the system." A second timer, adjusting a data array beside him, frowned at the screens. "We've pushed the hydroponics to capacity. The nutrient ratios are near limits. Any change risks contamination or collapse." Alvarez's gaze swept over the array of terminals, each displaying output logs, experimental data, and predictive modeling. "I don't care if it's risky," owned. "We need a path forward. If we wait for the system to fix itself, we'll run out of food first." Nearby, another administrator tapped at a tablet. "Energy allocations for the chemical synthesis experiments are holding steady, but that's only because we've been cutting back on survey cycles. We can't maintain all three streams at once for much longer." Alvarez nodded. "Then we prioritize survival. Food production first. Engineering second. Survey and processing wherever we can squeeze resources. Document every change, every outcome, every failure. We need data for when we take the next step." Across the hub, first-timers were working with second-timers on experimental machinery, dismantling and reassembling conveyor modules and chemical processors. "If we adjust the feed ratios here," one miner said, pointing to a sequence of hydraulic valves, "we might stabilize output for the trays, but it'll increase energy use elsewhere." "Do it anyway," Alvarez said. "Record everything. Compare with the last cycle. If we can't maintain stability, we adapt again." The room was alive with purposeful motions. Miners, administrators, and technicians coordinated through short bursts of dialogue, each instruction precise and procedural, each observation meticulously recorded. Hydroponic trays were monitored for growth rates, nutrient flow, and contamination. Mechanical arrays were tested for stability and efficiencies. Chemical experiments, originally designed for food enhancement, were now being analyzed for potential fuel synthesis, with administrators calculating every variance in energy demand. "We could experiment with vertical growth cycles," a food technician suggested, tapping at a control panel. "Stacked trays might give us more output per square meter, but lighting and water distribution will be tricky." Alvarez moved closer, studying the projections. "Do it. Run one test block and record everything. If it fails, we adjust. If it works, we scale and weigh. Every experiment now is a survival step." Across the room, a miner called out, "The secondary water pumps are fluctuating under load. If we push vertical growth, it might overload the system." "Monitor closely," Alvarez replied. "We can't let perfect be the enemy of workable in that victim. Document variables, run cycles, adapt. That's the only way forward." First-timers shadowed every motion, absorbing the methodology, taking notes, repeating minor adjustments under the guidance of second-timers. Administrators oversaw the entire operation, balancing energy flows, water distribution, and experimental chemical reactions, while analyzing trends for future cycles. Dialogue was brisk, functional, and informative, woven into the narrative of constant adjustments, observation, and testings. "Stacked trays have uneven nutrient delivery," a food technician said, pointing to a readout. "Some units are overfed, others underfed." "Fine," Alvarez said. "Adjust the pump sequences in increments. Document the results. Don't skip any step. We need patterns, not guesses." Meanwhile, administrators were running predictive simulations for survival contingencies. Energy draw, food output, machinery stress, all variables fed into arrays designed to anticipate the limits of both equipment and personnel. If we can optimize growth cycles and energy allocation simultaneously, we might extend food output by another 15 cycles, one administrator said quietly. Alvarez nodded. Good. That's a start. Run it through 3 iterations and check for systemic strain. Every variable counts. The room shifted into a rhythm of experimentation layered over routine operations. Miners maintained limited extraction machinery, chemical experiments ran in small chambers, and hydroponics were tweaked for incremental gains. Every adjustment was recorded, compared to previous cycles, and analyzed for both immediate effect and long-term viability. Minor mechanical repairs completed, a miner reported. Conveyor stability improved, but energy draw increased by 3%. Document and integrate, Alvarez instructed. We can handle 3%. Track degradation over cycles. Any spike, we adapt immediately. In the skills, the learning modules have begun to show their influence. Miners, administrators, and food technicians were applying skills beyond their original programming. Miners calculated energy inputs, technicians adjusted chemical reactions, and administrators interpreted complex systems data. Each success, each failure, became a stepping stone toward practical survival, though progress was incremental and imperfect. Catalysis rate is unstable, a food technician called. Temperature fluctuations are interfering. Adjust the environmental controls, Alvarez said. Keep notes on all deviations. We're not aiming for perfection yet, only data and trends. Hydroponics cycle is holding steady under vertical tests, another administrator said. Output is slightly better, but energy spikes continue. Log everything, Alvarez replied. We need a complete picture before scaling anything. Every variable, every outcome, every failure, nothing is too minor to record. The Hive operated in this dual rhythm of production and experimentation. Routine tasks continued where possible. Experimental adjustments were layered on top, and every clone contributed in a precise, deliberate manner. First-timers learned through observation and repetition, second-timers corrected errors and ensured adherence to protocol, and administrators maintained the oversight necessary to coordinate multiple experimental and operational threads. By the end of the cycle, fragments of practical skill had begun to accumulate. Minor mechanical repairs were more reliable, basic chemical synthesis had been partially mastered, and rudimentary energy calculations were becoming routines. The platform, still constrained by limited resources, had adapted to integrate learning into productions. Dialogue continued in short, precise bursts. Narrative detail emphasized activity, motion, and process, and each clone remained engaged in a network of observation, experimentation, and adjustment. Alvarez paused at the console, surveying the results from the cycle. We're not finished, he said, quietly. But we've learned more in one cycle than we did in 10 without trying. Keep the adjustments coming. Document everything. We'll push further next cycle. The clones returned to their stations. Miners recalibrated machinery, food technicians adjusted chemical reactions, administrators monitored every variable, and first-timers absorbed methods, repeated tasks, and recorded results. The Hive operated as both a production environment and a learning crucible, focused entirely on survival, through adaptation and incremental progress. Survey modules swept methodically through the system, their sensors probing the orbiting bodies, analyzing atmospheric composition, and mapping surface features in painstaking detail. Administrators clustered around central consoles, reviewing streams of data as it scrolled past on translucent screens. Alvarez leaned over a display showing the orbital paths of every nearby planet. We might have something, he said quietly, pointing to a pale blue world slightly outside the inner belt. Atmosphere looks stable. Temperatures moderate. Fertile terrain. No significant ores, but survivable, interjected Cahill, tapping at a separate console to overlay rotational cycles and daylight duration. If we can move the population, this could support life. Not the resources we normally depend on, but food and shelter. Surveyors nodded in concert, adjusting scanning parameters to focus on the world's surface conditions. Hills, rivers, and flat plains were cataloged. Landing zones need to be calculated precisely, said Miro, tracing paths with a stylus on the holographic map. Gravity, axial tilt, atmospheric density. If we misjudge entry vectors, the descent will be catastrophic. Across the deck, administrators cross-referenced orbital charts with rotation periods, establishing potential windows for transfer. We'll need to coordinate, Alvarez continued, fuel estimates, propulsion vectors, structural integrity of modified units, all of it must align. Another administrator, Jara, pointed to a cluster of simulations. Assuming the modules can survive launch, these coordinates minimize atmospheric friction, and we can start constructing escape prototypes, but this is just the first step. Everything else depends on getting it right. Surveyors continued sweeping the surrounding system, confirming no unexpected debris or hazardous radiation pockets along calculated transfer trajectories. "I've adjusted the models to account for solar flares," said Lin. "Any sudden spike, and the modules could fry before leaving orbit." Administrators spoke quietly among themselves, debating priorities and sequencing. Supplies would have to be rationed, modules retrofitted, energy allocations shifted from routine mining and processing to fuel synthesis and structural reinforcement. They knew failure at any stage could doom the Hive. Cahill glanced at Alvarez. "This is it. We can't stay here. Not without resources. Not without intervention." Alvarez nodded grimly. "Then we learn. We adapt. This planet isn't an option, but that one. The survey says it could sustain us. That's our plan. Step 1. Get ready to leave." Meanwhile, survey modules continued their detailed sweeps, feeding back terrain analysis, climate stability, and potential hazards. Administrators cataloged everything, integrating raw observational data into simulations and projected timelines. Each variable, wind currents, seasonal shifts, rainfall, soil composition, was recorded, calculated, and debated. JERA adjusted projections for energy efficiency. "If we can't generate propulsion at full capacity, the timing window's narrow. One miscalculation, and we end up in orbit for cycles with limited life support." Alvarez tapped the console. "Then we prioritize propulsion prototypes and structural reinforcements first. Learning modules can be repurposed to simulate mechanical, stress, energy consumption, and landing impact. Everyone contributes: miners, processors, food services. We all need to expand beyond assigned roles." "There's no fallback." A surveyor spoke from a distant console. "Atmospheric composition is mostly nitrogen and oxygen, no toxic compounds. Saint. Fertile ground. Minimal topographic obstacles in the northern hemisphere. Maximum landing safety if we target these zones." Kirill scribbled notes, glancing at other administrators. "Then it's decided. Survey teams continue observation to refine these zones. Administration coordinates retrofits and fuel calculations. We have a plan, tentative, but real." The modules hummed steadily as the first concrete steps toward a possible escape plan took shape. Surveyors continued scanning and recording, administrators debated sequencing and materials allocation, and the Hive's attention slowly pivoted from routine survival to the distant possibility of reaching a habitable world. The world, pale and distant, held the promise of life, however tenuous, and for the first time in cycles, the clones had a tangible direction, an objective beyond simply maintaining their routines. Alvarez stepped back from the console, taking a deep breath, the weight of responsibility settling across his shoulders. "We start here," he said, "and we build everything else around it. This is our path off the planet." Dialogue, coordination, and narrative moved in tandem as every administrator and surveyor worked to integrate observation with planning. Terrain maps overlapped with orbital projections, chemical analysis merged with fuel simulations, mechanical stress models ran in parallel with energy consumption calculations. Each piece of data was incorporated, debated, recalculated, and recorded, forming the foundation of the Hive's first real attempt at self-directed survival. Alvarez watched the simulations run across the array of screens. "Every variable matters," he said. "We don't get to ignore anything. Systems, personnel, energy, timing, it all needs to align. Any deviation, and the world we're aiming for becomes unreachable." Survey modules reported back continuously. Patterns of weather, surface irregularities, and planetary rotation were logged, double-checked, and compared to previous cycles. Administrators worked through contingency calculations, imagining multiple scenarios of landing success, partial failures, and full mission collapse. Cabiel adjusted calculations. "We're going to have to retrain some of the crews on the fly. Mechanics need to understand propulsion stress. Food services need to understand energy synthesis. We're outside normal operations now. Everyone becomes something else." Alvarez's gaze shifted to the projected landing zones. "All right. Step 1. We verify the world can sustain life. Step 2. We repurpose our modules for departure. Step 3. We train personnel to operate beyond their programming. And we do it in cycles. Nothing moves forward unless it's accounted for. This is our survival plan." Surveyors continued to refine maps, cross-checking trajectories, gravity calculations, and atmospheric density. Administrators coordinated team assignments, ensuring that no skill set went underutilized. Each clone had a role in both observation and preparation, creating a collaborative network that combined the Hive's procedural rigor with an unprecedented initiative toward escape. Jara leaned back from her console. The landing windows are tight. Our models suggest 3 possible cycles before planetary rotation alters optimal entry. If we miss these, we may have to wait months. Or worse, life support could constrain us. Miro added. Then everything becomes a timing game. Fuel synthesis, propulsion tests, module retrofitting, all of it has to move in sync with the planet's cycles. One misalignment, and everything fails. Alvarez turned to the team. Then we coordinate. We sequence our tasks. We adapt. And we do not fail. Weckout. This is the first time the Hive has been beyond its routine operations with a purpose. Everything we've done so far, routine mining, food production, medical cycles, it's now the foundation for something bigger. And the first step is that planet. Surveyors continued scanning, administrators continued planning, and the hum of machinery and the quiet beeps of monitoring consoles filled the Hive. Every observation, calculation, and adjustment fed into the central objective: establish a feasible path to a habitable world. The first concrete attempt at escape was now underway. The echoing clank of metal on metal filled the lower decks like a living pulse, the sound ricocheting off the reinforced hull and tight corridors. Former miners and processing specialists moved in careful choreography, their bodies familiar with heavy lifts, extended bending, and precise placement. Every crane, conveyor, and lift that had once operated endlessly to extract ore was now stripped, inspected, and meticulously catalogued. Sparks flew in intermittent showers from welders, torches, scattering against steel beams, and filling the deck with the faint smell of hot metal and burning flux. Small clusters of clones huddled over blueprints and diagnostic displays, tracing the repurposed machinery with practiced eyes. I don't know if the motors can handle the extra load, said Kellen, a second-timer from the processing wing, wiping sweat from his brow. He crouched over a control board, tapping keys and reviewing sensor readouts. Frowning, he adjusted a schematic overlay, eyes narrowing at the projected stress tolerances. We're pushing these units outside spec. If they fail mid-operation, we lose everything we've built so far. Then we reinforce them, said Jarek, a former miner, hefting a steel brace into place. He pressed it against the hull of a crane arm, nodding toward the module's fragile joints. See this? One misaligned weld and it's scraps. His hands moved with confident precision, hammering and clamping in short, deliberate bursts, each movement echoing in the cavernous decks. Nearby, a pair of processors, Mela and Dove, spread out a collection of old conveyor motors, each piece laid like a puzzle on the deck plates. We can use these for propulsion cycles, Mela said, tracing the routing of a wiring harness. Rewire them in series, distribute energy load, but the calibration has to be perfect. Dove rubbed his temples, the dim glow of diagnostic panels reflecting in his tired eyes. Perfect? Nothing about this is perfect. We're improvising with equipment that's decades past prime. At least we've got the schematics from the learning modules. The modules had supplied knowledge, stress tolerances, load distribution, and electrical conductance, but translating theory into functioning modifications demanded painstaking trial and error. Each team kept precise logs, materials cataloged, connection points noted, energy transfer measured, and structural stress recorded. Every tiny adjustment could mean the difference between a successful trial and a complete structural failure. A lifting platform groaned beneath the weight of a repurposed crane arm. Careful, Jarek barked, guiding the arm as it tilted under its new load. We can't afford another snapped cable. One failure, and it's going to take hours to fix, and that's if the welds hold. Kellen crouched low, adjusting a power conduit. We might be able to augment the energy conduits using the old processing units. Distribute power more evenly. But it's going to reduce throughput for the lift systems. And we don't have a choice, Jarek muttered. Everything is either working for us or not at all. Through the main corridor, the clatter of hammers and the whir of repurposed motors blended with low murmurs of calculations and commands. Sparks hissed along metal edges as clamps were tightened, wires soldered, and joints reinforced. Miners attached mechanical actuators to reinforced structural frames, each test of movement causing a ripple of tension along the deck. Mela adjusted a capacitor bank. Energy transfer's too slow here. We need parallel routing. Otherwise, we'll fry the system trying to accelerate even small sections. Then reroute it, Jarek said, leaning in with a torch in hand. We're learning by doing. Every mistake teaches something. The clones felt the pressure. Machinery originally intended for simple repetitive work was now being transformed into experimental propulsion systems. Conveyors and lifts became structural scaffolds. Processors became energy distribution centers, and even the ventilation system was adjusted to handle the heat, smoke, and chemical byproducts of soldering and welding. You think this will even fly? Dove asked, leaning back, eyes tracking the movement of a test frame under experimental power. We don't have the luxury to think about failure in conventional terms, Kellen said. We test, we document, we adjust. Keep the logs accurate. Every screw, every joint matters. Jarrett clapped Dove on the shoulder, a quick, grounding gesture amid the chaos. Look, nobody's expecting perfection. We're making the impossible happen with what we've got. That's all we can do. Across the deck, Mela and a small team connected energy conduits, feeding wires along reinforced beams, clicking junction boxes into place, while drones hovered nearby to monitor voltage, current, and stress. If this works, Mela said, we could have a propulsion cycle capable of lifting small modules off the platform and into trajectory alignment with the target world. Good, Jarek said cautiously. Good. And could also melt our conduits if one calibration is off. Don't get cocky. Even in the thick of improvisation, the clones adapted. Motors that previously stalled now handled double loads for brief cycles, and rudimentary propulsion arms could move independently for a few meters. Each success built confidence. Each failure reinforced vigilance. Teams worked in synchronized rotations, dismantling, testing, and modifying machinery in tandem. Every adjustment required careful consideration. Torque, load distribution, and energy draw were all accounted for. Swap the actuators on this arm, Kellen instructed. See if the energy draw stabilizes. Keep a log. We need data for every change. Times hit. Jarek nodded. And make sure the welds hold. I don't want any surprises when we run a full sequence, Ms. Hid. Debate and discussion ran alongside the mechanical work. Suggestions and counterpoints flowed as naturally as the movement of parts. Try the series connection, Mela said, adjusting the wiring layout. It might stabilize output. Dove frowned, rerouting a conduit. It'll create a spike on the secondary system. We'll need a bypass. Run diagnostics first. Jarek glanced at the mounting frame. Then run it. If it fails, we'll fix it and learn why. Keep moving. This isn't a drill. Every adjustment counts toward getting off this rock. By the end of long cycles, the lower decks had transformed completely. Conveyors, lifts, and cranes were no longer idle. They were a network of experimental propulsion systems, energy conduits, and structural reinforcements. Miners and processors, once locked in repetitive labor, now moved with purpose, learning, adjusting, and improvising. Small groups ran repeated tests on subassemblies, tracking heat, stress, and energy flow. Sparks erupted from connectors overloaded by test runs, prompting rapid adjustments and recalibration. Document the failure, Jarek ordered after one such misfire. We learn nothing by ignoring it. Adjust, log, repeat. That's the only way this works, Kellen. Kellen leaned back, sweat dripping from his brow, surveying the busy decks. Every crane, every conveyor, every lift we repurpose brings us closer. It's slow. It's exhausting, but at least we're doing something. Mela secured the final junction box on a prototype conduit. We've got motion, and not full-scale yet, but it moves. That's a start. The lower decks were alive with controlled chaos, filled with focused, improvising clones. Communication was constant, tasks coordinated, modifications checked, and experiments logged. Every small success became a stepping stone, every failure a lesson. The platform, once quiet in the absence of mining operations, had become a living workshop, pulsating with energy, adaptation, and the first steps toward survival and possible escape. The laboratory modules were humming in low, constant resonance, a subtle vibration that ran through the reinforced floors. Pipelines clanged against conduits, cooling fans rattled, and small chemical heaters hissed as raw compounds simmered in containment vats. Clones moved between workstations in careful rotations, measuring, pouring, and recording, their movements precise but visibly strained. The smell of heated metals and faint chemical fumes lingered in the air, mixing with the sharp tang of recycled air from the platform's ventilation system. Each workstation was cluttered with tools, spools of wiring, and stacks of digital readouts, some screens flickering with intermittent warnings. Kellen leaned over a small processing console, eyes scanning a scrolling display of fuel synthesis projections. If we increase the hydrogen ratio by 3%, we can get a marginal gain in output, he said, voice low, almost drowned out by the hum of machinery. His hands were covered in fine dust from powdered catalysts. But that spike in temperature could destabilize the containment cells. I don't want a chain reaction on top of everything else. Mela adjusted a valve on a pressurized container, wiping sweat from her forehead. Then we run smaller batches, she suggested. Step by step. That way, if it goes wrong, we only lose a fraction, and we can't afford a total wipe. Dove, hunched over a stack of digital logs, muttered numbers to himself. We're running marginally within tolerances, but the energy output from the modified reactors isn't consistent. Even minor fluctuations could knock our trajectory calculations off. He rubbed the back of his neck, grimacing. Hey, every cycle we run, we need a full recalibration, or it's wasted effort. And Jarek leaned on the edge of a workstation, arms crossed, observing the team's adjustments. Then we recalibrate. Adjust. Document. At that point, that's all we can do. Keep the logs accurate. Every gram, every joule matters. He gestured toward a half-assembled fuel processing array. If we mess up the ratios, we don't get fuel. That's it. Nothing more complicated than that. Choose. The clones worked in unison, moving back and forth between containment vats, energy monitors, and calculation consoles. Small drones hovered overhead, their sensors flicking from display to display, feeding back readings to automated recording stations. Sparks occasionally leapt from exposed conduits, prompting quick reflexes. One of the junior miners, Tahal, yelped as a misrouted power feed sparked. Careful! That could fry the sensors. Reroute it, Jarek snapped, leaning over Tahal's shoulder. We know the circuit. Follow the schematics. And document every adjustment. Above them, scaffolding groaned as additional processing units were hoisted into place by small mechanical lifts. Clones balanced precariously, hands covered in insulating gloves, carefully connecting conduits to vats without disturbing the precarious chemical mixtures inside. We can't just synthesize fuel for testing, Kellen said, pacing along the catwalk above the vats. We have to simulate extraction cycles simultaneously. Otherwise, we won't know how much output is realistic for launch. Mela's hands moved quickly, recalibrating a thermal regulator while leaning across a console cluttered with sensors and cables. We've got two options. 1, push the heat higher for faster yield but risk evaporation, or 2, slower cycles, safer margins. I vote slower. Dove glanced at a display showing projected energy needs for the propulsion arrays. Slower cycles? That gives us more time to catch errors, but we're burning through raw material at half the rate. We need every gram. Jarek shook his head, frowning. Better half than none. You think we survive a misfire? That's not even a discussion. Throughout the lab, clones rotated constantly, hands smeared with powders and grease, eyes flicking between calculations, readouts, and glowing chemical vats. Each adjustment carried weight. One miscalculated reaction could render hours of labor useless, or worse, damage vital modules. Despite the intensity, there was a rhythm to the chaos. Drones zipped between stations, sensors recorded every change, and clones spoke only when necessary, letting action drive progress. Check the energy conduits for the auxiliary pumps, Kellen said sharply, motioning to a tangle of wires feeding the main vats. If the flow drops by even 5%, we lose efficiency. Mela nodded, adjusting a regulator. Flow's stabilizing barely. We might need parallel conduits. Dove's hands flew across a digital interface. Parallel routing would spike voltage on the secondary line, owns to them. We'll need a bypass, or we fry everything. Jarek rubbed his temples. Then build the bypass. Nothing fancy, just functional. Every minute counts. Sweat dripped from brows, pooled on sleeves, and left streaks on work surfaces. The laboratory's floor vibrated under the weight of temporary scaffolding, makeshift energy conduits, and the occasional lift platform carrying materials between modules. Sparks and minor arcs punctuated every successful recalibration. Every time a small test completed, the clones would pause briefly, check the data, and then dive into the next cycle. We're stabilizing the chemical feed here, Mela said, eyes scanning readouts. Output should be consistent for the next run. Watch for pressure spikes. Kellen adjusted a sensor head. Got it. But keep monitoring flow rates. Even a small variation could cascade into thermal instability. The soundscape was a mix of mechanical groans, electronic hums, and whispered calculations. Each clone understood the stakes, their fatigue growing alongside the knowledge that mistakes carried high consequences. Their suits were smudged with chemical stains and dust, gloves scorched along the fingertips, and hair plastered to their heads with sweat. Dove grimaced, recalculating. Projected yield is slightly off. I'm going to adjust catalyst concentration. Shouldn't affect energy input, but watch the thermal logs. Do it, Jarek said. And record the adjustments. Every correction matters. We'll need it for replications. Modules once used for routine chemical refinement were now improvised fuel synthesis labs, wired to energy distribution systems that themselves had been repurposed from mining operations. Every adjustment, every measurement was trial and error, but slowly, patterns emerged. The clones learned to anticipate the quirks of the repurposed systems, building contingencies and redundancies as they worked. By the end of multiple cycles, the laboratory was a maze of test rigs, scaffolding, chemical vats, and glowing monitors, alive with the collective focus of the Hives.
Sparks from misfires, small arcs of energy, and the occasional hiss of overpressurized containers punctuated the intense quiet of concentration. Each clone, in their way, had become part of a delicate system of checks, balances, and iterative experimentation. Every run, every adjustment, it all adds
up, Kellen muttered, leaning against a rail, wiping sweat from his brow. We may not have perfect fuel yet, but we're closer than yesterday. Mela exhaled sharply, securing the final conduit clamp. Closer, yeah, but there's a long way to go before we can even think about launch cycles. Jarek, hands on his hips, surveyed the floor. Then we keep going. Test, adjust, record. That's the only way this works. No shortcuts, no assumptions. Keep moving. The lower deck vibrated under the combined stress of machinery and human, or rather clone, tension. The air was thick with heat and chemical tang. Exhaust vents coughed clouds of recycled air, and small sparks leapt from overtaxed conduits. Every surface was smeared with dust, oil, and the sweat of exhausted clones who had been running cycles for far too long. Scaffolding groaned, half-assembled frames shivered, and the once pristine metal of the lower decks was marred with scratches, dents, and the occasional dented panel from a misdirected shove. Alvarez pushed through a cluster of arguing clones, the tension pressing against him like a physical weight. Two mechanics, Core and Dane, were squared off near a half-reinforced propulsion arm, hands curled into fists, eyes locked, their hostility radiating outward. Around them, clusters of other clones argued over torque measurements, energy calculations, fuel ratios, and structural stability,
yelling over each other in a cacophony that made the clanging of machinery feel almost polite in comparison.
Jarek tried to intervene, reaching for both of them.
Back off! Both of you!
We don't have time for this shit. Core shoved Jarek aside with a harsh grunt. Look, the frame is off by an entire degree because this idiot can't follow basic specs. He's gonna get us killed if we don't fix this before the next cycle. Dane's eyes narrowed and he lunged, grabbing Core by the collar and shoving him against the scaffolding. Metal groaned. A clamp fell with a sharp clang.
Sparks flew from exposed wiring. The crowd of clones watching them cheered, shouted. Some jeered. Others began taking sides.
Break it up, someone yelled. Let them fight it out. They're both idiots, another voice called back. Alvarez, a clone shouted. Alvarez forced his way into the center of the crowd. That's enough, he barked, trying to assert authority over the chaos. His voice was swallowed by the din, but he pushed forward anyway, grabbing Dane by the shoulder and yanking him back. Dane barely held his footing. Core spat, straightening his posture. Enough of what? Have the whibs. He almost crushed my ribs over a mistake I didn't make. It wasn't a mistake, Dane shot back, his voice low, dangerous, trembling with adrenaline. You misread the tolerances and now half the frame is bent. Bullshit, Core snapped. The crowd surged, dividing into two sides of the argument like a storm brewing across the deck. Shouts, curses, and clangs of falling tools punctuated each word. Jarek struggled to maintain control but was shoved aside by both sides. Mela slammed her tablet on a nearby bench, frustration radiating in her every movement. Everyone's blaming everyone else because nobody wants to admit that the platform wasn't designed for this. You can reinforce it all you want, but it won't hold steady output if we keep pushing it beyond tolerances. A miner from the back yelled, Then why? Are we wasting cycles pounding on scrap metal and old conduits? If it won't work, someone needs to say it doesn't work instead of pretending we can just make it happen. It can work, a younger clone shouted. No, it can't, another yelled. You don't know anything, someone spat. The tension escalated. Shoves became grapples. One clone shoved another into a crate, which toppled, sending wrenches and clamps clattering across the floor. Sparks danced off a half-installed energy conduit. Kellen emerged from behind the bank of monitors, voice booming as he pointed at Alvarez. You want a better plan? Stop pretending we have time to keep patching this platform. You've ignored half the warnings, half the stress data, half the instability, and you keep telling everyone to mitigate risk. You're going to get us all killed. Alvarez's hands clenched. That's not true. It is true, Kellen shouted back, stepping closer, eyes burning. We've been running modules too fast for their cooldown cycles. We've been pushing the frames past safe thresholds for 3 cycles straight. And you keep telling everyone to just adjust and document. You're gambling with structural failure. Voices erupted across the deck. Dozens of clones backed Kellen, voices intertwining with anger, frustration, and exhaustion. Alvarez shot back. We can't just sit idle waiting for perfect numbers. Every cycle opens opportunities. That's bullshit and you know it, Kellen spat, stepping forward, his fist rising. We're risking lives, and you want to act like it's just data. Jarek tried to intervene again, placing a hand on Kellen's chest. Kellen shoved him aside. Jarek stumbled but regained his footing just as Dane lunged at Core again. 2 miners tackled Dane to the floor, rolling, cursing. A wrench flew through the air, narrowly missing Alvarez. Sparks from a nearby conduit crackled across the floor. Alvarez grabbed Kellen's arm mid-swing and spun him back. Kellen twisted free, throwing a punch that caught Alvarez across the jaw. Blood ran down Alvarez's chin. Are you out of your mind? Alvarez yelled, his voice hoarse. Kellen swung again. Alvarez barely ducked. Jarek and Mela moved in, trying to separate fighters, while simultaneously preventing the brawling from reaching the fragile experimental frames and energy conduits. Another cluster of clones, frustrated by misaligned fuel readings, began shoving each other around a half-assembled propulsion array. Sparks flew, and metal groaned. Hydraulic lines quivered under the stress. Alvarez wiped blood from his lip. He realized that the Hive wasn't just fighting over engineering. It was fighting over fear, over desperation, over the sheer impossibility of leaving the planet. He stepped into the center and roared, voice echoing over the chaos. You want to kill each other? Fine. Fight! But after we finish the modules. Any more damage, none of you walk off this deck. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then the crowd erupted again, but Alvarez's voice cut through the chaos. The clones knew he meant it. Kellen pointed at a cracked scaffolding beam. And this? This is your brilliant plan? To gamble with all of it for the sake of one possible launch? Alvarez shook his head. Then argue with me. Don't fight each other. Give your numbers. Give your calculations. Fight with your data, not your fists. You want a debate? You're getting one now. The clones started shouting, not at each other, but at Alvarez. Data, theories, warnings, worst-case scenarios flying in every direction. Jarek scribbled feverishly into logs, recording every suggestion, every objection, every piece of evidence for structural integrity, energy balance, and fuel yield. Every simulation I've run shows the conduits can't handle more than 60 cycles without overheating, a technician yelled. And if we push past that, the frames will buckle under torque. And I've calculated fuel yields for incremental loads, Kellen shouted. Even with perfect ratios, we're only reaching 72% of what we need for a trajectory to the planet. We need more energy, more material, or we stay here forever. Dove pointed at a thermal map projected on the console. If we increase coolant flow here, we mitigate some risk, but it drains energy from the propulsion arrays. We can't have both. Mela slammed her palm on the table. Then we prioritize. We choose stability first. If the fuel isn't ready, nothing flies anyway. Argue. Are you listening? The room vibrated with argument. Alvarez moved between the combatants, his fists occasionally coming down to physically separate clones who were about to revert to fighting. Someone swung a pipe. Jarek caught it mid-air. Sparks flew from friction against the metal grating. This is the debate you asked for, Alvarez shouted. Numbers. Data. Calculations. If you have a better plan, spit it out. Otherwise, stop tearing each other apart like animals. By the end of 3 hours, the clones were bruised, bleeding, exhausted. But the debate raged on. Every idea was challenged, every calculation questioned, every risk dissected under the heat of exhaustion and adrenaline. Every failed argument, every misstep, every shove became part of the argument itself, a physical, violent, relentless negotiation of survival. The Hive was alive in chaos. Fists, data, schematics, and chemicals mixed together in a storm of heat, sparks, and shouted warnings. And through it all, Alvarez, Jarek, Kellen, Mela, and Dov worked, sometimes physically restraining, sometimes debating, sometimes arguing calculations in the middle of flying bodies to shape the only possible path forward. And still, the argument wasn't over. Not even close. The upper command module buzzed with low-level alarm lights, the kind that didn't signal immediate danger, but reminded everyone that time was bleeding away. Alvarez stood at the front, shoulders squared, trying to imprint calm authority over the room, though his jaw was tight and his eyes flicked constantly over the assembled administrators and clone team leaders. Behind him, the projected schematics of the platform and nearby orbital charts glowed, casting long shadows across the cramped room. "Attention," Alvarez began, voice steady but heavy with urgency. "We have exactly one option. We work together, or we die here. Every clone, every module, every resource is committed to leaving this planet and reaching the target world. There is no alternative. We cannot wait for perfect conditions, and we cannot afford hesitation. Every second spent arguing or doubting is a second closer to failure." A murmur rippled through the assembled clones. Some nodded, some stared blankly, others shifted uneasily.
Jarek, standing near the back, muttered, "Finally. Someone's saying what we all already know." Mela's eyes were wide as she scanned the schematics.
"Alvarez," she said, voice firm despite her exhaustion, "we don't have enough fuel yet. Even with maximum throughput, the production cycles won't match the launch requirements. We'll need to double, no, triple, our efficiency to reach even preliminary trajectory targets." Alvarez didn't flinch. "Then that is what we will do. You and your teams will reorganize the chemical processing modules. Kellen and Dove will oversee fuel synthesis cycles. Everyone else will support where needed. Efficiency isn't negotiable. Survival isn't optional." A young clone at the edge of the room raised a hand, hesitating. "Sir, what about structural integrity? If we start pushing every module past calculated stress thresholds?" Alvarez's eyes locked on the clone. "Then we reinforce them. We document every adjustment. We monitor every stress point. And we keep moving. Do not wait for perfection. It is a luxury we no longer have." A heavier silence fell over the room. The air was thick, recycled and warm, carrying the faint tang of lubricants, chemical residues, and human sweat. The hum of power conduits vibrated through the floor. Every clone present felt the weight of the announcement. This was no longer a drill, no longer an experiment. It was life or death. Jarek turned to Mela and Olaf.
"We need full logs of the last cycle's output before we start reallocating energy. If we miss even a single anomaly, the next batch could take out half the reactors."
Dov shook his head.
"Half the reactors aren't enough. We can't afford to have reduced throughput for even one cycle. The margin of error is vanishing. Every adjustment has to be recorded and cross-checked in real time."
Mela exhaled sharply, already moving toward the nearest processing station.
"Then we get to work," she said,
adjusting her sleeves and squaring her shoulders.
"No more waiting. No more arguing. If we survive, it's because we do exactly what Alvarez said." Outside the command module, the platform roared to life. Hydraulic lifts creaked, scaffolds shuddered, and dormant processing units powered up with whines and clicks. Sparks flew as old welds flexed under stress, and a faint smell of ozone permeated the corridors. Clones moved with precision and fatigue, many with faces smeared with dust, sweat, or minor burns, yet determination burned in every eye. Kellen approached a cluster of former miners and chemical processors. "Listen," he said, voice rising over the din of machinery. "We're repurposing every single unit we can. Conveyor belts, ore lifts, storage modules. Everything that isn't essential for survival gets converted for fuel production or structural reinforcement. If anything fails, it's on us. Got it?" A miner named Solon grunted, wiping grime from his forehead. "Got it, Ed. But these old hydraulic lines
aren't rated for continuous operation at these loads. We'll be lucky if they hold a week." "We don't have a week," Kellen snapped. "We have hours before fuel shortages start hitting survival thresholds. Reinforce what you can and improvise the rest. We don't get luxury, we get results." Dov moved between monitors, adjusting output ratios and recalibrating thermal regulators.
"Pressure's climbing in batch 3. If we exceed 2% above current thresholds, containment risk spikes. Everyone double-check your conduits. I don't care if it slows production by 10%, we can't afford a catastrophic failure." Jarek leaned over a workstation, examining a half-assembled energy conduit. "I've already rerouted the primary line 3 times. Every time we add more flow, another segment hits thermal limits. We're dancing on the edge here, and nobody can fall behind. Check your joints, check your logs, check your tools. One misstep, one loose clamp,
and we're set back hours, maybe days." Alvarez moved through the rows, touching consoles, reviewing logs, and occasionally stopping to correct or reinforce a decision. "Every clone here has a role," he said. "Not a suggestion, a role. Fuel production is priority 1. Harvesting materials is priority 2. Anything else is secondary until we're ready to launch. Understood?" "Yes, sir," came in unison from the room, though the energy was tempered with exhaustion and apprehensions. Outside the laboratories, the lower decks were a hive of activity. Sparks from welding arcs illuminated grimy faces. Cranes groaned under the weight of reinforced frames, and temporary scaffolds shivered with every lift. Mela and Dove moved between chemical vats and thermal regulators, constantly adjusting, monitoring, and recording outputs. Every minor change rippled across the system, forcing clones to recalibrate on the fly. A younger clone, barely a cycle into full operation, stumbled, carrying a batch of processed compounds.
Whoa, careful!
Jarek barked, rushing to steady them.
If that container tips, it's a chain reaction we can't afford right now.
I'm fine, the clone snapped, voice trembling. No, you're not, Jarek retorted. You're human, or clone, but you're fragile. Handle this like your life depends on it, because it does. Alvarez returned to the command module, reviewing orbital simulations and projected fuel consumption charts. He tapped a finger against a console, frowning. We're hitting 82% efficiency with current throughput. Not enough. Divert additional power from non-essential modules. Every extra watt counts. Every extra gram of fuel counts.
Kellen appeared beside him, wiping grime from his hands.
I've got the reinforcements prepped, but the conduits are close to overheating. If we push too hard... I know, Alvarez interrupted, and adjust, document, and repeat. We have no choice.
In the corridors and labs below, the clones worked with a frenzy born of necessities. Sparks, arcs of energy, clanging metal, the hiss of overpressurized chemical lines, and shouted instructions created a symphony of controlled chaos. Clones monitored temperatures, recalibrated sensors, adjusted flow rates, reinforced stress points, and rerouted energy to balance fuel production with structural safety. Each step was critical, and every error carried the potential to set them back hours or more. Hours passed, measured in cycles of sweat, grime, and strained muscles. Alvarez returned periodically to the labs, nodding at minor successes and intervening where risk of failure loomed largest. Jarek, Kellen, and Mela moved tirelessly between stations, checking logs, guiding teams, and keeping the chaos focused. Even Dov, pale from fatigue, stayed glued to the monitors, recalculating energy projections and updating schedules. By the end of the first full cycle, a faint sense of coordinated movement began to emerge from the frenzy. Sparks no longer flew randomly across the decks. Systems hummed in tighter synchronization, and even the younger clones moved with purpose rather than panic. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't safe. But it was progress. Alvarez, hands on his hips, surveyed the room. Restless. This is it, he said quietly, almost to himself. Every clone in this hive has a job. Every watt, every gram, every second counts. We either make this work, or we die here. No one else is coming to save us. The clones nodded to themselves, to each other, to the overwhelming, humming machinery surrounding them. There was no joy, only grim focus. Every conveyor belt, every repurposed module, every flickering monitor was a step toward survival, or a reminder that failure could come at any moment. And so the hive moved as one organism, driven by Alvarez's words and the stark reality of their situation, into a night without rest, where every heartbeat, every action, and every spark of machinery counted toward one impossible goal: liftoff or extinction. The lower decks smelled of metal, dust, and the faint tang of recycled air heated by the platform's machinery. The mining corridors, once echoing with endless extraction cycles, were now quiet, except for the occasional hum of life support systems and the shuffle of clones moving in careful rotations. The radiation-stained walls bore the marks of decades of labor, flaking paint and scorched panels, forming an unintentional map of past operations. The team, small but methodical, moved cautiously along the catwalks, aware that any misstep could compromise structural elements they were tasked to salvage. Tahal, one of the healthier surveyors, crouched by a stripped-down mining arm, eyes scanning the support beams. "We can strip the outer scaffolding here," he said, pointing. "It won't affect load distribution if we reinforce the central frame with the spare girders from deck 7. "I don't like removing this section," said Rima, one of the radiation-weak miners, her voice trembling slightly as she touched the corroded rails. "The beams look fatigued. One wrong move, and it collapses." Jarek, overseeing the operation, crouched beside them and adjusted a digital readout on his wrist console. "Reinforce the inner trusses first, MT. Every piece we take off has to be cataloged and redistributed. If we don't follow the sequence, we risk more than structural integrity. We risk lives." Nearby, Mekla and a small team of engineers measured the residual ore and energy conduits.
We can cannibalize these secondary processing units for structural supports, Medishla said, her tone clipped as she checked readings from a portable scanner. They won't be needed for fuel production if we shift the routing through the new manifolds. Dove squinted at the monitor, rubbing the back of his neck. If we pull too much at once, we're going to destabilize the deck above. I can simulate stress loads in real time, but the modules are brittle. Every adjustment matters. Then simulate and act, Jarek said, voice firm. We don't have the luxury of hesitation. Everything we salvage adds to our chance of getting off this planet. The clones worked in shifts, moving in precise routines designed to protect the sick miners while keeping productivity high. Radiation-sick miners, pale and shaking, were assigned low-impact tasks, sorting beams, identifying reusable components, checking schematics, while healthier clones handled the heavy lifting, cutting, and welding. Small sparks flew as reinforcement panels were detached and fitted elsewhere, while sensor drones hovered overhead, cataloging movement and feeding back real-time stability data. Careful with that girder, Tahal called out as Rima steadied a section of rail. It's almost stripped down to the core. One slip and it's scrap, or worse. I got it, Rima said, her arms straining as she lifted the steel into the support frame. Just tell me where to place it. I can't risk testing it myself. Kellen, rotating through the teams, knelt to check a beam's anchoring brackets. If we shift the weight slightly to port, it'll take the load off the compromised section. He motioned to Dove. Run the recalibration on the upper sensors. Make sure the distribution reads clean. Dove tapped at his console, eyes darting between the virtual stress maps and the physical layout of the deck. Margins are tight. If the upper truss flex is more than 0.3, we risk a cascading failure. I've added a temporary brace for testing, but any movement has to be minimal. Then minimal it is, Jarek said, standing and clapping a hand on Kellen's shoulder. Every beam we reclaim is a lifeline. Keep the logs accurate. Every joint, every girder, every scrap of metal counts. The tension on the deck was palpable. Faint vibrations ran along the floors from the distant engine modules, and the occasional groan of stressed metal echoed through the hull. The clones moved deliberately, each step measured. Sparks from welding arcs reflected off the corroded walls, and the smell of ozone mingled with metal dust. Even simple actions, lifting a beam, tightening a bolt, testing a bracket, felt like a gamble. A junior surveyor, Lyra, carefully examined a section of lattice. Jarek, if we remove this crossbeam, can the remaining supports handle the combined weight of Deck 6 and 7? Jarek leaned in, hands resting on his knees, scanning the digital stress simulation projected on the wall. Yes, but only if we reinforce with the secondary girders from the chemical module. It's risky, but the risk is manageable. That's all we have. Mela crouched next to the module console, adjusting clamps on a support brace. The outer plating is corroded. Any pressure could warp it permanently. We need to distribute force evenly across the frame before lifting it. Do it, Jarek said. Careful, deliberate, no shortcuts. If we break something, it's wasted material and wasted time. The clones rotated constantly, shifting from one section to another. Radiation-sick miners flagged hazards and documented materials, while healthier clones executed the labor-intensive tasks. And every movement, every lift, every cut and weld was recorded in meticulous logs. Sparks and shavings fell to the reinforced floors, and small arcs of electricity occasionally sizzled from exposed conduits, forcing clones to step back and reevaluate their procedures. Tal adjusted a support brace under the watchful eye of Jarek. If we angle it like this, it should hold. But the load distribution's going to be tight. I see it, Jarek replied, checking his sensor readouts. Good. Keep monitoring. The moment it starts flexing, we stop and redistribute. We document everything. Every fraction of a millimeter counts. Rima, still pale and exhausted, wiped sweat from her brow. I never thought I'd be moving steel again, she said, her voice shaky. Feels like my arms are going to give out before this deck does. You're doing fine, Kellen reassured her. Step by step. That's all we've got. One beam at a time. By the end of long cycles, previously idle or stripped modules had been systematically evaluated, reinforced, and partially cannibalized. Every recovered beam, every repurposed conveyor, every panel added to the platform's overall launch readiness. The decks were a maze of braces, scaffolding, and temporary supports, interlaced with sensor arrays and monitoring drones. Check the logs, Jarek said, scanning the reports from the upper decks. We've reclaimed half the material needed for structural reinforcement. That's progress, but we're not done. Keep going. Rotate teams, and stay alert. The clones continued their work, aware that every salvaged component, every reinforced truss, and every careful maneuver directly contributed to the survival of the hive. The floor beneath their feet thrummed with the weight of calculated risk, human perseverance, and the unspoken understanding that failure was not an option. Even in exhaustion, debates flared: how to redistribute materials, whether to risk certain braces, how to manage the sick clones, limitations. But every argument fed into practical action, every disagreement resolved through hands-on testing and meticulous observations. The lower decks were alive with movement, calculation, and labor, a testament not to order, but to necessity-driven improvisation. The decks reverberated with the sounds of tearing metal, snapping fasteners, and the rhythmic clank of removed panels being stacked in temporary storage. Clones moved methodically through the sprawling industrial hub, their bodies smeared with grease, dust, and sweat. Machinery that had once processed ores or refined chemicals now stood idle, and every section that had once served a specialized function was being evaluated for its contribution to survival or its expendability. Every lift, conveyor, and redundant processor was weighed against its mass and the structural benefit it could provide. If it wasn't essential for propulsion or life support, it was a target. The entire operation was guided by a singular calculation. The platform had to be lighter, leaner, and capable of leaving the planet's gravity well. "Remove the auxiliary cooling ducts here," Jarek ordered, crouching over a weakened frame. "We can't carry the dead weight, but we need to reuse the metal for braces." His voice carried over the clang of machinery, firm and commanding, yet measured with an undercurrent of urgency. Kellen strained to lift a segment of piping from the ventilation grid.
"These are heavier than they look," he muttered, adjusting his grip. "If we drop them, the hull plating above could buckle." His muscles trembled under the weight, but he persisted, calculating each movement to prevent catastrophic damage to nearby conduits. Every piece removed meant less dead weight on the platform, a step closer to eventual liftoff. Mefla knelt beside a row of decommissioned storage units, carefully cutting welds with a plasma torch. "Half of these can be stripped for frame supports," she said, keeping her voice steady despite the hiss of molten metal. Sparks fell onto the grated floor, and a faint, acrid odor mixed with the metallic tang of the platform. "We're losing volume and storage, but gaining structural integrity." The decision weighed on her. The units held supplies the Hive had long relied on, but the harsh arithmetic of mass versus survival dictated the sacrifice. "Then we make the sacrifice," Jarek said, hammering a brace into place. "Every section we tear down has to be worth the reinforcements it provides. Keep track of what goes where." His hands moved quickly, guided by experience. But each strike reminded them of the stakes. Too much mass and the platform would fail to lift, too little reinforcement, and it could collapse under its own redistributed weights. The clones rotated large conveyor systems, dismantling rollers and detaching motor housings. Dov checked each piece for stress fractures before moving it into the reinforcement pile. "If these go into the support frame and snap, it's back to zero," he said. "We have to inspect every piece." The work was relentless. Conveyors that had once hauled refined ore were now dissected, their components redistributed into braces, reinforcements, and weight-saving structural frameworks. Rima, moving slowly because of lingering radiation fatigue, directed a junior clone to disassemble a redundant chemical processor. "Careful with the control lines," she said, guiding his hands. "We only need the structural components. Everything else is scrap." Even the act of cutting wires and removing panels had to be calculated. Every gram saved was another fraction of efficiency toward liftoff, and any misstep could damage the limited functional systems the platform still relied on. Lyra and Tahal were tasked with stripping auxiliary modules from the upper decks. Lyra wedged a crowbar between a panel and its mount, prying it free while Tahal stabilized the frame. "We're losing some workspaces," Lyra said, "but the material's worth it. Look at that. The aluminum braces alone will strengthen 3 sections of the main propulsion support." The reality pressed down on them. Every space and module removed meant sacrifices in operational comfort. But these sacrifices translated directly into survival. Each removal required careful sequencing. Panels came off in reverse order of assembly, conduits had to be rerouted temporarily, and braces were cut, measured, and tested before being welded into their new positions. Sparks, heat, and the echo of strained metal filled the air as lifts repositioned sections of machinery that had once been stationary. Overhead, tension cables creaked as weight shifted with every module removed, a constant reminder that gravity still governed their every action. "We need to cannibalize the auxiliary power banks next," Mila said, sliding a stripped conduit into place. "They're not essential for propulsion, but their casings and wiring can reinforce the hull." Jarek inspected her work. "Check every connection point, Ulf.
One misaligned bolt, and the stress will tear the brace out under load. He nodded toward Kellen, who was repositioning a repurposed storage frame along a reinforced corridor. All modules have to maintain balance. Weight distribution is critical if we ever leave this gravity well. The clones had to constantly consider how the removal of each heavy piece would change the center of mass, shifting the platform's balance, potentially overloading supports if miscalculated. Dov adjusted his scanner, mapping the structural impact of every section removed. If we strip too much from this corridor, it'll transfer too much stress to the central spine. We'll need cross-bracing from Deck 8 to compensate. Each clone's work wasn't just mechanical, it was strategic, guided by calculations that determined what could be sacrificed and what had to be reinforced. The clones worked continuously, swapping between dismantling machinery, cutting panels, welding reinforcements, and logging every action. Auxiliary equipment, unused conveyor belts, spare chemical mixers, redundant pumps, was methodically taken apart. Every bolt removed, every section cut, was weighed against its contribution to structural reinforcement or reduction of launch mass. I don't like removing the main ventilation grids, Rima said, her voice strained. But the material's heavier than anything else we have. She adjusted a brace already welded into place, checking the tension. If we lose this, we'll just have to compensate with more cross-bracing. Exactly, Jarek replied. This is compromise. Every piece we sacrifice has to buy us reinforcements somewhere else. That's how we get lean and capable of flight. Even small storage racks were stripped, their aluminum skeletons welded into makeshift frames to shore up weakened deck sections. Conduits were rerouted, tanks emptied and repurposed, and conveyor rollers used as support struts in areas identified by Dul's calculations. The clones repeated the cycles over and over, each iteration improving weight efficiency while shoring up structural points at risk. Tahal hefted a stripped-down auxiliary module and maneuvered it into place, sweat dripping from his forehead. This thing is massive, he said, setting it against the hull. But if it holds, it'll reinforce two critical junctions. Then it holds, Jarek said, snapping the clamps. Double-check the bolts. Every section must bear its share of the load. Nothing can fail once we lift off. The hours stretched endlessly, machines sacrificed, corridors emptied, and redundant modules cannibalized. Each clone understood the stakes. Every gram removed brought the platform closer to leaving the planet. Every brace welded ensured it could withstand the redistributed forces. Material that had once served convenience or surplus function now became essential support, a reminder that survival demanded relentless calculation and labor. By the end of the operation, the decks were a carefully calculated patchwork of repurposed components, braced corridors, and stripped-down machinery, each element contributing both to reduced mass and to structural integrity. The clones paused only briefly, surveying the results. A platform transformed from idle industrial sprawl into a lean, functional vessel capable of liftoff, every piece a testament to improvisation, labor, sacrifice, and the ruthless arithmetic of survival. Alvarez's voice echoed over the PA system, crisp and authoritative, cutting through the low hum of machinery and the shuffle of tired feet. Progress has been made. Weight reduction is underway, but it is not enough. Every module, every section, must be reinforced for interplanetary travel, not just for surface relocation. We cannot afford miscalculations or weak points, and keep the pace. Keep the focus. Clones paused briefly at the announcement, exchanging glances, then returned to their rotations with renewed urgency. And the decks smelled of hot metal, oil, and the faint tang of recycled air, heavy with the persistent fatigue of continuous labor. Panels removed in Section 3 now lay in organized stacks, waiting to be cut, rewelded, and repurposed. Food packs were rationed, counted, and distributed in strict adherence to protocols, their scarcity palpable with every meal. Tahal wiped sweat from his brow, lifting a lightweight support beam into position. I'm starting to lose track of how many meals I've had, he muttered. Doesn't matter, I guess. No point eating faster than we need to. Rima, already exhausted from overseeing the reinforcement of critical conduits, glanced toward him. Every calorie counts, Tahal. Don't burn yourself out. Rotate with the next team. We've got a schedule for a reason. She checked the tension on a newly welded brace and adjusted a clamp, eyes scanning for even the slightest misalignment. Kellen, coordinating a group dismantling redundant storage units for additional support material, adjusted a clipboard full of logs. If we don't maintain these rotations, someone's going to collapse mid-task, he said, voice low, steady. We've got to balance fuel production, structural reinforcement, and basic survival needs. Nothing can fall behind. Mela, overseeing the recalibration of energy conduits while also monitoring ration allotments for her section, sighed. It's like running 3 operations at once, she said, tracing power flows with her hands. We're constantly calculating energy efficiency, food intake, and structural integrity. Nothing can be left to chance. The clones rotated continuously, some moving between operational tasks, hauling stripped modules or feeding parts to the welding crews. Others checked reinforcement braces, retightening bolts, or ensuring that recycled panels fit precisely into newly calculated load-bearing positions. The hum of machinery, punctuated by the hiss of welding torches and the occasional clang of a dropped panel, filled the corridors. Alvarez returned to the intercom 15 minutes later. Rationing protocols are in effect. Food and water consumption must be carefully monitored. Assignments will rotate on a strict schedule. No one works beyond exhaustion. Efficiency will be maintained not through speed, but through balance. Integrity. Structural integrity cannot be sacrificed for temporary gains. Adjust your priorities accordingly. Tal passed the message along to his team while lifting another panel. We need to slow down and rotate, he told the clones near him. Keep at it, but don't overdo it. Alvarez wants us focused on the long haul. Rima instructed 2 junior clones to swap positions, with welders reinforcing the upper decks. You 2 rest for 1 cycle, then swap with the next team, she said. We'll maintain constant progress without burning anyone out. Meanwhile, Kellen monitored weight distribution logs, making sure that every removal and brace placement from Section 3 now aligned with interplanetary flight calculations. We've cut mass where we can, he said, but these reinforcements, every bracket, every strut, needs to hold against launch stresses. Think beyond surface gravity. We're building for deep space acceleration and maneuvering. Mesela carefully adjusted energy conduits running through newly reinforced sections. If any of these fail under the thrust load, it's over. Every piece of metal we sacrificed for weight reduction now has to earn its keep as a support structure. She gestured to a panel recently welded in place. This brace alone carries redistributed weight from 3 modules stripped yesterday. Even the clones tasked solely with food preparation and ration distribution were integral to the operation. They counted every remaining pack, weighed portions, and logged consumption. Every cycle of work was dependent on them maintaining the hive's strength. Rima glanced around, noting a pair of radiation-fatigued miners moving slowly but deliberately as they repositioned panels. Watch your backs, she warned. Keep to the rotation. We can't afford mistakes from exhaustion. If you falter, the rest of the deck suffers. Tahal wiped his hands on his sleeve and picked up a spare panel for transport. We're not just tearing stuff apart, he said quietly. Every piece we remove is going into reinforcement or weight reduction. It's all connected. One wrong move, and we set back the whole launch prep. Kellen adjusted a structural sensor mounted on a repurposed floor panel. Exactly. If the braces don't hold during the simulated thrust cycles, everything we've done is wasted. That's why Alvarez keeps repeating the schedule and rotation. Every team, every member, has to balance effort and recovery. Alvarez's voice cut through again. Structural reinforcements must be verified after each cycle. Weight reduction alone is insufficient. Keep every log updated. Every measurement, every test, every adjustment matters. This is no longer just about survival on the platform, it is about survival through interplanetary travel. The clones moved with a grim rhythm, each aware of the critical link between food, rest, and labor. They rotated continuously. Some hauled stripped frames, some guided welding torches, others double-checked braces against Dov's structural simulations. Each action contributed to a delicate balance between survival, structural reinforcement, and weight reductions. Tal passed a brace to Kellen. If this holds under full simulated load, it'll take weight off the main propulsion corridor by 10%. Good, Kellen said. Place it and secure it. Then log it. If we don't track, we'll never know where our weaknesses are. Rima coordinated the rotational schedule, moving between teams to ensure that fatigue didn't compromise progress.
Rotate now. 2 cycles on, 1 off.
Stick to the schedule. Work and rest are just as critical as welding or dismantling. Don't push past the limits. Mela checked an energy conduit feeding newly reinforced upper decks. If any section fails, we lose load balance. Weight reduction is pointless without integrity. Every panel, every strut, every weld has to hold. The atmosphere was tense, but controlled. The deck hummed with activity, a synchronized organism of clones, all performing specialized and interdependent tasks. Moving mass, reinforcing hulls, rotating teams, rationing food, and monitoring energies. Every action aligned toward a singular goal, liftoff, interplanetary survival, and the continuation of the hive. By the end of the rotation cycle, Alvarez made a final announcement. Progress is satisfactory, but vigilance remains essential. All teams maintain rotations. All reinforcements must be verified. Weight reduction alone will not guarantee success. Maintain focus. The survival of the hive depends on your precision, coordination, and endurance. The clones paused briefly, moving in a synchronized rhythm as they recorded the latest logs. Each entry detailed the placement of braces, the removal of redundant panels, and the precise measurements of every structural modification. Their hands shook slightly from exhaustion, but the discipline of documentation remained unwavering, a small ritual ensuring that every adjustment could be traced and verified. Next, they turned their attention to the ration supplies. Packs of food and water were counted, distributed, and carefully logged, each clone mindful of conserving the limited reserves. Some opened packages, taking only the allotted portions, while others checked expiration indicators and storage conditions. Every calorie, every drop of water was accounted for, a stark reminder that survival depended as much on careful management as on physical labor. Muscles ached, joints protested, and fatigue weighed heavily, but clones stretched their limbs where space allowed. Some leaned against the railings, rolling shoulders and loosening cramped backs, while others knelt to flex legs stiff from repetitive lifting. Even these brief movements were calculated, designed to prevent injury and maintain the delicate balance between endurance and output. The metallic tang of the platform, mixed with the faint smell of hot metal and fine dust from the day's work, hung thick in the air. It was a constant reminder of the sacrifices already made, of the countless sections dismantled, panels stripped, and frames reforged into something capable of surviving a journey far beyond the planet's surface. And then, as if responding to some unspoken cue, the clones rotated back into their assigned tasks. They moved with purpose, each action deliberate and interdependent, a single, coordinated organism. Every swing of a crowbar, every welded joint, every adjustment to an energy conduit was a calculated step, a piece of a larger plan. The hive's collective push toward interplanetary escape, fragile but relentless. The fuel tanks hissed, the metal groaning under the strain of repeated filling, while the air shimmered with heat from overloaded conduits and the scent of chemical residues. Clones moved between the patched-together pumps and improvised containment units, their motions deliberate and precise, but fatigue made each step heavier. Sparks occasionally leapt from worn joints in the piping, causing a sudden flinch from a nearby worker. Nobody spoke unless necessary. The hum of machinery and hiss of valves filled the space. Alvarez stood on a graded catwalk above the processing deck, arms crossed, surveying the scene. His announcement had been short. Extraction must reach maximum capacity. No errors, no shortcuts. This is the only chance we have. The clones had responded with a low, synchronized hum of acknowledgement before diving back into their tasks. Kira, a surveyor previously assigned to structural logging, now assisted in monitoring pressure levels. Her gloved hands flew across the interface of a jury-rigged sensor array, adjusting tolerances while mentally comparing the current readings to prior data. If the intake valve fluctuates more than 0.2%, we risk contamination, she said, voice tight with tension. Heck. And with the pumps at this load, even that's optimistic. Nearby, Jin and Harara, two of the miners who had survived radiation exposure, lifted canisters from the secondary containment racks, the edges scraped and dented from constant use. The last batch weighs more than I can safely handle, Jin muttered, balancing it against his shoulder. I can't risk dropping it. Hara tightened her grip on a support brace, adjusting her posture. Then we carry it together. Step slow. Every unit counts, and there's no margin for error. Their coordination was silent but exact, honed through exhaustion and necessity. On the far side of the deck, administrative clones worked feverishly to log every liter of extracted fuel, every adjustment to conduit alignment, and every patched leak. Lyra, one of the recorders, paused to rub her eyes, noting the dwindling hours on the cycle clock. If we're not done before the last containment fails, we lose it all, she muttered. The platform itself seemed to groan under the strain, and vibrations ran through the floor plates as conduits shifted slightly under the load of the pressurized fuel. Cross-bracing that had been welded into place during the weight reduction phase now bore the additional stress of full tanks, creaking and humming in warning. The faint scent of overheated metal mingled with the lingering tang of refined chemicals, searing the noses of clones already weakened by fatigue and minimal rations. A pair of engineering clones, Tahal and Rima, crawled beneath a maintenance catwalk to reach a failing relay. If we don't fix this now, flow drops by half, Tahal said, sweat dripping into his eyes. He twisted a corroded bolt, wincing at the sharp resistance. Rima gritted her teeth and passed him a spare conduit clamp. We don't have the luxury of waiting. Every second lost is potential fuel lost. Do it cleanly. Do it fast. Sparks hissed as the clamp bit into place, the faint arc illuminating their grimy faces. Meanwhile, survey drones hovered overhead, their sensors flicking across tanks and conduits, feeding real-time data to the administrative units. Alvarez occasionally gestured toward the live feed, pointing out areas where pressure was rising dangerously or where a joint had shifted under load. Reinforce that support. Divert the energy flow by 3%. No. That section can't afford to buckle under heat stress, he commanded, his voice sharp but low enough to avoid overloading the exhausted workers with more noise. Even in silence, tension was tangible. Every clone moved with the weight of impending failure pressing against their shoulders. Some paused to catch their breath, stretching aching limbs or wiping sweat from their eyes. Others continued tirelessly, recalibrating gauges, rerouting hoses, and shoring up pressure-sensitive lines. At one end of the deck, a miner named Sora, long absent from heavy work due to radiation sickness, returned with thin limbs and pale skin but determined hands. "I can't carry the tanks, but I can guide them to secure positions," she said, voice trembling slightly. "It's the least I can do." Nearby, engineering teams welded makeshift braces beneath several tanks that had shown signs of stress during earlier cycles. Sparks flew like tiny fireflies in the dim glow of overhead lights, the smell of molten metal mixing with the chemical tang of the fuel. Kira leaned over a console to calculate pressure distribution, her fingers moving so quickly it was as if she were racing against the platform itself. "Distribute the secondary flow evenly," she instructed. "Any imbalance, and we risk a catastrophic failure at full capacity." Her gaze swept the tanks, noting every slight bulge, every tremor. Even as tanks neared maximum capacity, the clones remained meticulous. Each valve was tested, each line checked for leaks, and each joint double verified. Hara adjusted a support brace under a heavy pump while muttering, "Every ounce we get now is a chance. We have no other." The platform's deck creaked in response to the pressure of fully loaded tanks and constant human activity. The vibration ran through the soles of boots, up the legs, and into the shoulders of the exhausted clones. They worked in rotation where possible, but numbers were scarce. Each minute demanded careful coordination, patience, and precision. Alvarez moved across the catwalk, surveying the progress, and made brief, calculated interventions. Check containment seal, DELTA7. Flow is spiking. Divert energy to the tertiary line temporarily. Don't exceed 22% pressure differential. That section can't handle more. The clones shifted without hesitation, following his instructions with practiced efficiency, fully aware that missteps meant disaster. As the final pumps cycled, the deck floor groaned under the cumulative weight. Tahal wiped his forehead and muttered, "This is everything we've got. Hell, if we don't make it now." His words trailed off, understood by all. Rima adjusted a brace under a tank and exhaled sharply. "If this holds, the last unit will be in place in under 5 minutes. We've reached the limit of what we can do with manpower and makeshift equipment." The platform trembled slightly as valves sealed, containment units stabilized, and every line was confirmed operational. Alvarez nodded from above, the rare relief in his posture mirrored across the exhausted hive. Every liter in the tanks represented not just fuel, but the chance for survival, the only hope against a dead world. Clones paused for the briefest instant to record logs, verify calculations, and share a quiet glance, acknowledging the sacrifices and effort required. Even in this short reprieve, the hum of machinery and the faint tang of chemicals reminded them that their labor had been painstaking and exacting. Then, as one, the hive returned to the grind, tightened, synchronized, and singular in purpose. Every valve adjusted, every conduit secured, every liter of fuel accounted for was another step toward liftoff. Failure was unacceptable. Survival depended on their combined precision and endurance. The platform groaned under the strain, a low, continuous moan of stressed metal and strained supports. Cannibalized components, repurposed storage racks, reinforced conduits, and stripped-down machinery had been bolted into structural nodes, each one intended to absorb part of the load. Sparks from hastily welded joints occasionally leapt into the air, highlighting the grimy, exhausted faces of clones crouched over their work. Every vibration, every shudder of metal under tension was a reminder that the hive's survival depended entirely on precision, coordination, and sheer force of will. Kellen moved along a crossbeam, adjusting a brace beneath the central propulsion module. If the secondary supports aren't aligned perfectly, the thrust vector will wobble. Even a half-degree deviation at liftoff could shear these connectors, he muttered, sweat dripping into his eyes. He tightened a bolt with a pneumatic wrench, wincing at the vibration that ran through his shoulders. Every movement required balancing his weight against the shifting structure. A misstep here would compromise hours of labor. Mela crawled along the deck beside him, inspecting the newly welded struts that held the auxiliary power banks in place. They're holding for now, but the load's not evenly distributed. We'll need to reroute part of the energy conduits to balance the thrust, she said, scanning the glowing gauges that lined the wall. The faint hum of diverted power filled the cramped space, mingling with the sharp metallic scent of heated metal and dust. She moved deliberately, brushing grime from her vision and wiping sweat off her gloves before securing a conduit clamp. Dove was stationed at a temporary survey console, fingers moving rapidly across holographic displays.
Thrust simulations indicate a potential 90-degree tilt if we exceed current load by more than 3%. Adjusting trajectory now will compensate, but it's a gamble, he warned. His eyes flicked to the monitors showing structural stress in real time. Thin red lines pulsed over the reinforced decks. He traced each potential failure point, calling out adjustments to clones repositioning struts below. Jarek leaned over a support frame, observing the work of several junior clones who were securing remaining life support modules. Clamp those conduits tighter. We can't risk any of them shifting under acceleration. If oxygen lines kink or coolant loops fracture, it's over, he barked. One clone flinched under the force of the instructions, carefully tightening a clamp with trembling hands, while another balanced a strut overhead, holding it steady against vibrations from diverted power. Even the remaining miners, weakened by radiation exposure, continued their tasks. Rima dragged a stripped propulsion housing into position, using her last reserves of strength to push it beneath a brace. I don't know how much longer I've got before I collapse, she admitted, panting. But if this module fails, nothing else matters. Every movement was a test of endurance. Each miner fought dizziness, nausea, and the gnawing exhaustion of weeks of exposure and hard labor. Kira and Tahal coordinated efforts from the survey deck above, monitoring stress indicators and adjusting energy diverts in real time. Redistribute power to Deck 8, Kira instructed. The torsional stress here is climbing, and if it spikes further, will compromise the main thrust line, Tahal nodded, tapping a console to redirect flow. Sparks flared briefly as overloaded circuits rerouted energy, and both clones flinched at the sudden heat. The platform shifted under the redirected forces, making the braces groan as the stress migrated along the deck. The platform vibrated as energy surged to propulsion systems, the metallic groaning of overloaded supports echoing through the decks. Every adjustment sent ripples through the structure, demanding careful coordination between engineering, survey, and operational units. Clones moved in tight choreography, each aware that a single misstep could cascade into catastrophic failure. Tiny arcs of electricity danced across poorly insulated conduits, prompting quick reflexes and shouted warnings. Mela paused, resting her forearm on a welded strut. We're running at near maximum tolerances across the board. Any misalignment now and these modules could buckle before liftoff even begins, she said, eyes scanning the stress maps projected in front of her. Her voice was steady despite exhaustion, but every breath rattled through her chest as she wiped sweat from her brow and adjusted a brace that had begun to flex under load. Jarek grunted as he hammered a reinforcement bracket into place. Then we make it hold. We've gone too far to stop now. Every module, every brace, every conduit has to be perfect. The clang of metal echoed across the decks, mingling with groans of stressed structural beams and the hiss of power reroutes. Dove's console pinged with a new reading, energy fluctuation in the propulsion manifold. He quickly recalibrated the simulations, his voice rising above the hum of machinery. We're within limits, but only by a hair. One more misfire, and we lose it all. Every clone needs to double-check their sections. This isn't theoretical anymore. He leaned forward, rubbing his temples as he recalculated load distributions and called out to the nearest crew to adjust braces accordingly. The air was thick with heat, dust, and the smell of scorched metal. Sweat ran into eyes and mixed with grime on hands and faces. Despite exhaustion, each clone worked with precision, rewiring conduits, tightening braces, realigning supports, and monitoring the shifting load of the platform under the strain of diverted power. Small debris from welding sparks and metal filings littered the deck, forcing clones to work carefully or risk tripping and damaging vital components. Kellen crawled under a propulsion mount, adjusting a crossbrace that had begun to bend under weight. These beams weren't designed for this, he muttered, sweat dripping from his brow. We're holding them together with scrap and luck, Bill. Don't let anyone relax. We're one misalignment from disaster. His voice carried the urgency that had built over weeks of labor, echoing against the stressed hull. Rima moved along the corridor, checking oxygen and coolant lines, guiding weaker clones in tandem. Lean on the brace here.
Don't overexert yourself, she said, her voice steady despite her own fatigue. We need every line secure before even thinking about ignition. She pulled a collapsed clone to her side, helping them balance the weight of a repurposed conduit while another adjusted braces overhead. Mela glanced at the hydraulic actuator feeds. Pressure's climbing, but we've got a window of about 30 seconds before it becomes critical. Every adjustment now counts. She signaled Tal to redirect power, and both monitored the resulting vibrations as the platform shifted slightly under load. Every minor jolt threatened to upset braces or buckled struts, forcing constant vigilance. The diminished workforce meant gaps in coverage, but clones filled them with improvisation and shared effort. Some crawled into narrow maintenance tunnels to tighten concealed bolts. Others hoisted repurposed struts into place, balancing the mass of cannibalized modules against the hull. Every movement was deliberate, every breath measured, every bolt inspected twice before being left in place. Jarek, pausing at the center of the propulsion deck, surveyed the strain gauges and support braces.
This is it. Check everything one last time.
Structural integrity, life support lines, thrust alignment.
If we're wrong on any of
this, we don't leave this platform alive.
He wiped sweat from his face, scanning the entire deck for anything that might compromise the ascent. Even as exhaustion gnawed at muscles and minds, the Hive maintained a rhythm. Tighten, reinforce, monitor, adjust, repeat. Sparks leapt from weld points, small arcs sizzled across cables, and the platform groaned and vibrated under the combined strain of energy diversion and makeshift reinforcements. Each clone knew that a single missed step could undo all of their work. By the end of the cycle, every propulsion module had been double-checked, every brace verified, and every line reinforced. The clones exchanged brief nods, sharing the silent acknowledgement of what had been achieved and the unspoken knowledge of what failure would mean. Every ounce of strength, every scrap of repurposed material, and every calculated adjustment had prepared the Hive for the tentative ascent into uncertainty. Rationing had become the invisible weight pressing on every clone aboard the platform. Food packets were measured to the exact gram, nutrient gels doweled in staggered intervals, and water strictly accounted for. Each clone carried only the absolute minimum, enough to sustain them through their assigned shifts. Hunger gnawed relentlessly, a dull, constant ache that clung to bones already weary from weeks of labor and stress. Even the smallest exertion, climbing a maintenance ladder, adjusting a brace, or carrying a ration pack across the deck, was amplified by the scarcity of fuel for their bodies. Medical teams moved quietly but efficiently, their presence a lifeline for those who teetered on the edge of collapse. Rima and Lyra, stretched thin, monitored vitals for every miner who had survived radiation exposure. Weak hands trembled as they held braces or carried essential consumables, eyes glazed over with fatigue. Stay upright, Rima urged, pressing a small nutrient gel into a miner's fingers. Even if it's just a bite at a time, it's enough to keep you moving. We need every pair of hands for the ascent. Each miner nodded weakly, swallowing against the sour taste of hunger, aware that any pause in effort could imperil the whole mission. Are the IV lines stable?
Kira asked, checking the small, improvised drips attached to the miners' arms. Yes, for now, Lyra replied, dabbing at a bead of sweat that had slipped into her eyes. We'll have to rotate them out in 10 minutes. These tubes aren't designed for continuous use. Beyond the medical bays, the platform thrummed with coordinated activity. Clones rotated between essential tasks, monitoring life support efficiency, checking ration inventories, and maintaining energy distribution to critical systems. Each movement was measured, every breath calculated. Even the smallest misstep could waste precious calories, so clones moved deliberately, hands steady despite shaking limbs. Teams whispered updates and warnings to each other, conserving both energy and morale. Deck 9's oxygen readings are dropping, Tal reported over the comlink, eyes scanning the monitors. We can't let it dip below 94%. It'll affect stamina.
Redirect the flow from Deck 7, Kira instructed, glancing at the stress projections. Careful with the main line. We can't risk a burst. The surviving miners were especially fragile, their strength sapped by months of radiation exposure and minimal nutrition. Kellen observed one miner struggling to drag a container of emergency rations to the central hub. Lean on me, he said, supporting the miner's weight as they staggered forward. You don't collapse until we're done, understood? The miner nodded, sweat mixing with grime, muscles quivering under the strain, and pressed onward. Their contribution, limited though it was, remained vital to the platform's readiness for launch. Rima crouched beside another miner, adjusting a makeshift brace that kept their back aligned.
One step at a time, she murmured. Focus on breathing, not the hunger. Every deck echoed with the quiet tension of survival. Administrative teams tracked ration levels meticulously, projecting remaining supplies against expected consumption. At this rate, we'll need to extend rotations by 6 hours to make it to ignition, Kira said softly, consulting the charts. Tahal adjusted the schedule accordingly, ensuring that clones had sufficient time to rest without leaving critical systems unattended. The careful choreography of work and nourishment became as important as the mechanical preparations themselves. Physical strain was compounded by the psychological pressure of uncertainty. Clones exchanged brief glances across decks, acknowledging shared hunger and fatigue without words. The silence between tasks carried its own weight, heavy with the knowledge that any miscalculation, any missed ration or failed support could mean the end of the hive. They moved together like a single organism, each individual's survival linked to the others, each step measured not just for efficiency but for endurance. Deck 10, report your ration status, Jarek called, his voice hoarse but firm. We need a full account before the next rotation begins. Us. Running low on gels, one junior clone answered. Only 2 packets per assigned clone. Then make them last, Jarek said. No waste, Egg. Every calorie counts. Medical teams improvised constantly, creating makeshift IV drips and compression systems from leftover tubing and pumps, ensuring that the weakest clones could remain upright long enough to perform critical tasks. One more pack here, Lyra said, guiding a struggling miner to sip from a nutrient gel. You need it more than anyone else right now. We can't afford losses before liftoff. Each small intervention made a tangible difference, a reminder that survival depended on careful management of resources as much as structural integrity. The platform hummed with life. The combination of energy diverted to propulsion, ongoing maintenance of critical systems, and the quiet, meticulous management of consumables created a tense but purposeful rhythm. Every clone understood the stakes, each ration measured, every task completed, and each exhausted miner kept upright was a step closer to survival. Hunger, fatigue, and mental strain converged, forming an invisible crucible in which the hive's cohesion was tested. Hydration check on deck 11, Mela called. We've got 1 liter left in the storage tank. Ration it carefully. Split it between the medical teams and the miners, Kira responded. We can't lose anyone to dehydration now. As the clones rotated responsibilities, some standing guard over life support modules while others counted remaining rations or monitored vital signs, the platform seemed to pulse with a fragile vitality. The surviving miners, the medical teams, and the administrative units all contributed to the same singular goal, keeping the hive alive long enough for the platform to ascend. Every careful step, every rationing decision, and every whispered instruction reinforced the collective determination that had carried them this far. Jarek moved down the corridor, checking each ration locker personally.
Nothing can be skipped.
If even one clone runs dry before the next rotation, it could cascade into failures everywhere else, he said, nodding at a pair of junior clones struggling to balance a tray of nutrient gels. Here, Jarek, I'll help, Kira offered, taking half the load. We'll make sure these last. The small gestures, handing a single gel, steadying a miner as they walked, reading stress gauges for structural integrity, became acts of survival themselves. Each clone understood the intricate connection between their physical sustenance and the platform's readiness. Hunger was a weapon that could cripple the hive silently, and it was being fought with every careful ration, every calculated sip of water, every measured movement. By the time the rotation cycle ended, every clone was acutely aware of the delicate balance between physical endurance and operational necessity. Supplies were at the edge of scarcity, bodies were stretched to limits, and the psychological toll pressed heavily on everyone. Still, the hive continued to function with uncanny precision. Survival was no longer just an individual concern. It was a coordinated, communal effort, each clone's persistence a vital link in the chain of hope and necessity. With engines ignited and structural reinforcements holding, the platform shuddered violently, the deep metallic groan echoing through every deck as thousands of tons of reinforced metal strained against gravity. Sparks flew from stress points along the bolted braces, and the vibrations rattled loose panels and tools left on graded floors. Every clone aboard felt the surge of energy, the almost imperceptible pull of the platform lifting from the desolate surface, a sensation equal parts exhilarating and terrifying. Brace yourselves, Jarek shouted over the roar, gripping a crossbeam as the lower decks trembled beneath him. This is it! Keep your hands clear of the moving struts. Rima pressed herself against the bulkhead, her hands steady despite the tremors running through her body. Again. It's moving. We're actually moving, she whispered to Kira, who had one hand on the survey console, monitoring the shifting center of mass. Her voice carried the awe and disbelief of seeing weeks of planning, labor, and sacrifice finally translating into motion. Calculations for fuel consumption, trajectory, and the fragile tolerances of the reinforced modules ran continuously across the survey consoles. Dove's fingers flew over the holographic interface, adjusting thrust vectors in real time as the platform tilted slightly on its initial ascent. We're stable, but the margin is microscopic. If fuel consumption spikes by even 1%, it could throw the trajectory off, he warned, voice tight, eyes flicking across the readouts. The vibration intensified as energy surged to the propulsion modules. Each step of the ascent created microshocks that propagated through the decks, making it feel as if the entire platform might tear itself apart. Clones crouched, braced, or clung to whatever structural feature was nearest. Sparks leapt from joints and braces, and the smell of scorched metal mixed with recycled air and the faint tang of sweat. Deck 9 reports minor flexing in the aft hull, Tal shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of engines. Reinforcements holding, but we need to divert energy from auxiliary systems to stabilize it. Do it, Kira snapped, tapping into the power grid with rapid adjustments. Circuits glowed red as they strained under diverted energy. The sudden flare of light from overloaded conduits made several clones flinch. Hold steady, she called to the nearest technician, who nodded and held a brace in place with all his remaining strength. Even the weakest surviving miners, sapped by months of exposure and rationed nutrition, continued their duties. Rima leaned over one of them, guiding a final adjustment to a fuel manifold that would feed the propulsion core. Almost there, she urged, her voice firm despite exhaustion. If this fails, we fail. Keep it aligned. The platform's ascent was tentative but undeniable. The ground below receded gradually, the barren, cratered landscape of the desolate planet slipping away through the observation ports. Light from the platform's engines reflected off reinforced hull panels, casting long shadows across the sweating faces of the Hives. Every creak of metal, every surge of the engines, was a reminder of both the risk and the incredible achievement of collective effort. Jarek moved along the main deck, checking that every brace, every welded strut, and every cannibalized module was bearing the load correctly. These joints were never meant for this, he muttered, hammering down a loose plate. We're flying with scrap and sweat. If this doesn't hold, none of us do. Despite the tension, small shouts of encouragement threaded through the decks. Hold the brace! Mela yelled to a junior clone, struggling with a misaligned strut. We've got you! Don't let go! The administrative units monitored consumables, fuel, and oxygen, noting the minor fluctuations caused by the increasing load and vibrations. We'll need to adjust life support distribution if the ascent continues at this rate, Kira noted, scanning the energy logs. Divert from non-critical zones to maintain pressure and oxygen levels. We can't afford a lapse. The platform groaned as it reached the upper threshold of the planet's thin atmosphere. G-forces pressed clones into floors and braces. Every movement required immense effort. Even gripping a handrail demanded concentrated exertion. The previously invisible strain of rationing made itself known. Exhausted limbs quivered, stomachs churned, and energy sapped by hunger threatened to betray even the most disciplined clone. Keep feeding adjustments into the thrusters, Jarek bellowed. We're still underweight. Every calculation counts, one misfire, and we drop back to the surface. Dove's hands were slick with sweat as he typed final recalibrations. Fuel will last, he said through gritted teeth. But just barely. We've burned through every contingency, here MT. Rima glanced at the observation port, the curvature of the planet just beginning to disappear beneath the widening horizon. We're leaving it all behind, she said quietly. Everything we knew, everything we fought to survive. Her voice trailed off as the platform shuddered again, the hum of engines filling every corner of the vessel. The Hive, fragile but resolute, moved as a single entity. Every brace, every bolt, every ounce of energy applied by the clones was part of a living calculation, a coordinated push against death and immobility. Uncertainty loomed, but the collective effort of survival and determination pressed the platform upward. Stabilizers holding, Kira reported, of due. But any deviation now, and we risk tipping into freefall. Jarek exhaled sharply, wiping grime from his brow. We'll make it, and, one step at a time, he glanced at the miners and technicians bracing panels and conduits. Every one of you is keeping this thing alive, and... The engines roared, the platform's ascent becoming more confident as the final calculations for trajectory, fuel consumption, and structural limits aligned, however precariously. The desolate planet fell away, replaced by the endless darkness of space. Stars glittered faintly in the distance, a distant reminder of the unknown waiting ahead. Every clone aboard felt the physical strain, the psychological weight, and the vertiginous thrill of survival all at once. The Hive had left its home behind, moving toward a nearby habitable planet, unsure if fuel, planning, and sheer willpower would be enough. Yet in choosing to leave, to push into the unknown, they asserted agency over fate. The platform, creaking, humming, and trembling, carried them into the dark expanse of space. Sparks from structural braces reflected in tired, determined eyes there. The engine's roar gradually stabilized, the vibration settling into a low, continuous hum. Clones clung to braces, checked panels, and monitored consoles, every action a lifeline for survival. Small shouts and quick commands threaded through the decks, reminders that each movement, each adjustment, could determine whether the platform held together or collapsed under its own weight. The heat from diverted energy coursed through the metal surfaces, making grips slippery and surfaces hot to the touch. Some clones wiped sweat from their foreheads while balancing against vibrating beams, their muscles trembling with fatigue but refusing to give way. The hum of engines and the occasional metallic ping of stressed braces created a rhythm that carried through every corridor, a tense heartbeat of mechanical life that the Hive moved with. The platform had begun its ascent into uncertainty, a fragile vessel carrying a fragile population, bound together by necessity, by hunger, by exhaustion, and by a shared will to survive. Each clone, aware of the precarious balance between structural integrity and propulsion, double-checked every brace, every bolt, every connection, knowing that one oversight could undo weeks of preparation. Eyes flicked between gauges, consoles, and observation ports. Outside, the barren planet's surface shrank gradually, the desolate landscape receding into shadow. The faint glow of distant stars illuminated the cramped interior, casting long, shifting shadows across the exhausted faces of the Hive. And though the future remained unwritten, the Hive had taken its first, irrevocable step into the void. There was no turning back. Every vibration, every pulse of energy, every strained brace was a testament to survival, improvisation, and the collective determination of a population that refused to surrender to the weight of despair. Each clone, no matter how weak, felt the significance of the ascent, the fragile but resolute journey into the darkness that might carry them toward hope or toward oblivion.
Thanks for listening. To encourage us to make more, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends.